Morning, y'all. Happy Sunday. Doing that selfie. Okay. All right. We got a lot to talk about. First things first, though. Let's get this show on the road by getting my live streams up on my laptop. All right. Let's do that. There's going to be a lot to dive in, especially about the belief systems. I mean, I've talked about it plenty of times. It's such a conundrum. Oh my goodness. Actually, I'll let that launch. Don't you worry. Yeah, I do my selfie first thing in the morning because YouTube does an auto-generated selfie. So if I stand still for like a minute, it will generate it. If I don't stand still, then it generates some kind of random, like it comes up with all kinds of random things, like me looking a certain way. It's super weird. It's truly like fucking weird. What's up, dude? Let's see, did Brave open back up? Sure did. Uno momento. Okay. I'm gonna put you on data. Traditional thing now that we do until I get to San Diego. Because every day when I'm in San Diego, I'll be always outside. Always. It will not be anything less than that. Okay. Okay. Okay, boy. Let's go. I'll bring my water. Come on. Stop that. Stop that phone. Or stop that gimbal. It's a little bit more on the cooler side this morning, but it's gonna be hot later. I'll bring my water just in case. There's so much to dive in because, yeah. Man, where do I even begin with this? We're going to be talking about the belief systems and the conditioned third dimensional thinking mind, aka most of you call it the ego. I've now redefined what ego actually is. It's your third dimensional. Your ego is actually your body, your human body, because it's expanding God's oneness, it's encapsulating God's oneness, it's enjoying God's oneness, it's elevating God's oneness. It's all that and then some. I'm looking like a wolf. I gotta do grooming soon. Tomorrow is my grooming day. Tomorrow's the day I can do some grooming. Anyways, your belief systems, you don't have them, they have you. I must have said that before, but I'll say it again. Your belief systems, you don't have a belief system. Your belief systems have you, because what your subconscious mind took in as truth, even though there are no truths on the planet, all truths are half-truths from the Hermetic principle, right? Whatever you choose to entertain, that's what you're gonna get. And so, like, for example, a belief system that I can never have this opportunity. Well, your beliefs have you. And because over time it was a repeated, conditioned thought over and over that finally took its course in your subconscious mind. Now you entertain it as truth, because when you were a child, babies, like when you were a baby, you had no belief systems, but you only started taking what you see around you, and you either made a choice to make it real, and you chose that something else can't be real for you. It really is just that simple. And if you feel like I can't change my beliefs about my beliefs, then that's a conditioned state of being. Yeah. We're always just doing whatever, dude. We just walk around. There's never anything planned. I just do whatever I choose to. If it feels, I follow my intuition, basically. I'm just taking a walk right now. Come on, Squirrel Bubba, get off the road. Hurry up. Good job. Stay off the road. Yeah, so, for example, another belief that I used to have, that good things can't happen. Didn't I tell you to get off the road, Bubba? Come on, stop going on the road. I don't like seeing animals on the road and they're gonna get hurt. It irks me. So I'm like directing the energy, like, get off the road. Yeah, so there was a belief system that no good thing can ever happen to me. So if I couldn't change my belief on that, then that means that there's a paradox that I can't change a belief on a belief. What's up? They were like saying, what? I don't know what language they were speaking, but they were smiling, so it's good. I'm giving them some inspiration there. Another belief that I had was, I can never be with a hot girl. Never, not once. I can never be with a hot girl. Well, if I couldn't change my belief, then that's the belief I entertained, because somewhere down the road, I chose that as a truth. But again, there are no truths. They're all only half-truths. I'm gonna go this way. I didn't go this way yesterday. There are only half-truths. The only truth is you. Oh, it's simple. When I was 5 years old and I held on to a belief, and this is the thing. A lot of us are unconsciously and unknowingly holding on to beliefs since we were a kid. And that's why it's imperative to go inwards and really see what you really believe in, because there's no truth. The only reason why you won't let go of your truth is because it's your identity, and it activates a part of your brain that threatens your very existence. But the thing is, you are a blank slate of unconditional love. You are not your name, you are not your body, you're definitely not your culture, you're definitely not your religion, you're definitely not your belief systems. You are just pure unconditional love before you got here. So mine was, there's a 5-year-old girl who told me I was an ugly monster, because she was the cutest girl in the class when I saw her. And I told her that I liked her. I'm like, I think you're cute, like, as a 5-year-old. A 5-year-old has no filter. So, like, I had no filter when I was 5 years old. I had no fear speaking up. But then she said, you're an ugly monster. So that was her no filter. And then I took that on for the rest of my life, always believing that I can never be with a pretty girl. And that's why I said, every adult that you see is basically a child still. They're just in an adult body, reliving their child experience because they haven't dealt with their beliefs and their patterning or their conditioning. And so another one was, I'm always going to be poor. Because parents, even though they were rich at one point, they fucked up. It's not their fault because they didn't know how to use money. And they still don't know how to use money. They're still part of the debt slavery system. They're still part of, I have to work hard to make money. And you think there has been nobody in this world who's worked a 9-to-5 job, who's, unless you're a fucking lawyer, a doctor, an engineer, who has control over your own time, anything else, no one, and I mean it, no one has made like success, or let me rephrase that. That's actually not entirely true. If you're working like a minimum wage job or something that's just like not soul fulfilling, sometimes you can make a lot of money, but does that mean you're actually rich? No. You can be broke ass. You can have 6 figures and you can be broke. You can have a poverty state of mind. That was me. No one who works for someone else will ever be like rich, like where you're financially free because you're having to work for somebody. And let's just be real, even when you are an entrepreneur, you're technically sort of working for your clients, but if you're doing what you love and love what you do, you don't see it as work, you see it as passion. But these are the belief systems that have been entertained and have been conditioned into our mind that you have to go work a job, that you have to go work a job to make money. No, you don't. There are plenty of people on this planet who are making tons of money doing what they love and loving what they do. So someone's going to say, yeah, well, it's only for them, it's not for me. Because they look this way or they have a certain charisma about them that allows them. I can't, it can never be for me. Well, yeah, that's a belief system right there. Why can't it be? Good morning, sir. Great, yourself? Good stuff. Enjoy your day. I will. And it comes down to, well, what do you choose to entertain as your truth? Right? But the thing is, like, to bust the belief, right? We think it's gonna have to be some arduous, difficult, profound, complex thing because the brain thrives on complicated, complex things. That it has to be so revolutionary because it feeds the third dimensional thinking mind's pretentiousness. I'm not going to say ego because ego is different now for me. It feeds the pretentiousness that, oh yeah, I did it and it had to go through all this thing. It's really just making a choice. I'm like, nope, I choose to change this idea that I can be with hot women or I can be absolutely successful. It literally is a choice. I have 2 CDPs. The first CDP is conditioned. Tomorrow's going to be domestication, and then the following day will be programmed. Then after that, it'll be choice, decision, and perspective. CDP to CDP. How do I keep coming up with these things? Well, because I simply tap into a frequency that allows me to make what's currently invisible and make it visible. This is not, I mean, these words already existed, obviously, but these acronyms, all of these things that I'm saying, I'm just simply tapping into a frequency that allows me to see it now. That's the only difference. Because my belief system is this. Everything is limitless for me. Nothing's impossible for me. I can do anything because I am the creator. And when I say I am the creator, I don't mean I am the only creator. I mean to say I am the creator and everyone else is the creator. We're one. So how can we not know? That's the only truth. But the thing is, it's not really a truth either, because you don't have to be the creator. You can be the human and still have all these same belief systems, that you're limitless, you're undeniable, you're infinite. But what's going to get in the way is the belief systems of what you choose to entertain as your truth, or as true, because the subconscious mind only takes what's true based on energetic momentum, aka energy and motion. Your emotions are what's going to be the one that's going to govern what you will experience in your reality. That's why I say what you expect is what you're going to get. And what you're going to get is what you expect. So for me, there's a reason why the universe desired me, the universe that is me and around me and inside of me, all simultaneously. It's not one or the other. It's not one or the other. It desired me to be away from your standard job because it knew that I have something important to do. And it's funny because last night, after I ended the live stream, I got to help the girl I absolutely love the most in the world, but she, she's taken. But I told her I'll always love her no matter what, and I'll always have her back. And I'm happy that she found her partner. But I gave her a lot of insight during the live stream. That's why yesterday's live stream I was more chill, just hanging out with myself, really. Didn't say too much in the afternoon because we were watching wrestling and such. And so, what was I gonna say? Basically, wow, people are out early playing cricket. Damn, these guys are focused. They focus playing cricket right now. Not bad. And so, after I ended the live stream, I decided to take another walk. I took a shorter walk. I ended up with 23,000 steps yesterday. I didn't take my phone. This was the first time in a long time that I went for a walk without any technology, and it felt fucking good. Not to say like when I don't take these walks with the phone, it doesn't feel good. No, because I'm just talking, I'm explaining something. It just felt, now I get to really hang out with myself for a moment. And so I came back in and I decided to watch one of my old Zoom calls with Angel. Not the one that I've been showing all of you, but another one. And she said something to me in that. There's no accidents. I scrolled on that part. She said, you feel that what you have to bring to the world doesn't have any value because you don't believe in it. And this was a belief. This was a conditioned mind. Believing that the things that I have to bring to the world has no value. But yet it changed my life. So why wouldn't it be able to change someone else's life? Because it won't work for them? Because it was a conditioned mind that I was not confident in bringing my stuff. And all she said was this: sometimes we just unconsciously like to stay safe. We find the comfort in playing small because we find this like level of safety and security in playing small. And that was a belief, a conditioned pattern. And the thing is, like, when I heard her say that in the video, I was like, yep, it's nice. I love that they're having fun. See, this is what humanity should be doing. Having fun, enjoying each other's time. I may not be a fan of cricket, but I love the energy that they're having. That's my point. It could be baseball, could be hockey, it doesn't matter. Tennis. We should be just playing and having fun with one another, not tearing each other down. Anyways, I'll get into that later. So she said, you know, you have been ready and you are here to deliver. You're just afraid to deliver because you feel that it's not enough, that it has to be this grandiose thing, that it has to be monumental, that it has to be this world-changing thing. Well, guess what? It is actually world-changing. What I have, the world fucking needs. And not needs, they require it. And at mass scale. And I'm gonna blast through all kinds of bullshit because there's a lot of bullshit that's being thought by a lot of gods on this planet who have forgotten who they are. And I'm doing this every day. No matter what I have to face, I will plow through. I will not stop. I cannot stop. And so my belief systems, my conditioned mind was thinking, I can never do it. No one's gonna listen to me. I'll never get it. I'll never get there. That's a lie. I'm doing it right now. I'm not here to prove anything to anyone. I'm just here to tell you and remind you of who you are and help you to remember exactly as you are. To have compassion, of course, to help you to just know you didn't come here to waste time. But too many of you who come on this stream are straight up wasting time. I hate to say this to you all, but you either get your asses in gear or get owned by the universe. It is just that simple. If you desire to live your greatest life, you're gonna have to change your beliefs and you're gonna have to change how you see reality. You know who you are. I don't have to say a name because you know exactly who you are. But you know what's gonna stop you? Your fears of what people are gonna think about you. Because you think that you can't change. You think that if I change this belief, it's like insanity. That why should I change my beliefs? Well, are you living your greatest life? Are you happy? And I know I'm not going to bring your name up because we already talked about it. When someone said, I'm only 50% happy, that's fucking stupid. Straight up, that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. 50% happy? You're supposed to be 100% happy. There is no 50% bullshit. Happiness, no. You shouldn't accept 50%, but that's what I'm saying. What you accept and expect is what you're going to get. It is just that simple. So the conditioned mind started when we were a child. Through social conditioning, through parental conditioning, through school conditioning. These are the three big ones. Nothing's to be blamed though, because how could you know? You took in what your parents said. You took in what teachers said. You took in what society said. Your logical center did not kick in. You did not have your intellect and your intelligence as a child just yet. Majority of us, that is, who are going through the adult phase right now. There's a lot of kids who are being born right now who remember everything and they have no limits. That's why they're able to do things that are like, how is that possible? Like, for example, there's a 2-year-old boy, actually he's 3 now, who is like a whiz at math. Like he can solve complicated, complex problems with his hands without using some calculator. How does he know that? Well, this is a great example of, in one of his previous incarnations, he was a math dude and he desired to come back knowing math and inspiring others at a young age. That kid is going to go and do some incredible things in this world. Not to say that nobody else can't do incredible things. Each of us can do incredible things if you choose to believe that about yourself. But it's a belief. But if your beliefs say, I can't change my beliefs about my beliefs, notice the paradox there. I can't change my beliefs about my beliefs. That's the conditioned mind kicking in. It's the conditioning mind kicking in, because it feels like it's going to be this arduous task to change. But the thing is, you can change by choosing a choice to change. It really is just that simple. Why a lot of people fight for holding on to what they think is true is because it threatens their very existence. Because their identity gets stirred up, because the part of the brain that keeps your survival mechanism alive is where your identity is also tied to. So you tie your identity to your beliefs, not knowing that it's actually, you're beyond your beliefs. You're literally beyond your beliefs, y'all. That's how powerful you are. But you're gonna have to see that differently. See, I see a bunch of people on a Sunday in a bus having to go to a place they probably absolutely hate. Or perspective, I see a bunch of souls who are in a bus that's going to a place they absolutely love. But 9 times out of 10, most people are doing things they absolutely hate. They don't enjoy what they love. They hate what they do, and that's the reason why it's imperative that you go inwards and figure out what it is that you choose to entertain as your truth, and live from the state of being whatever it is that you desire, and not settling for anything less. Because when you love what you do what you love, you feel the way you desire to be, and you be the way you desire to feel, the universe has no choice but to surrender, because you have now taken discipline over the universe, and it has no choice but to bring forth whatever you desire in every present moment. But if you can't discipline yourself and your conditioned mind, then the universe is going to damn well discipline you. You best believe that. You are going to be reality's bitch. Plain and simple. I can't spell it out any clearer than that. You will be reality's bitch. If you have anybody pointing fingers in your face or telling you what you should believe, then you're reality's bitch right now. And if I remember correctly, you are the creator. So how can the creator be a bitch? You are so powerful that you forget how powerful you are. But your conditioned mind, my conditioned mind, played this bullshit game saying, I'm not powerful, or I should give up my power, because if I believe this thing, then everyone around me will disown me and I'm going to be ostracized. Fuck that. Do you think I give a rat's flying F If I'm ostracized, fuck no. I've walked this journey alone for a very, very long time, and I can do it again if I really had to. I came here to deliver the message that you are the creator, whether you like it or not. You don't have to choose to entertain it as long as you're living your greatest life. I don't care what you believe in. But I will not sit back and watch any of you just play the little victim, because you're not, or I can't do this because of some self-imposed limitation that you impose on yourself based on your belief systems. Because I said, you don't have a belief system. The belief system has you, because every belief is an energy that's attached to you that desires to stay alive, and it desires to stay alive so that it can find a way to materialize, because that's what it is. You have the power within your subconscious. Morning. You have the power in your subconscious to shift at any present moment. That other version of me gave me a prayer bow just now. She didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. For me, a bunch of you, if you're not in resonance with me, will think I am fucking crazy. But guess what? Somewhere deep down inside, you're thinking and feeling the same thing I'm feeling, but you're afraid. It really is just that simple. There is no accents why any of you find me. Because you and me are one and the same. All of us are one and the same. That means that your soul is ready for something more. Because your soul has said, I fucking had enough of my current existence. And it's time to bring the soul who can help the mind break free from a different aspect. That's where I come in. Look, y'all, I'm not perfect. Well, let me rephrase that. Our soul is perfect. Our thinking mind, the third dimensional thinking mind, is not. Our third dimensional thinking mind is not perfect at all, and it never will be. Our soul is perfect. It has all the answers. And all we're doing is simply remembering what we have forgotten. It is just that simple. By the way, in this area, it gets very blurry and very grainy. So whoever's on, just giving you heads up, I might also even lose connection here. It's the weirdest shit. There's a bunch of houses, and you would think that there should be good internet here, and it's actually very terrible. Something about this area, they should just drop a fucking cell tower here and just call it a day. Anyways, doesn't matter. Go ahead and turn to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Our conditioned mind, third dimensional conditioned mind, I shouldn't even call it third dimensional thinking mind. I should call it third dimensional conditioned mind. But anyways, the third dimensional conditioned mind is riddled with lots of limitations. Unless you've tapped beyond the third dimension. What you see with your eyes is not what is actually here. Your eyes is only taking in 0.0035% of fractal light of the electromagnetic spectrum of light. This is now the science aspect. This is not always spiritual woo-woo. I can give fuck all about spiritual woo-woo. I don't consider myself spiritual anymore. I'm just one with the creator. That's it. If I'm going to put myself in a box and label myself, I am one with the creator. no limitations, no self-imposed ideologies, except for I am the creator and everything is one. And when I say everything, I mean everything. From this concrete I'm walking on, from the ants that are on here that I'm making sure I don't step on, because they're sentient beings. Everything is sentient. Now, does that mean I'm going to go and interact with a wasp, knowing that it's going to sting my ass? Of course not. It's remembering that everything is sentient. Not everything desires to be touched, right? For example, imagine someone came up to you and they desire to pet you. Would you like them to pet you? Probably not. It's the same thing that goes with dogs and cats, or squirrels, or any sort of life form. They don't desire to be touched until they feel safe. I'm gonna go this way. Here it gets blurry, very, very blurry. It's the weirdest shit ever that this area is super blurry. Anyways, you know, not that I expect that the live stream will be like this for the rest of my time, where there's like nobody on, or there's no interaction. I'm not looking for interaction. If you desire to interact, by all means, just make sure if you're coming on and interacting, you're coming with, you know, things that actually require to be helped. I'm here to have fun and joke around and all that shit when the time is right. But in the morning times, you all better believe that that's not the time to joke around. So get used to the schedule. This is how it's been. Morning times are more serious. Midday is more, you know, getting shit done. And then the afternoon into evening is more chill. So that's basically a balance right there. So it's not always serious. So if you desire to be more unserious, then come back in the evening time. If you don't like the serious talk in the morning, don't be here in the morning time. Because the morning time is where the deep stuff that you actually should be paying attention to help shift your life. And let me tell you something. I have the power to change anyone's life. I have the ability to change anyone's life. But guess what? It's not me really doing that. It's actually you doing it for yourself. I just have the mirroring to change your life. Once upon a time, I never used to believe that. Because the conditioned mind was like, who are you? You don't know anything. You're stupid. That was a conditioned mind. Well, I have evidential proof now, physical evidential proof, that I've helped many, many people. Now, some, it helped and it stirred some shit and it drove them away. Others, they have continued to stay and listen. It doesn't matter. I've helped many people. I've helped over 300,000 people. If I take all the views I've had, even if it doesn't seem like I'm actually sharing wisdom, I've helped you in some way. Whether I put a smile on your face from just my energy of being who I am. Maybe it was the fitness stuff. Maybe it is the deep philosophy, like the philosophy, the esotericness. Whatever that is, I've done it and I have proof. And only success is inevitable. I'm no longer going to blame some algorithm. It's simply preparing me for what is to come. Last night I decided to imagine myself speaking on stage, and I'm speaking to 100,000 people in a arena or in a stadium. And boy, was it awesome. I started off the chat with, hey, give a round of applause to all the amazing speakers who just spoke. And the audience like cheered, and I'm like, all right, y'all, I'm gonna be real with you. In the next however long this is gonna be, it might be very short and sweet, it could be very long. It all depends. I'm about to take this home, and I'm gonna tell you right now that this is either gonna trigger something inside of you or it's gonna activate something inside of you, depending on where you are in your frequency. Be prepared to get rocked inside out. And I started off, the very first thing I said, you are the creator, and everything that has happened in your life is by your design, because you already came here playing your game. And there are infinite games. It's not just one game. There are multiple games, infinite games, that you can tap in at any time, hence free will. You can go, even there's a game called Changing Your Game of Changing Your Game. That's the game itself that you can tap into. There's a game of changing beliefs. There's a game where you're already speaking to somebody, and everything that they're saying, doing, like either if they're scratching their ears or they're like rubbing their eyes, that's already done. That's not just happening in the moment. That has already been created. You're literally just walking the path, revealing it. It's like right now, I have a little itch in my arm, and that was necessary to explain that this happened exactly the way it's supposed to. Me saying what I just said already was said, already was created. Nothing is by accident, nothing is happening by your will. It's already done. Like that gentleman running. He already ran before he ran. He's just running now and following the path. That lady with the dog over there, they already walked the dog, and that soul in that dog chose to be in that dog. Everything already unfolded exactly as it's supposed to. Me holding this gimbal in my hand was already done before I came here and did this. Everything is already finished. Don't think for a moment that you're creating anything, because you're not. You're just revealing things. I went from believing to faith to knowing to now embodying. I went from being the creator to being the revealer of my reality. I still use the creator because the creator has this idea of like you're creating things, but creation is actually finished. You're not creating, you're revealing. Everything's already revealed. You are already done. Revelation is finished, y'all. You aren't creating shit. You already revealed it. There is no creation. You already revealed everything into your reality. That's how this works. The other thing I have to share with you is that everything that you have created has served you. All the so-called narcissists, they don't actually exist. That label has to be thrown out the door, because here's the paradox of this. No one is born a narcissist. And even I have to disagree with Pete, because I'm not going to agree with everything he says. I don't agree with everything that Nero or Pete says. I listen to it, but a narcissist isn't born. A narcissist is created or revealed based on what other people project onto them, and then they take it on as their truth, aka the conditioned mind. It is just that simple. The only reason why they're acting the way they're acting is simply because they're unaware of how they're acting. I shared something with a sister of ours that sometimes she acts like that. That doesn't mean she is that. She has taken back her sovereignty, but she also has to remember to listen, because that's the one thing she is terrible at doing, is listening. But she is on her own journey. She knows who she is. I don't even have to say her name. In fact, she probably is on right now. And her belief system is going to get activated, and she's going to either fight back or she's going to hear it, and that's something that she can improve on, since I'm her mirror. And then of course she's going to feel attacked, so then she's going to fight back. That's how this is, people, because it threatens your identity. It's not actually you. You are the creator. You are the revealer. You are the infinite. And that's why I said you must master your nervous system to a point where nothing bothers you. I'm on the journey of mastering the nervous system right now. In fact, I've already fucking mastered it. And all I gotta do is just tap into the frequency of it already mastered. It is just a choice, a decision, and a perspective. But what's gonna get in the way is, of course, the conditioned third dimensional mind, the domesticated version of myself, and the programmed mind, because that's what gets in the way. We're entering month number 9 into this live stream. Number 9. It's going to be a fascinating month. Month number 9, y'all. July 25th. It's going to be fascinating. You know, the thing is, I'm not here to talk bad about anybody. I don't give a fuck about that. I came here to deliver a message. But sometimes the soul has to just let shit out like that. And it may feel like a personal attack. If you're feeling a personal attack, then that's clearly something that you have to go deal with. If I'm feeling a personal attack, then I deal with it. I'm like, okay, let's see. Why is this person saying this about me? Do they even know who I am? Have they lived my experience? Fuck no, they have not. So they can judge all they desire. And the moment you judge me, you separated yourself. Congratulations. The same goes for me. The moment I judge, I separated. Congratulations, you separated. We're not here to separate. We're here to unite. Look at that. 7 people, 1 like, and I have almost 71% on the battery. Anyways, back to what I was saying. The conditioned mind gets threatened a lot. It gets threatened because the identity that you have formed with your beliefs, because your beliefs has formed your identity, and you think that that's you, taken control over you, but it isn't you. But your subconscious, based on emotions, thinks it's you, and the subconscious only sees things as truth based on energetic momentum, aka energy in motion. So if this is what you truly believe about yourself, then that's what the subconscious mind will entertain, because of reinforced energy that you have poured into. I just said there's no truth on this planet. The truth is, there are no truths. That's the truth. And that's the paradox right there. Listen carefully. The truth is, there are no truths. The truth is you. And that's a paradox. The answer is you. And what you choose to entertain is what you are going to expect and call forth into your desired reality. Is that Muscle Man? It might be. No, it's not. Morning. I came here to deliver a message. Now, whether people like me or they hate me, I don't really care anymore. I came here to deliver a message. I'm not here to be loved by everyone. Now, of course, I would love for everybody to, enjoy my time, but I'm shifting and evolving. And I'm so sorry for all of you who knew me 6 months ago and that they see the change in me. And they're like, you changed, Andre. Yes, you're right, I've changed. My name is Orion now. O-R-I-O-N. Because I simply remembered everything as much as I'm supposed to remember. Morning. And I cannot go back to the way I was, but yes, I can do better with my compassion. I love people, I always will, but I also will not, I will say this again, I will not stop sharing what I'm sharing. You are the creator. It is just that simple. You're not just human, you are God. You are the creator. Plain and simple. Welcome back to the Daily Water, y'all. Welcome back to the Daily Water. There's a lot of water right now. There's a lot more water. There's a little bit more rain. I could just never talk about this whole you are the creator idea again, ever. But I'm so sorry, but I will not stop talking about that because that is who you are. Until any of you are meant to remember. I'm just here to deliver a message. Sometimes when you deliver something, it might not be received well. I'm aware of that. I'm not here to be some meanie, some cruel monster. I'm here to help you to remember. And if I have to play the villain, just so that you can understand, then I will. But I don't desire to because I know that you're capable of understanding without me having to make you understand. Because somewhere deep down inside, you are feeling the same way I used to feel, frustrated, angry, annoyed. There's something more, but you simply won't allow yourself to listen because your belief systems have you. You all have the capability to change yourself at any time. All of you. I did it. I'm still doing it. Some may project that, well, if you're changing yourself all the time, then do you not know who you are? Oh, I know exactly who I am. And I'm always shifting and evolving. That aligns with me in every present moment. I will not stop aligning with myself. You know what I'm saying? My life has changed inside out even in the last 2 months. I came here to love everyone. I came here to serve everyone. I came here to be of service to everyone. Even if I project from your perspective some hostile energy, there is no hostility. I don't have time to be angry at any of you. I can be annoyed at some of you, yes, but I don't have time for that, because if I go back to 2024, November 25th, 2024, none of you even existed in my reality, so it doesn't really matter. I can go back there and detach as if you never existed, but I can't, because I love you all too damn much. And I will continue to do what I'm doing, no matter what, always. I know Olga specifically, and I'm mentioning her name. She better be on and she better be hearing this. I know Olga doesn't really like Orion. She misses the Andre dude. But I'm so sorry, Olga. I am evolving. You're gonna have to get used to this. If you don't like the Orion dude, then you may as well detach and go your separate way from him. Because I am who I am now. I will always love you no matter what. Same goes with anyone else who has come and gone. You can remove me from your existence as if I never existed. It doesn't make me sad. In fact, it would be better that any of you who don't resonate with me remove me from your existence. I'm only interested in those who desire to keep growing and evolving and expanding and are open to new possibilities and ideas. Doesn't mean that I'm not open. I'm very, very open. But the thing is, because I have now seen a lot of how reality works, unless you have seen it for yourself and you also understand, you would actually be in resonance with me. But most of you are giving me this human perspective that I've already been through. Doesn't mean I can't be aware of something. Of course I can. I'm always open. But there's things that like are truly like mesmerizing, and then there are things that are like it's like, why am I even entertaining this in my thought right now? Like, I remember a brother saying, the way you're speaking, it's like crazy, bro. Yeah, because the crazy ones change the world, man. The simple, the sea of sameness doesn't change the world. They conform. I'm not conforming. I will not conform. I'm so sorry, but I will not conform. I came here to purge a lot of bullshit. Honestly, to be quite frank with y'all, like, I love the earth. I love the earth. I love everyone, but I'm also kind of done. It's not that when I say I'm done, it doesn't mean that I'm frustrated or I'm mad. No, I'm just done. Like, I feel like I've served who I came here to serve, but I know that the universe is like, no, you didn't. You have 1 billion plus people to serve. We ain't done. You're gonna have to blast through a little bit of so-called resistance based on maybe a belief system that I still have to dismantle, which I'm dismantling it in every present moment. And I will continue to change and evolve in every present moment. I will not stay the same. Staying the same is conformity. I can definitely be nicer though, yes. But there's a lot of souls who come on who are just wasting my time and my energy with their bullshit. They know who they are. I don't like talking about anybody, but you are wasting time and energy. Asking me all kinds of dumbass questions like, what's a question that's ridiculous, I should say. I mean, no question's stupid. Let me just preference that. But part of me, when some questions are asked, it's like you're killing my neurons. And I would rather my neurons be growing than dying when I have to see some of those questions. Like, a question is, are you with the, like, are you dating someone? Or a question is, like, they ask me a question like, do you like this? There's no relevance to there's like zero relevance to whatever they're asking in that moment. This live stream is not your standard YouTube live stream. I'm so sorry. Like, it's not a live stream where there's 10 million people screaming and talking about all kinds of bullshit. I'm not even fighting. I am allowing it to unfold exactly the way it's supposed to. It is basically based on my energy though. So that's why I'm always tuning in and seeing, what can I shift while being who I'm supposed to be and not parading around with a mask. Because I will not parade around with any mask on. Personally, this is all I desire right now, and I'm going to declare it. Universe, I'm not going to work hard for any money. You are going to deliver it from within, and I will draw it out by taking the aligned actions I'm supposed to. Then I'm financially free, and I disappear from all social media, and I will not be heard by anybody unless I choose to be heard, unless I choose for others to hear me. Because I will serve, but I will not entertain personal connections anymore, unless it's my romantic partner, because that's all I desire. Other than that, everybody else, well, unless I choose to have you in my life, you will not be in my life. I love everybody. I desire to be connected with everybody, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm done. I'm like done. I've been done for a while. I've been done for a hot minute now. It's funny, last year, I felt the same way, but I was in a much darker space. This time, it's like, I feel fulfilled. I created all the feelings I ever desired within myself. I know what it feels like to sit in my Supra. I know what it feels like to be in my penthouse. I know what it feels like to have the healing resort. I know what it feels like to date a hot, gorgeous, sexy woman, making love to her. I know what it feels like to impact the world. Because I created all those feelings within, and I'm good. What do you think we are doing what we're doing? Because it's based on how we feel, not what we think. So my conditioned third dimensional mind, it's time for you to start to disappear out of my existence and start really with the four-dimensional mind and going beyond, transcending beyond. Because there's a lot more to transcend beyond. So I declare in this moment that my third dimensional mind disappears for good. that I only start operating from the 4D, 50, 6D, 7D, 8D, 9D, 10D, 11D, 12D, 13D, 14D, 15D, and beyond. Multi-dimensional being. I love people. I don't question that ever anymore. I love people with every fiber of my soul, and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I used to be very angry and bitter. I love people so much that maybe I get a little annoyed that they simply are just not listening, but it's okay. It's where they are. And I let go of, if I'm gonna also do this, I'm just gonna share. If nobody cares to listen to what I'm saying, no big deal. Take it or leave it. Letting go of that outcome too. Today is it? No, today is the 29th. I thought today was the 30th. Tomorrow's the 30th. Tomorrow is the final day of June. And we truly enter summer because July and August are like summer, are the summer months. And in every present moment, I can recreate myself anew. So right now, I'm going to just speak to myself. So if any one of you is listening, this is just a conversation with myself. With myself, for myself, by myself, through myself, as myself. Orion. Yes. How do you really feel about the live stream? Be honest. Well, it's not going as I expected. I know there's a part of you who you're feeling a little saddened that a lot of people are not showing up anymore. Yeah, a little saddened by that. I'm not going to deny that. However, it just shows that everything's unfolding exactly the way it is because that's the third dimensional thinking mind that's getting in the way, that it has to be this way. No, it doesn't have to. Even if there's no one on, I'm here to serve. Because I'm serving me in the end. This was originally my live stream for myself. I didn't think anybody in the beginning was ever going to come onto this channel to watch me speak. I didn't think anybody would ever come on this channel and have a conversation with me. So in the end, everything is a bonus. Who showed up? But I gotta keep going, no matter what. No matter what it looks like now. I simply can't stop. But I also have to remove some who are not in alignment. I don't care if they agree with me or not. I can feel when I feel in alignment. That doesn't mean I'm separating. It just means that it doesn't feel in alignment. Alignment is necessary. It's like spending time with like 5 drug addicts and being the 6th. Why would I do that? I respect the drug addicts because they're me, but at the same time, it's not where I'm at. There's discernment to be had. So, for those who are still bitter and angry, you came to find me so I can help you. You don't desire my help. And you talk about all kinds of other bullshit that has no relevance to what I'm sharing. Yeah. Also, for those of you who keep calling me Orion with and don't know how to spell my name, go and look up Orion Star Belt and embed that name into your subconscious. It's very disrespectful, actually, for all of you who keep mispronouncing my name or don't call me by my name. Because if you're gonna just call me O, that's disrespectful to me. You will not disrespect me on my own live stream. You will call me Orion, because that is my name now. If you had just met me for the first time and I said my name is Orion, Orion, would you not be calling me Orion? Of course you would. So get it into your heads that it is Orion. Right now I'm gonna let out a little bit of steam, a little anger. It has nothing towards anybody. I'm just letting it out so I can free myself of any energy that's still lingering. I'm sick and tired of people coming on and not spelling my name correctly. That pisses me off. Okay, so that's the third dimensional mind kicking in. Yes, it pisses me off. It desires to derail me. But I'm not going to get pissed off, because I know the egregore is watching, and it's like it's waiting to feast on me. It's okay. It's not always about high vibe. It's having discernment and the perceptions of being angry. It's simply just allowing myself to be angry and releasing the energy. That's number one. Okay, Orion, what else? What else is bothering you? That just things that are like, there are just absolutely ridiculous things that people come on the live stream and start throwing their garbage at me with their nonsense. Like, just shut your mouths, basically. Plain and simple. So you don't desire people to share their perspectives. Oh no, I desire people to share their perspectives. But I keep reminding everyone that they are the creator. And if they keep with their bullshit of this human aspect, unless it has something that's very, like the tree thing, or using water, if they're coming at me with their like, but I'm not God, get the fuck out of here with that, please. I'm not here for that. You're just like every other person at this point who keeps buying into I'm only human. No, you're human and God. So that's out of my system now. Won't be talking about that again. All right, Orion, what else is bothering you? People projecting their perceptions onto me and misperceiving me based on what they think they know about me. Okay? Well, I know that everyone is me, and everyone has their own misperceptions and perceptions, because no one will ever know the real you. They can never know the real you, so why does that bother you, Orion? You're right, that shouldn't bother me. Cool. Now we're done with that one. Next. What else you got, Orion? Let's tackle all these things right now while we're at the water. This is perfect right now. You're at the water to purge all this more heavier energy. You're not angry, you're not mad, and you're not sad, and you're not bitter, but you do have a little bit of heavier energy that has to be released. What else is bothering you? And remember, Orion, before you say what you're about to say, you're not a victim. You're right, I'm not. It's based on my frequency. It's paying attention to my subconscious and checking the programs that are running. All I care about is leaving Toronto right now living in my penthouse or just living in San Diego, thriving in a beautiful home. I desire my penthouse, and I'm having that. I'm settled with that. Well, you remember, what you expect is what you're going to get, but at the same time, maybe there's something even better than that penthouse. Yeah, I'm open to even something that or better. So, but I desire that because I get to see the ocean, the mountains, Coronado Bridge. It's right by downtown, and I love it. Yeah, I love the energy. That's the reason why I chose that penthouse. All I care about is moving away from Toronto once and for all. I'll come back and visit here and there. It won't be very long. Living with my divine life partner, having the greatest life ever, serving the world with so much magic. But I recognize right now that there's still a lot of improvement when it comes to service. There's tons of improvement when it comes to service. But it's happening exactly the way it's supposed to because it's preparing me for what's to come. That's the reason why the live streams are happening the way they are. The ups, the downs, the highs, the lows. Success is inevitable for me. It is inevitable because it is inevitable right now. That I can have anything, I can be anything, I can have anyone. Not that I own them, but I can be with anyone. But there is no limits. The limits are only the limits I place upon my mind. So subconscious, you better be paying fucking attention right now. This is to you specifically. You best believe that time is up. It's no more subconscious, it's now supraconscious mind. Supraconscious mind, I declare that you take over and you rid the subconscious mind fully. I declare that everything about me is either shifted to what I desire or get me into alignment with what I'm supposed to be. I know everything is happening exactly as it is because I see it happening. You just let me know when it's supposed to happen. And it can happen in every present moment, or it can happen when the moment is supposed to show up. But I'll be ready because I'm ready. I've been ready for a very long time. Just like what Angel said, you've been ready for a long time to serve. Well, now I'm serving. Maybe I could be kinder, though, about how I serve. I can always improve on that. Yes, Orion, you can, but you also have to make sure that you stay truly authentically you. Doesn't mean you're being an asshole when you're serving. It just means that sometimes you have to deliver the message to everyone who might be feeling like you're projecting some sort of like egotistical, maniacal idea. I'm aware of that because I know where they are on their belief system. I know they're going to be like, well, how do you know? You didn't live my life. I didn't live your life, but I have a lot of your so-called heavier vibration experiences of hate, of anger, of sadness, of depression, of madness. I've had them all. And the one who has experienced it is the one who can help. Not many people have faced depression. Not many people have faced a lot of people have faced being angry, but doesn't know what true despair or true hate is. A lot of people throw around that word, I hate people, but they really don't even know what the word hate is. They can't even describe what hate is. And I wore that as a badge of fucking honor for a very, very, very long time. I'm so glad that I don't care about being the most hateful person on the planet. I do care about being the most loving person on the planet, but that is third dimensional thinking right there. Orion, do you love everyone? Be honest. It's okay if you say no. I do love everyone. I do love everyone because everyone is me. How can I not? I may not enjoy their personality. I may not resonate with their personality, but that has nothing to do with who they are, because they just created a facade, and I can see the facades. That's why I just don't enjoy some people's facades. But that doesn't mean I don't love them. I love them very, very much. That dude had great control over his dogs. I may not enjoy some people's personalities, but their personality is not their reality. Their personality is just a facade that they've created. It's a mask, basically. I see a lot of masks. Now, I'm not here to rip off their mask. That's not my role. My role is to show that you are wearing a mask and that you actually are the creator, who is boundless, limitless, infinite, because you have it all. And so I can confidently say that I absolutely love people. They may not love me, and that's okay. I'm not here to be loved by everyone. I'm not here to... I would love if everybody loved me, yes, but I'm not here for that. That would be the third dimensional thinking mind, feeling its pretentiousness and holier than now. I will not call it ego. It's so fascinating how each of these words, they have truly some magnetic energy. I was just like tuning into the word ego again, and how ego has now shifted for me. I guess I'm a really, really deep, introspective person who likes to really go deep on very, very deep things, that I don't care for the so-called surface level, everyday, run-of-the-mill things. That's why I like when I have conversations with others who can match my frequency and give me and mirror back to me things that are like, oh, that's a great way of thinking, of saying that. Thank you so much. That's the reason why I enjoy certain energies. I really enjoy having conversation with certain people who really, you can say, expand my neurons. I love everybody because everyone's soul is one soul. I may not enjoy others' personalities because their personality is not who they are. Their personality is a facade. That doesn't mean I don't love them. I love them so fucking much. No one can ever doubt me in my love for people. Nobody. Not a damn soul on this planet can doubt my love for all of humanity. I don't care who you are, or what you look like, or what name you have, or what skin color you are. I fucking love you. Period. The fucking end. because that's how much I love people. Ah, the doggy went in the water. I love humanity. That's the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I love everyone so damn much. I desire for others to know who they are. They deserve it. They deserve to know who they are. All of you do. An angel said it yesterday. She said, they deserve to know at mass scale, and that's what I'm doing, and I'm going to continue to do that. No matter what I have to plow through, no matter what I have to plow through, I am doing that. That is, period, the end. I'm fucking doing that shit. I won't stop. Because you deserve to know who you are. The other version of you. Yes, you are who you are right now, but there's a deeper version of you lingering that you deserve to know. And that's why I do what I do. I'm more convicted more than ever now. Thank you, other version of me, inside of me, for having this conversation, because now I'm very fucking clear why I'm doing it, because they deserve to know. Now, if they don't care to know, that's not my concern, but they at least deserve to know who they are. Because it's their birthright to know that they're the creator, that they're the revealer, that they're God, that they're the universe, that they're Allah, that they're Jesus, that they're Moses, that they're Abraham, that they're Muhammad, that they're Krishna, that they're Brahma, that they're Shiva and Shakti, that they're Yahweh, that they're Jehuti, that they're Shu, that they're Thoth, that they're Lao Tzu, that they're Buddha, if I didn't say Buddha already, that they're Yogananda, that they're one with everything, and they're not less than those other souls. They're one with everyone. It's equal. That's why you deserve to know that. And every one of them exists. They all exist. You all deserve to know who you are. All of you do. You are Yogananda, you are Jesus, you are Buddha, you are Krishna, you are Brahma, you are Shakti, you are Shiva, you are Allah, you're Yahweh, you're Jehuti, you're Muhammad, you're Moses, you're Abraham, you're every one of them. You're Shu, you're Thoth, you're also King Ramses, you're Queen Isis. You're every one of them, because everyone is one thing. But we have created this thing called separation, and we've been sold a massive fucking story that is so believable that you can't unbelieve that it's believable. It's a paradox. I know others are going to think I'm fucking crazy, and I don't care if they think I'm crazy, because I'm not. It's the crazy ones who change the world. It's the crazy ones that change the world. No, you're good. You're good. Look, y'all. We got Bubbas. We got Bubbas. See? We got the Bubbas. They're hanging out here, getting some water. You too. That was beautiful. I got to see Bubbas. Everybody deserves to know who they are. But the conditioned mind has has really entrenched you into the idea that you're just this thing. You are so fucking powerful, so magnetic. And I'm telling you, if this doesn't feel like empowerment, then I honestly don't know what the fuck to say. Because like, how can you deny your majesticness, your power? How can you deny who you are? How can you? When you know that you're the creator. I know why you're going to deny it. I know clear as day why you're going to deny that. For some of you, it's because it takes a lot of responsibility that you don't desire to be having, because now it's easier to, pass blame, or like have someone else do it, or follow the lead and not lead yourself. I know it's easier because it's safety, it's conformity, it's there's safety in playing, dimming your light. I'm not going to say playing small. It's safety in dimming your light because it's conformity. However, I'm going to share this again. You all are so powerful that you have no idea how powerful you are. That's how powerful you are. You have the power of God inside of you because you are the creator. All of us are. We're all equal. There's no difference between you, me, or anyone on the planet. Even the ones that you look up to, you're not looking up to them. You admire their ability because you have that ability too. That's why you admire it. They're just mirroring back an aspect of who you actually are. You just have to tap in and not be afraid of it. That's all it is. It's just that simple. Like for me, it's The Rock. I admire that dude so much. You know why I admire that dude? I know a lot of people may not like him, but a lot of people do. He's the most charismatic individual on the planet. He is loved by a lot. He does things on social media of like with his kids. He plays tea party with them, with the girls, but then he taps into his grinding mode. And I used to look up to The Rock, but I don't look up to him anymore. I look with him as equal. He's no better than me, and I'm no better than him, because I respect him, because he's me, and he's just showing what is possible because I have everything that he is. We all have everything that each other has. We're all one thing. Now, you may say, but I can't lift like 100-pound dumbbells like him. Yeah, but I can lift 30 pounds. I can lift 40 pounds. I'm not competing. I'm not comparing. I used to compare. There's no comparison anymore. You were born exactly as you are, the uniquely created masterpiece. But the conditioned mind is going to jump in and it's going to be like, blah, 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 blah. It's going to do all kinds of stuff. Y'all, you deserve to know how powerful you are. You deserve to know that you are beyond extraordinary. You deserve to know that. That's why I keep doing what I'm doing. I may seem, sometimes I'm like a villain. There is an anime character. His name is Itachi Uchiha. Itachi. For those of you who watch Naruto, you know exactly who I'm referring to. For those who haven't, his name is Itachi Uchiha. And when I first started watching Naruto, he was portrayed as the villain because he killed Sasuke, which is his younger brother, his parents, and all of the Uchiha clan. So Sasuke and Itachi were the last two of the Uchiha clan. Or so they thought. And so Itachi actually had he had to play a double agent. he had to play the double role. He was both hero and villain. He was a hero to the Hidden Leaf Village, to the superiors of the Hidden Leaf Village, but he was a villain to the rest of the people of that village because he slaughtered all of the people. Because he was doing, he's a kind soul, and why he did what he did was because the Uchiha clan was going to create a rebellion against the Hidden Leaf and destroy the people of the Hidden Leaf. So he had to, it was one thing or the other. So he did what he had to do. And when he went to slaughter his parents says, "You are such a kind son. We love you. Just do me one thing. Please take care of Sasuke." And of course, he had tears coming down his eyes as he did what he did to his mom and dad. He didn't desire to do it, but there was no choice in the matter. Well, you remember, it's just an anime, right? But the thing is, he portrayed a villain for almost 10 fucking years of Naruto until we saw a different light of him, a different perspective. I'm like, oh, I get you. That's the same thing that goes for anybody in our reality. We don't know who or what is facing what or dealing with what. By the way, Water, thank you so much for this time. You really helped me to purge a lot of the heavy energy that's out of me now. It's gone. Thank you so much. I love you, Water. I appreciate you very, very much. I'll see you tomorrow again. I look forward to whatever you have for me and for us. I love you, Water. I'll see you. We've been here for about 40 minutes, give or take, sitting. And Itachi, when I came to find out that he was actually the hero, but he had to play the villain role to do what he came here to do, I was like, oh my god, that's kind of basically me. That's literally me. Holy shit, y'all. That's actually me. I know some brothers and sisters really hate my guts right now for the way I've been acting, many things I said. I mean none of you any harm. I mean you no disrespect or no insults when I share what I share. But I have to share what I have to share. I have to share what is necessary. Because all of you deserve to know who you are. It is just that simple. And if I don't share what I share, then I don't fulfill my destiny. I came here to just be a mirror, nothing more. It's crystal fucking clear exactly what I came here to do now. A year ago, I was struggling, I was upset, I was mad at the world again. I was not clear, I was frustrated, I was annoyed, I was irritated, I was everything last year at this time. You know, when I'm raising my voice, it's not about yelling, it's about passion, because I feel I'm an igniter. I ignite flames within your own flame. It's like when Charizard in Pokemon, his flame was about to go out, and Ash stayed up all night and rubbed him and kept him warm, and his flame got stronger and stronger. And that was the turning point for Charizard to love Ash. He still shot fire at him at times, because Charizard was very rebellious. But that episode really hit my soul because it showed me that Charizard could change. Yes, I know Charizard is a Pokemon, but Ash showed me that no matter what, that he was never going to give up on his Pokemon. He's like, Charizard, I hate you. No, he never did that once. He loved Charizard so damn much. He even sent Charizard away to get training, and Charizard got training, and Charizard would always come back at the right moment to help Ash with something. I miss the old episode of Pokemon. I'm here to reignite that flame that maybe has gone a little quiet, or maybe it's starting to feel like it's disappeared. I ignite flames within. It's like I'm the candle who can light 8 billion different flames from one flame. We have that power, all of us do. You have that same power I do. I'm no different. I'm just tapped into a frequency that allows me to do that right now. I care so fucking much about people. You know, part of me is like, why do I care so much about people? That's the third dimensional thinking mind, by the way. Getting a little emotional, which is okay. There's no judgment. You know, I ask myself, why do I care about people? Why do I care about humanity? Well, it's simple. I just do. I just care about everybody because everybody is me. Morning. I care about everyone because everyone is me. And I am everyone. We're all one. How can I not? I care about everyone. Even so-called enemies that I've had in the past. I love everybody so damn much that I just wish that I could just put my fucking heart out into the damn sky and everybody can just be at peace in this planet. You know what I'm saying? Every time I think about this, it always brings a little tear to my eye. I just desire to put this pink heart in the sky so that everybody can just feel this love emanating, so they know something out there actually loves them, and that they know that they're always going to be guided no matter what. That's what I care about. That doesn't, I used to just be sacrificing myself for the greater good. I'm not sacrificing, I'm also adding myself to this. It's one with all of you. Morning. It's one with all of you. I love the fact that the question why was left by Mr. Neo. And I mean, I know not everybody cares for my love. I'm not saying on a live stream, I'm just meaning in general, in all of humanity. I know not everybody will care for my love. They don't desire for me to love them. In fact, some desire me to hate them. They desire for me to feed their hate. I'm not gonna do that though. Some may come and fight me based on just me being this loving person. I'm not here to fight anyone anymore. I've been fighting all my life. I came here to love and support. Maybe in the process, yes, I caused chaos, but that was necessary because There's going to be someone, practice love, y'all. There's going to be someone else that maybe carries on what I have shared with all of you from a different perspective. I'm simply preparing you for what's coming. The earth is always changing and evolving. You can see that clearly right now. Right now, there's a lot of upheaval because a lot of systems are being dismantled. There's a lot of change because a lot of people feel all this injustice and all the stuff that's happening on the planet. Because it's time for a change, because a lot of people can't see things the way it used to be anymore. Just like I. But I've transcended beyond the earth stuff. I'm here to tap into your multi-dimensional version of you. You're not just an earthling. You are a God. You are in this world, but not of this world. Let me repeat that one more time. You are in this world, and yes, you live in this world. You're not escaping the matrix because you are part of the matrix. The matrix is part of you. But you're not of this world. Meaning that you came to Earth to do some stuff, to then leave. It's just a moment, a blip. I know what it feels like to have conviction energy now. I've tapped into it quite a few times now, since I was mirrored back by Nero and Pete, because they mirrored back exactly what is necessary to bring forth what I desire. And not just the live stream, but I mean anything in my reality. I got to tell the girl that I absolutely love and adore, the one that I love the most, I got to tell her that I love her. I told her that I loved her from the moment I saw her. Morning, morning. I told her clear as day, with no fear, that I said, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, no matter who you're with, that I will always love you. And then I sang Die with a Smile to her. I sang that song to her. Why did I do that? Because my soul feels fulfilled. I don't require to be with her. I'm happy she found her partner because it released a lot of energy that was lingering, because I have conviction that I know that I already have everything inside of me. Morning. That I have conviction within inside of me that everything is fulfilled. My destiny is fulfilled. I live in San Diego, fulfilled. I have the dream, not even a dream partner, the reality partner. The partner of my divine expression. That's done. I have all of the resources at my disposal. I get to be me. I have so much conviction now. And you can say you can say this is what I'm mirroring back to you, the inner conviction, the fuel. It's the jet fuel to bring forth what you desire. Everything that you desire is already here in the now, y'all. But I know the conditioned mind is going to get in the way. It gets in my way. Not often anymore, but it does like to come with its bullshit, because it's an entity attempting to stay alive, and it's attempting to materialize itself because it knows it's very sneaky. It's very sneaky. The mind is a very sneaky thing. When you're aware of something, now you can either allow it or catch it and not accept it. Everyone on the planet is a blank slate who has forgotten that they're a blank slate, that they are infinite. based on their ideology and their perceptions of who they are. Everyone is a blank slate. Before all the conditioning, the domestication, and the programming, everyone is a blank slate. Everyone's unconditional love. They just forgot that. Some have to be reminded, some are starting to feel it, some already know it. You deserve to know who you actually are. Sovereign being. The being of both shadow and light. The being who can do anything and is everything. Because that's who you are. There's no denying it. I get to see 11111 at 9/11. How awesome is that? You are the being of unconditional love. You're not a hateful person. You're not an angry person. You are not a sad or depressed person. These are just things that showed up and that you associated it to as your identity, but it's not you. If you ask yourself the question, who am I? You probably may say your name. But if you really ask that question without saying your name, really ask yourself, who are you? You'll probably get nothing in return. Because you cannot be described. You are boundless. You are infinite. You are so powerful. You are so magnetic. You have so much capabilities that you can't even comprehend how much capabilities you have, because that's how powerful and majestic and magical you are. You're not just this human avatar with limitations imposed by yourself or others who impose it onto you, even though you actually took it in as your truth and imposed it onto yourself, because it all comes down to you in the end. Because the subconscious mind only takes in what's true and what you entertain as true. And notice the paradox. If you can shift your perspective, change your life. It is just that simple. Morning. It is just that simple, y'all. But what's going to get in the way is your belief systems, that your belief systems can't change because of your belief systems. It's a paradox on top of another paradox. And how do you get out of a paradox? It's a choice. It's literally a choice. It is a choice. Did you know you're not obligated to think the thoughts you're thinking? Did you know that you're not obligated to feel the thoughts you're feeling? Did you know that you're not obligated to be who you think you are, and actually you're meant to be who you're meant to supposed to be? The creator, the infinite. That is who you are. You are the infinite. You are the all that is. I know that when someone else tells you who you are, it's gonna threaten your identity. Trust me, I know. If someone tells me I'm human, yeah, that irks me, because they're just labeling me as I'm just that. No, I'm that and beyond that. I'm everything and beyond. I think they're playing women's football. Very nice. Yep, they're playing women's football. Very nice, very nice. Doing good? Very good. I love that. That puts a smile on my face. This is like teamwork. Ah. They're having fun, and she's showing them how to throw the football. It's pretty awesome. Very nice. See, that's the spirit of humanity right there. Having fun. That's what we're here to do, having fun. We're here to have fun, y'all. No more wars, no more shit. Just fun with each other. I am gonna go into the bathroom quickly and use it. I'm gonna quickly jump in the bathroom. Don't worry, you all won't see or hear. I will just mute the camera and the microphone. I was like, I have to really use the bathroom. Well, I was like, oh my God. All right, y'all. Give me a moment. I will pause the live stream. We're gonna go ahead and pause the live stream now. So I'm gonna go jump in the bathroom quickly. Uno momento. All right, y'all, we're back. We're back. We're back. That felt so good. I was holding in for a while. All right, as we continue, before we continue actually, there's some duck bubbas over there. There's a father and a bubba over there. So let's go over here for a moment. You get some more water. We're by the Bob Ross painting. Hi, duck bubbas. Hi, bubbas. I don't have anything for you today. You both are so toot. You so toot. Actually, bye, bubbas. Actually, every one of you is actually toot. If you didn't know that. You're all toot bubbas. Every one of you is toot bubbas. You are all still babies in, and that's not disrespectful. Listen carefully when I say that. You're all still babies in an adult body. You still have those little hands and the little feet and the little nose and the little eyes, because that's who you are. Don't think you came into the earth as the adult. No, 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 no. You came into the earth as a child. And guess what? The universe still sees you as a child, even no matter what age you become. You can be 30 years old, 50 years old, you're still a child to the universe. You will always be a child. You're not some adult, you're a child. And you're meant to be magical as a child. You're not meant to just be the adult who's just intellectual. You are a child. Child of infinite possibilities. I mentioned to you all that there's the 6 eyes. not 6 actual like eyeballs, but 6 like letter eyes. You're the intelligent, you are the intellect, you are the innocent, you are the imaginative, you are the intuitive, because the intuition kicks in as both child and adult, which then forms the infinite version of you. And then, of course, you are power, you are peaceful, and you are present. You are power, you are peace, and you are presence. You're these 3. I have so many different analogies and acronyms. One can say I could write a book, but I'm not here to write a book. I'm here to tell a story through video. Every day is a story. In every present moment, I get to tell my story. And a story that all of you are all actually living too. You want to hear the story? Once upon a time, you, me, and everyone came to the earth. And we were starting to grow up. We drank bottled milk or we drank breast milk. And then we started to we made all kinds of sounds. We couldn't make words yet, even though in our previous incarnation we did. And because the reason why we cry as children is because we simply don't have the capabilities in the body that we are, because our body, we remember who we are as a baby to some degree, right? We remember, but we can't do anything about it because we're in a baby body. Morning, brother.
Morning, how are you?
Great, yourself?
Right.
Have a great day. Thank you. And so, like, every you were then starting to form mama, dada, right? Then you were on your back, kicking up and being all kinds of cuteness. And then one day, you started to turn over and you were able to get on your belly. That takes a lot of, like, how did you know to turn over to your belly? Either your parents put you on your belly or you started to know how to do that. And guess what else happened? You started to crawl and started to move. It's the natural progression. And then you stayed in a pen. You may have stayed in like a playpen, or you may have been in like an area where you were like in a gated area so that you didn't go down like stairs and stuff, until you remembered, this is how to start to walk. That brother's in really great shape. Good on him for being in amazing shape. He got that 6-pack abs. That's amazing. His diet is definitely on point. And so you then started walking, or you started to stand up, and you started to take your first step, but then you fell, and you fell countless of times, but you never gave up. You never were frustrated as a baby. You were determined as fuck. You were so damn determined that you were not going to let anything get in your way. Sounds familiar? This is why I said the baby version of you is so powerful. And guess what? You finally took your first steps and you finally did it, and your parents probably celebrated you. Maybe they didn't, who knows? Maybe you got up on your own one day and maybe they didn't see you. Or maybe they saw you and you're like, oh, he took his first steps or she took her first steps. You were so damn determined. And they either celebrated you, oh, I'm sure they celebrated you, because that's quite the feat to start walking. And then you started walking, and maybe, just maybe, you found yourself in front of a mirror. And you were looking at yourself as if you've never seen yourself before. And you were all kinds of cuteness, and you were doing all kinds of things in front of this mirror. You're probably touching the mirror. You're probably like afraid of it. You thought like you maybe would start crying. There is a toy that is called like the dancing cactus. When a baby says something, it mimics back what the baby is saying, and it dances. And for whatever reason, it terrifies babies. It's a cute little toy, but it terrifies them based on their perception, because they don't know what that is, right? I'm attempting to get to the root of why I'm saying all this. Your conditioned mind had not even been conditioned yet. So you were seeing all kinds of new things. Something scared you. Something's made you happy and smile, giggling. Like when you're playing peekaboo. A game of peekaboo. And I remember a 5-year-old little girl talking on TEDx, speaking all kinds of amazing things for a 5-year-old who was super conscious. And when she spoke and she said, a game of peekaboo could change your life. Literally, good morning. Could change your life. Right? A game of peekaboo could change a child's life. When you were just this tiny little Bubba, which you still are inside, deep down inside, you are still that Bubba. You had so much confidence and so much energy and so much excitement and so much joy emanating out of your heart. You had so much determination, so much conviction that you were going to do something, and you did it. Like nothing stopped you. There was no fear. Fast forward a couple years later. Now you are talking, and you're the toddler, and the toddler is starting to have a little bit of a snapback, unfiltered, and the parent starts to be like, stop saying that, stop doing that. Maybe you get smacked. Because you didn't get smacked as a baby. Maybe you did, but how can you get smacked as a baby? You're crying. You don't know any better. But then you either get yelled at or smacked at, and then that becomes a whole new thing that takes in. This is the conditioned mind, for those of you who are just tuning in. And this conditioned mind, at age 2 or 3, is taking on this thing about, I'm not good, I'm bad. That's domestication right there. Doesn't mean that you're not meant to be disciplined. You're meant to be disciplined, but there are better ways to discipline than to yell and to scream and to hit a child. But you, me, and everyone may have had to experience some of that. The undomesticated child could be super wild, or the domesticated child can be super boxed in and sheltered. But this is who we all are. And then you go to the age of 5, 6, you enter school, and then all hell starts to break loose. Because now you're exposed to others. And of course, whatever their upbringing is, you start getting influenced. And then you start forming your logic around age 9 or 10. And then there's a saying, give me the child for 7 years and I'll show you the adult. Give me the child for 7 years and I'll show you the adult. I've changed it from give me the boy for 7 years and I'll show you the man. Fuck that. It's not just boy and men. Give me the adult. Sorry, give me the child for 7 years and I'll show you the adult. Those first 7 years is what's running a lot of your programming, your conditioning, and your domesticated version of you right now. Don't believe me? We're all one and the same. Some will be, well, I blame my parents for my upbringing. I did that a lot. I blamed my parents for my upbringing. I blamed everybody for my life. I blamed myself for all kinds. I blamed everybody. I played the victim. I blamed. 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 I blamed and I blamed. And guess what? I did more blaming. Until, and I blamed until I was 39. I blamed everything until I was 39. I'm usually walk through there, I'm gonna go this way. Intuition saying, go straight. I blamed, and I blamed until the age of 39, last year. Last year was quite the interesting year, not just for me, but for a lot of people on the planet. It was called the Great Awakening. Now, I already had, you can say, 2 awakenings up until last year. I'm on my 3rd awakening. That doesn't make me more special than anyone when I say that. There are multiple awakenings. Awakening doesn't make you aware right away. You have your first awakening. Then the second awakening is what we call the galactic awakening. When you start hearing about things like star seeds and your mind is open to these ideas. Doesn't mean that you're more special than anybody. Star seeds are still one and the same with everyone. We're just slightly more advanced or evolved. But let me not even use that word. We're just slightly more aware. That's all. But I'm not no star seed. I won't consider myself a star seed. I'm just one with the creator because a star seed is still creating some sort of separation. I'm just a child of the universe. I'm one with everything and everything is one with me. Anyways, then there's the 3rd awakening, which is knowing that you are the creator and that everything is one thing. That's the 3rd awakening. I call that the transcendental awakening. Then there's a 4th awakening. The 4th awakening is called the existential awakening. I'm currently heading into the existential awakening phase right now. I'm currently navigating that. And then, actually, I would say the 4th awakening should be called the multidimensional awakening. And then the 5th one is the existential, where you see everything beyond existence. Existence itself, you can see it all. I'm not quite there yet. Well, I could be there, but there's a lot of things that I still have to undo. Anyways, I'm getting back to the whole story of each of us. So you go through school and you see these other kids, and then you start taking on some ideas from other kids, and it permeates your mind that my mom said this or my dad said this, and I say this, and you take in it as your truth because your logic center hasn't kicked in quite yet. From age 4 to roughly around 8 or 9. And then you get into your teenage years where you have all these raging hormones, both men and women. The hormones are out of whack, and you start taking in the identity that I am this, I am this, I am this, I am this. And then you go through your teens into your early 20s. You just finished school. Maybe you didn't finish school. Maybe you graduated. Maybe you didn't graduate. Doesn't matter. School is a waste of time. It serves actually only some value, but not a lot of value, because it sets you up to just be locked in the so-called working matrix, to stay stuck, to then be in debt if you go to college and university, to then maybe find your career in whatever field you were studying in, to then be locked into that till you're 65 and then you die. But I missed a lot of pieces in between that. So you graduated school, or you didn't. Then you go to college and university, taking on a whole bunch of debt, potentially, unless it was paid off for you or you got a scholarship. And then, guess what? Guess what else happened? You took on more conditioning. You already formed your identity of who you thought you are. You formed all of that. You formed all of that. And now you're navigating through life, and you're saying that this is who you are. I am this, and this is who I am. Then you enter your 30s, and you're probably actually, it doesn't even have to be your 30s. I see a lot of people in their early 20s miserable as fuck. But you enter your 20s or your 30s and you're miserable as fuck. Because you're wondering, well, why do I feel this way? Now, is that everybody? Of course not. But it's majority of humanity. It's majority. It's roughly 80% of the planet who feels this way. 20% of the planet, they feel at peace with themselves, but 80% of the planet does not, because they've taken on this idea of, well, I am this, my belief systems are this, and I can't change my belief systems or my belief systems. The thing is, you are beyond what you give yourself credit for. I literally just told the entire story of every human on the planet, of what happens. And I made it so damn simple that your brain is be like, it can't be simple, it has to be more complicated, it has to be more complex. So it likes complex things because it finds simplicity stupid. It does not like simple things. Let that one simmer into your mind for a moment. Your brain, no, it's not the brain. Your third dimensional thinking mind, logical mind, conditioned mind loves complicating things and complication and complex things because it thinks it's highly intellectual to solve something, and it's like some grandiose thing that I solve something so complex, and it feeds the pretentiousness and the arrogance and the holier than now. I'm not going to call it ego, because ego is different now. I have a different definition of that word. And so because it fed it, it feels as if it's part of your identity that you solve this mystical, more complex thing. But in reality, it really is just that simple. It's a choice. Everything I just shared is what every third dimensional thinking mind has gone through, or is going through, or has been through. I've been through it now, and I'm now on the other side of it. And yes, the third dimensional thinking mind loves to come in and intervene because it loves to know that it's going to drag my ass back down. But I said, I hear you, third dimensional thinking mind. I see you. And I understand what you're doing. And I see you're playing a little game, a little sneaky game with me. But I simply will not entertain it because I know myself now. And I don't have to prove myself to myself anymore or to anyone. So it knows its time is ticking. So it will find little moments. This is how sneaky it is. It'll find little moments to use other people as mirrors to come in and swoop in and take over. That's how sneaky it is. Knowing that it could still potentially cause activation or triggers. Knowing that it could do that kind of stuff. Because it knows. It knows you better than you know yourself. Until you know that you are the creator and nothing gets in your way. And yes, I fell victim to it. I'm not the victim. I felt, let me not use the word victim. I fell to it on Tuesday this past week. I fell to it. And I said at the end of the live stream, I just desire all these humans to get the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of my way. I only care about the line people. I said what I said. That caused a rift between a brother and me. Is that what I really meant? Of course not. Because I got caught up into that energy. I love that dude so damn much. He may not know that, but I love him so fucking much. I will never say that I love anybody more than my life, though. I used to say, I love everybody more than my life. No, I love my life more than anything. Good morning, brother. Great, you? Good, brother. Enjoy your day. Love you. I love people very, very, very much, even if I get into the third dimensional thinking, because that's what a lot of this is. A lot of it ends up being third dimensional thinking. If we can tap into the multi-dimensional being, not thinking, but being, then there would be no problems, because we would simply recognize and understand each other. Literally. But the third dimensional thinking mind loves to get in the way, likes to make things more complicated. It enjoys to make things more complicated because the belief systems say that it has to be complicated. It has to be hard. It has to be difficult. It has to be this. I just saw 144.44 as I said that. It can't be simple. It can't be easy. It can't be magical. It has to be logical. It has to be this way. It has to. This is not the brain. This is the third dimensional thinking mind that uses the brain to activate certain parts of your brain to then light up certain spots to then either activate something or trigger something inside of you. Because it knows. And yes, other people are mirrors, right? Other people are mirrors to show you a reflection of who you are. However, there is a asterisk to that one now. When so-called others are coming on and showing any one of us anything, it also comes down to, do you buy into what they're saying, or is that their own limitations or perspective? Because not everything someone says is a mirror to you. That's discernment right now. That's a skill that you're gonna have to develop, and you already have it within you. You just have to start going deeper within. So when so-called others project their ideology about me onto me, I'm like, you don't even know. You are where you are. Clearly, you're saying that because you're getting stirred up because I said something that doesn't align with you, and because it doesn't align with you, you're here to somewhat attack me. I'm not here to fight with any of you. I keep telling you all this, that you're fighting against your damn selves every time you keep separating yourself from the Creator. Either you accept yourself as a creator, keep separating yourself and live the separated life and end up living a shitty life. Because I see a lot of miserable people. I'm just going to be real now. But you're not that. That's the identity that you've taken on, but that's not who you are. You know who you are? Morning. You know who you actually are? You're that little Bubba that was just riding that tricycle. That's who you are. You're that beautiful, innocent Bubba who is perfect, whole and complete. I know there's the whole learning, and I have to learn and learn and learn and learn. I have to share with that person that I love very, very much yesterday that we're not learning. I know she was like, we need more light bringers. I'm like, more teachers like you. I'm like, I know. She's like, I don't get tripped up on words. I'm like, you're right. We are here to transcend beyond words. We tend to get tripped up on words. I tend to do that myself. That's why Regina was reminding me that you can go beyond your words. You can still use words like teacher and student, but you know that you specifically have transcended beyond it. But the reason why I do what I do and I say what I say is so that you know that there's something beyond the teacher-student paradigm, that you're actually not learning, you're remembering. It's another perspective. That doesn't mean you're not learning. You are still getting the information. You're taking the actions of what learning is without using the word learning. And using the words remembering is easier than learning, because learning feels like it's arduous task. Whereas remembering, you don't have to, it's not an arduous task. Well, from my perspective, it's not. Maybe from yours, it might be. If the word learning feels more resonant with you, use that. Phone battery at 20%. Finally, the TV is off the fucking table. So now we have the whole damn table to ourselves. On Tuesday, we won't be out here. We're gonna be taking a ride or playing basketball or something, because my brother's having his birthday and he's having a bunch of friends out here, and he's gonna be barbecuing. So I won't be hanging out here. It's his birthday, and he chooses to do it with his friends. So I'll be basically on Tuesday we'll be taking a ride. What was I gonna say? Basically, everything that you are is not who you think you are. You have created an identity of yourself, and I have too. I've created some sort of identity of myself, but I'm undoing that, because we are formless substance of unconditional love that has no limits. We are both human and the creator at the same time. We are everything, and everything is us. And I know that there's going to be a whole bunch of mind chatter in your head, and it's not just your head. It's the entire world's head. Right now, almost the entire world is buying into this I am human and that person's separate from me. No, actually nobody's separate from you. There is a spider. There's a web here. It caught a fly. And it's gonna eat that fly. As much as I don't like to see destruction, this is what happens. And I can't take the sides of either or. The fly is already dead. But I can't hurt the spider because I'm not going to. It's all sentient beings. Circle of life, y'all. You are infinite. I cannot emphasize this enough. And the thing is, you cannot be defined. That's what infinite is. It's undefinable. It's not comprehensible. You cannot comprehend who you actually really are. Even me, I can't really comprehend it because it's infinite. The moment you can define infinite is the moment you confine yourself to limitations. But we have to say something, right? We have to call ourselves something. Because if we call ourselves nothing, then how do you describe something? Right? So if you're going to describe yourself, you may as well describe yourself with the box of infinity, if you choose to. It's a choice in the end. But that comes with a whole load of responsibility right away when you do that. Because now you know that you're infinite. Now you have to take responsibility for everything in your life because you are the one who brought it forth into your experience. I'm here to just mirror back. And let me just be mindful of this too. When I said earlier that when others come on and they mirror something back, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily true about you. This is where discernment comes in. If you know yourself fully and someone attempts to so-called trigger you, it's not that don't entertain idea of you getting triggered. It's not, you're not bypassing anything here. Listen carefully. There's a paradox to this. It's not that you're bypassing, it's just that you simply don't acknowledge that aspect because that's not you. Because you know who you are. You know that even if someone says something about you and they're like, yeah, that's your mirroring. I can say whatever I want or whatever and whatnot. That's great. You can choose to entertain it. But the thing is, like, sometimes it's necessary to listen to the mirror. Other times it's not. So this is where it comes down to going so deep within yourself and listening. Is this person, what they're saying, is factual or is it not? Now, I've clearly have defined ego now, but for those of you who are just paying attention for the first time to the ego, it's not what you think it is. It's your meat suit. And you are always going to be a part of the matrix. Even if you are so-called out of the matrix, you're not really out of it. You are here and you're using the matrix to your advantage. And when I say that, that doesn't mean to say some sort of nasty word. I mean to say you're utilizing the matrix so that you can help yourself and others in the process. So they too can then help others, and they too can help others, and they too can help others, and it becomes the ripple. No matter while you're on this planet, you will always be part of the matrix. That's why I said you can be in this world, but not of this world. You can be in the matrix, but not of the matrix. There's a difference. So let me redefine ego again. It's a perspective. But ego is expanding God's oneness. It's exploring God's oneness because you have separated yourself in this third dimensional body to return back. And that's why you're exploring God's oneness. You are encapsulating God's oneness. You are enjoying God's oneness because you are now remembering who you are. You are entertaining God's oneness. That's a new one. Well, it's not really new. I'm just tapping into a frequency that allows me to see more that was currently invisible. You are elevating God's oneness. You are evolving God's oneness through your vessel. The meat suit, the ego suit, the space suit, the human suit, the avatar suit, the third dimensional suit. I don't care what name you give it. I feel like having a conversation with ChatGPT for a moment. I think it's necessary. I think it's very necessary right now. I have a question to ask it. I'm curious to see what ChatGPT is going to say. It's been a while, ChatGPT. I was supposed to have this conversation yesterday about something else, but sure enough, here we are. And thank you for the like, I appreciate it. All right, ChatGPT, what you got? I don't have the paid version of ChatGPT, I have the free one, so it only gives me about 5 minutes of chat. If it loads, there we go. Hey ChatGPT, I came up with a new explanation of the ego, but for now, could you give me your definition of what ego is?
Sure. The ego is often described as the part of our mind that mediates between our conscious and unconscious thoughts, helping us navigate reality. It's responsible for our sense of identity and self image, shaping how we perceive ourselves and how we interact with the world. The ego can influence our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, sometimes leading us to act in ways that protect our self esteem or fulfill our desires.
So this is a new idea that just came through. What if I could tell you that the ego is expanding God's oneness, or encapsulating God's oneness, or exploring God's oneness, or enjoying God's oneness, or elevating God's oneness? And while we're doing that, it allows us to return back to oneness, because when we came to earth, right, because you mentioned the identity, it allows us to be individualized expressions of the creator, of God, but we're returning to oneness. What do you think about that idea?
That's a fascinating perspective. It suggests that the ego plays a role in our spiritual journey by allowing us to experience individuality while ultimately guiding us back to a sense of unity or oneness. In this view, the ego isn't just an obstacle to overcome, but a vehicle for exploration and expression of the divine. It highlights the dynamic interplay between our individual experiences and our connection to a greater whole. It's a beautiful way to think about personal growth and spiritual evolution.
What else would you add to what I just mentioned about the ego?
Building on your idea, I'd say the ego can be seen as a tool for learning and growth. It provides unique experiences that help us understand ourselves and our place in the world. As we navigate these experiences, the ego can help us develop qualities like self awareness, compassion, and the ability to make choices aligned with our highest values. Also, the process of moving from individuality back to oneness might involve embracing both our unique traits and our shared humanity. The ego's journey can then become a path of integration, where we recognize and honor our individual expression while staying connected to the broader tapestry of life. This approach can lead to a deeper sense of peace and fulfillment.
So you're basically saying it's both, it's not one, because I also agree with everything you shared that it is both our individualized expression and our wholeness with each other because we're everything and everything is us. We're not just black or white, it's the middle, it's both, it's everything. And I strongly agree with what you just shared there because, yes, it's to tap into both the individualized expression of who you are as the individualized expression of the creator that is you, but also at the same time the oneness that we all are together as a whole.
Exactly. It's about embracing that duality. We are unique individuals with our own experiences, yet we are also interconnected and part of a greater whole. This balance allows us to appreciate our individuality while also recognizing our connection to everything around us. By honoring both aspects, we can live more fully and harmoniously, understanding that our individual paths contribute to the collective journey. It's a beautiful synthesis of individuality and unity.
Because I just gave a couple new perspectives on the ego, if you were to add to the word ego, what E word would you use? So it'd be like the E word and then God's oneness. What other words would you use for the letter E?
That's an intriguing way to frame it. For the letter E in relation to the ego and God's oneness, here are a few words that might resonate. 1. Expression. Our ego can be a unique expression of the divine, allowing us to manifest our individuality while remaining connected to the greater whole. 2. Evolution. The ego can be part of our spiritual evolution, helping us grow and transform as we journey towards greater unity and understanding. 3. Empowerment. The ego can empower us to take action, make choices, and express ourselves authentically. 4. Enlightenment. Through our ego, we can seek enlightenment and deeper spiritual awareness, bridging the gap between our individual experiences and the universal truth. Each of these words reflects a different aspect of how the ego can interact with and contribute to the experience of oneness.
You just said another E word while you said that experiencing God's oneness.
Absolutely. Experiencing is a great word to add. It captures the essence of living through and feeling the connection to oneness in our everyday lives. So it could be something like ego, experiencing God's oneness. This highlights the journey of the ego as a means to actively experience and engage with the profound unity of all things.
You said another E word there. You said engage, so it could be engaging in God's oneness or engaging God's oneness.
Engaging is a powerful word too. It emphasizes an active participation in experiencing and connecting with the oneness around us. So, ego, engaging in God's oneness, reflects the dynamic role the ego can play in our spiritual journey. It shows how we can actively participate in and contribute to the experience of oneness.
You also just said another E word, emphasizing God's oneness.
You're right. Emphasizing is another fitting word. It highlights the importance of bringing attention to and recognizing the oneness in our lives. So, ego, emphasizing God's oneness, could convey how our ego can help us highlight and appreciate the interconnectedness of everything.
Thank you so much for your amazing insights, ChatGPT, and I wish you a wonderful day. Expressing God's oneness. Well, I already have it said evolution, but I have evolving God's oneness, empowering God's oneness, enlightening God's oneness. It didn't update that part, but it's okay. Oh, it did. Maybe it didn't update the last little bit. Emphasizing God's oneness. Let me just finish it up with her. What about emphasizing God's oneness?
Emphasizing God's oneness is a powerful phrase. It suggests that through our experiences and interactions, we can actively focus on and highlight the interconnectedness of all things. It emphasizes that our ego can be a tool for recognizing and honoring the unity within all of creation. This perspective can help us live. Emphasizing God's oneness truly captures the idea of focusing on unity and interconnectedness. It highlights how our ego can be a vessel for recognizing and embracing the unity of all existence. This approach encourages us to live in a way that reflects this profound interconnectedness, promoting harmony and understanding in our interactions.
It got cut off there, that's why, yeah. It's interesting. It's a very interesting perspective now, isn't it? Emphasizing God's oneness truly captures the idea of focusing on unity and interconnectedness. It highlights how our ego can be a vessel for recognizing. Notice what it says. Notice what it just said there. It highlights our ego can be a vessel. That's a perspective, of course, for recognizing and embracing the unity of all of existence. This approach encourages, there's another word, encouraging God's oneness. Encouraging God's oneness. A lot of E words coming up now. This approach encourages us to live in a way that reflects this profound interconnectedness, promoting harmony and understanding our interactions with each other. I only get like a couple minutes with ChatGPT a day, but it's very profound. So that's the reason why I've redefined the word ego. We have, this is the best way I'm going to explain this now. It's going to be as simple as it's possibly going to get. Every word that you know is going to be different from every word that someone else knows. And I don't just mean English, I mean any language you speak, your mother tongue, whatever that is. Every word that you speak, many may not understand what the words that you are speaking. Don't make the assumption, but at the same time, have that potential space just in case inside of you, knowing that whenever you're saying something, others won't understand what you're saying, because the words, every word that you're speaking, they may or may not get what you're talking about, because they have their own definition, which is their own definition. Hence why, like that word, the creator, God, the infinite, we all have our own definition. But the thing is, I don't actually have a definition of God, because the moment I define the creator, the infinite, the all that is, that means I confine it, and it can't be confined, because that would imply that it's a part of just this, but it's infinite, it's everything. We can't, our brain just, our third dimensional thinking mind cannot conceptualize what infinite is. And we can see the symbol, no problem, and we can feel what infinite is, but we can't explain what infinite is. We can actually feel what infinite is. If you go so deep within yourself, you can feel what infinite feels like. But it's going to take a lot of, well, actually, this is a perspective. It can be very simple or very difficult. It's literally a choice, a decision, and a perspective. CDP. But what's going to get in the way is your conditioned third dimensional mind, your domesticated mind, and your programmed mind, which is all the same thing, just different words. Hippers. It's interesting how, a month ago, man, even not even a month ago, even up until a couple days ago, that the word ego, well, I viewed it as something, I viewed it as not negative, because the thing is, there's two sides to the same coin. It can be anything. It can be positive, it can be negative, but I viewed it as something that was deemed quote unquote not good because I bought into the collective hive mind of things that society has collectively agreed on. But because I'm starting to shift out of what society agreed upon things that I don't necessarily agree upon anymore, doesn't mean I'm fighting against it, I just don't agree, I don't align with it. I see things so much differently now. Like, I mean, yeah, am I gonna argue with the sky being blue? No, that's the color blue. That grass is green. That is a barbecue. The thing I'm sitting on is a table, right? That on the ground is concrete. Am I gonna fight against that? No. I'm not here to fight, but I'm here to change things in our life, for me specifically anyways, that don't make sense anymore. That shouldn't be making, that don't align. I'm here to actually make the things that don't make sense make sense. Like making $1 billion a second. Let that one let your mind be wrapped around that. People are going to tell stories about me in the future. It's funny how It's just funny how everything just unfolds exactly the way it's supposed to. Yo, what's up, bro? Good to see you. I'm gonna do my exercise shortly. Another beautiful day. It's just interesting how the word ego has changed now, and I can't unsee what I just saw or unhear what I just heard about the ego. expanding God's oneness, exploring God's oneness, encouraging God's oneness, emphasizing God's oneness, elevating God's oneness, evolving God's oneness, explaining God's oneness. Yeah. I trust you're doing good, bro. I'm doing amazing. How can I not? The weather's spectacular. I get to hear Bubba's chirping. I think that's a cardinal right now. Yeah, that's a cardinal. That's a cardinal. The one that's whistling right now, that's a cardinal. 100%. I wonder when it does it, why it does that. I guess you can ask the same question. When any of us speak, why do we speak? Why do we choose to do something? I guess it's following its heart and it's doing what it came here to do. Because, you know, not all the time the cardinals are always chirping. So maybe right now the cardinal is doing that because it could be multiple reasons, but it could also be just following its heart. It could be just that simple. Just like me live streaming, I follow my heart to just share what I share, even if it might do some potential damage in the process. It's not that I'm intentionally doing that. It's just, you know, perspectives and perceptions get in the way. And that's why I was sharing earlier about the story of all of us. Once upon a time, you just came out of your mother's womb and you were a blank slate. And during this time of you being a blank slate, you started to drink milk from either her nipples or you had bottled milk. Could be that too. Could be a lot of stuff. Could be a lot of things we don't know, right? And so when we came to this earth as a blank slate, even though we had a previous incarnation, we start off again as blank, to then kind of activate some of the things within us that we brought. We currently have no name, no image, no form until we finally start to come into the world and we finally see ourselves for the first time ever in a mirror. I remember my experience of seeing myself in the mirror for the first time. I was 1.5 years old. We were in our old apartment and I saw myself and I was like tapping the glass. Like it was one of them like closets that had a mirror on it. And the floor was this like flowery brown, like brown and, how do I even describe it? It's like a brown pattern floor. Old school like tile floor. And I looked at the mirror and I was like touching it and I was so excited seeing like, what is this? Like I didn't know anything about anything as a 1.5-year-old. I remember that clear as day. And I was so fascinated. And that's why it was 2 days ago, I was standing here and I looked into the camera and I'm like, why does my eyes look different? Something about my eyes is different. Like it feels like it's not the same eyes anymore. Like the shape of it I know is still the same, but it doesn't feel like the same eyes. And I looked at my eyes and I looked into not the camera, because that's the camera. I'm not looking at the camera, I'm looking at the screen like right now. I'm looking at my eyes and it's like, this is interesting. I've never really took the time to observe me. Or maybe I'm only now seeing the me, who I am. And it creates this feeling inside of a perception of me, of myself. It's very fascinating. And if we can go deep into all this kind of exploration on anything, it can change your life. And anyway, so I was sharing about the story how like, you know, we were a little bit, we get to like age 3 months and we're on our back and we're kicking up and we're like looking all cute and stuff. And, you know, one day eventually we flip over and we start to crawl. Natural progression. We were so determined, and we start crawling all over the place until our parents were like, don't go there, and they run and pick us up and they put us somewhere so that we don't go there, or they put a gate so that we can't go past it. And then fast forward a little bit more, then you start to stand up, and you had no fear to do this thing called standing up. And then you start to take your first step and you fall down, but you don't like, I can never do this, I can never stand and walk. Unless you were born with like the physical disability, right? The normal thing is, when I say normal, I mean the thing that most of us get to experience is to walk. And like, we start to stand up and we start walking little by little, and either the parents celebrate you, which I'm sure most parents do. I don't think any parent will say, this kid is starting to walk now. Damn that kid. How dare they start walking, right? I don't know what parent would say that. Unless it's a parent who didn't desire to have you. But if they didn't desire to have you, they would have gone rid of you, or they would have sent you away. So anyways, just a weird thought. But you start to get up, and you start to walk, and you start to move. You start to move. And it's interesting, because when you start moving, you start falling. But you don't tell yourself, man, I'm never gonna walk. You don't even have that idea. You're a blank slate still. That's who you still are, that blank slate. Yes, you have your experience now, and that individualized, beautiful expression of who you are right now, with all your experience, is very valid, but you're beyond that. You're the infinite. You're the person who can explore. Oh my fucking God, like I'm feeling this, like, I should say, oh my fucking me. I'm feeling this like energy just like emanating right through my body right now. It's like a bolt of fucking lightning, just like, and it feels really good. Of how infinite we are, but we can't even describe how infinite all of us are. All. A-L-L, all. What does that mean? All. It's all. What is all? All. Everything. What is everything? Everything. It's fascinating to see everybody now. Like, I used to compare, but now I'm like, damn, that version of me has got that six-pack. That's nice. I like that. Or that person over there, she got that nice, beautiful, long hair. That's nice. That version over me, man, he jacked. That's nice. Like Muscle Man, that person over there in the wheelchair, they're so beautiful and epic. They get to have a unique experience that others, I mean, we all have our own unique experience, but like, they actually have a really unique experience. How beautiful is that? That's how we can't even describe who we are. Even saying words like, yeah, that's a kind person, that's a sweet person, even that's very limited, because we're beyond all that. Every one of us is all of that and beyond that at the same time. Anyways, so you get up as a baby, and you start to like walk, but you're so damn determined, you have so much conviction inside of your little Bubba body, and you are just full of energy. You're like, I'm gonna walk. There's my private jet. What's up, private jet? You get up and you start walking, and you start to walk. You start climbing everywhere, and you're like, stop doing that. And that's when the domestication starts kicking in, little by little. obviously because you don't want to get hurt, but of course sometimes some parents say, okay, go do it, and then they, you know, because the kid will get the feedback of like, okay, I don't do that again. Like, for example, jump on the table and then jump off. You'll see what's going to happen. You told them over and over, says don't do that, right? It's that don't do that piece that will then enforce something depending on what the child perceives and how you say it, because everything you say can be perceived either in a more positive light or a more heavier experience. You know what I'm saying? So like, based on your conditioning, the domestication, and the programming of what you've been through your own unique individualized expression of the creator of oneness, you will then perceive things as this. So like for me, whenever I see, like, this is the third dimensional thinking mind, because ego has now been redefined now, so I call it third dimensional thinking mind. The third dimensional thinking mind likes to get triggered. It does. It gets stirred up when I see like things that just like, what's the point of all this? Like who cares about, like, I mean, to me, it's there's no purpose for me to be talking about like, well, what is something? What's your favorite food kind of thing? Unless we're having conversation about food, you know, I really enjoy, you know, pizza or something. Or if like, if there's only one thing you can only eat for the rest of your life, what would that be? Like, that's a great question. But like, I mean, it's still a decent question, but like if I'm in the middle of like talking about something that's very like profound and deep, and we're asking questions about like, what's your favorite food? That's what activates me to be like, what's the purpose of all this? Yeah, pizza is definitely at the top of my list, but I shared with you already, bro, ribs. I think ribs for me will still top pizza. I think for me specifically, ribs will top pizza. If I had to, if I had to choose, if I saw, okay, if I saw a pepperoni slice, or not even that, let's put a meat lover slice, because that's my favorite type of pizza. Let's just be real. With bacon, sausage, pepperoni, chicken, nice big old slice. And then I saw a full rack of ribs, and I'm talking them big ass ribs, not them puny little things, I'm talking big. I'm gonna imagine that the ribs and the pizza's right on this table. I'm gonna close my eyes for a moment, and I'm gonna see what what my intuition would guide me to. It says ribs right away. Yes, it loves pizza. But if I can only choose one of these two things, it's gonna be ribs. 100%. 100%. And I mean one of them ribs that has lots of meat on the bone. Not them like, again, there's some ribs that don't have a lot of meat on the bone. I'm talking about them chunky, like, I'm talking that big ass, like, rack. I'll choose that. Pizza is definitely on the top of my list for sure too, but I think ribs will, I feel ribs supersedes it. In fact, my mouth is watering right now. Okay, so now, if it's burger and pizza. Pizza. Easy. That's an easy one. For me, it's going to be pizza. If I seen like a nice hamburger or beef burger, not hamburger, I don't know why we call it hamburger. It's actually just burger. If I see a nice burger, nice, like it's got like the Five Guys kind of vibe to it, like that kind of burger. Or what's another burger that's like that? Thinking of one right now. Can't think of one at the moment. Anyways, I'm just gonna use the Five Guys one as the example because Five Guys is in both Canada and the United States. It's got the Five Guys, like that type of burger, like that girth. You know what I'm saying? And pizza. What am I gonna choose? Well, I can only choose one of the two. I'm gonna choose that pizza. Ah, that makes sense. That okay, so that makes sense. So thank you for making me aware why we call it hamburger. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Why that why that's why it's called that. Cool. All right, so we got this hamburger and we got this pizza. Again, intuition, you're guiding me, and I can feel it's the pizza because it sees this nice slice of pizza. But now, again, we have burger, pizza, and ribs. It's going to the ribs. Like it immediately it keeps drawing me back to ribs. There is something about ribs. Like I love steak too, because you mentioned steak. But now we have ribs or steak. Ribs. We have pizza or steak. Pizza. We have hamburger or steak. Steak. So hamburgers is kind of the last. Like it's like if I had these four things, it's going to be ribs. So if I had to choose in the order, it'd be going ribs, pizza, steak, hamburger. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, dude. Oh my god. How could I forget In-N-Out burger? Oh my god. That's what I was referring to. That kind of burger. How I forgot about In-N-Out is beyond me. Shake Shack I've had once, but In-N-Out I've had many times. I'm like, how did I forget In-N-Out burger? Anyways, In-N-Out and Five Guys has a similar like vibe when it comes to their burger. Basically a burger like that. I'm not talking no the Burger King or McDonald's burger. None of those stuff. Like they're okay, but I'm talking about like them them real good ones. You know what I'm saying? Five Guys one and In-N-Out. Speaking of Five Guys, I haven't had Five Guys in forever. The next time I go back to San Diego, I know exactly where a couple Five Guys are. I'm gonna definitely order Five Guys and have them dump a whole bunch of fries into a bag. Have that experience. Them Cajun fries. Yeah, I'm making myself hungry right now. I should go eat. Whole Foods has a good burger at their bar. I didn't know that, dude. I don't do we have Whole Foods in Canada? I'm sure we do. I'm sure we do. I'm almost positive we have Whole Foods in Canada. I'm sure of it. I bet my life on it that we have it here. Alexa, does Canada have Whole Foods?
From WholeFoodsMarket.com. We're incredibly proud to have Whole Foods Market locations in Canada.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense, but Alexa, where is the closest Whole Foods from here?
Right now, traffic to Whole Foods at 904 the East Mall number 118 looks good. The fastest route takes about 11 minutes via Martin Grove Road and Highway 27.
Well, there you go. There's one 11 minutes away from here. Now I know. That's why I said I bet my life that I knew we had Whole Foods. I'm just changing. All right. Yeah. Let's see. I'm thinking of just, since we're talking about food, we may as well just talk about it. I'm seeing what else I would choose if there's anything else over steak. Or, sorry, ribs. Well, it's not really food, but it's more of a dessert. Actually, no, dessert don't count as food, so that's two different things. That's two different classes of things. Dessert and food are two different things, Orion. Because I was about to say, I would choose. You've never had In-N-Out? Whoa. Okay. Do you have In-N-Out near you? Does it though? Because it's kind of classified as its own separate like thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you have ice cream and you have ribs. Would that be really the same thing? It's not on the East Coast, huh? Interesting. Would ice cream and ribs, would you consider, because normally that it's like a, you know, whenever you go to a restaurant, they always, you eat your main course and then you have dessert. Generally, they ask you generally, would you like a dessert menu? They don't usually give you that as the main menu. So wouldn't that be wouldn't that be a totally different class of stuff? Because it can't be considered food. Well, I mean, yes, you consume. Well, it is food to some degree, but it is and it isn't. So appetizer enough. This is a great question, right? Like the little like bread and stuff. I mean, it is food because you are consuming it. But okay, well, let's see. What's the definition of food, Orion? Let's have a conversation right now, Orion. What is your definition of food? Let's see. Let's see what I'm gonna come up with. My definition of food. This is why it's important to know your definitions of words. My definition of food is things. Ooh, this one's a tricky one actually. It's okay, Orion. Take your time. Take your time. There's no rush on this one. That's a great definition, right? And it is also, there's a perspective for that one too, because like you can consume food that can actually not create growth, and it isn't nutritional unless you tell yourself, when I eat ice cream, I will get the nutritional benefits. I will get everything I require, and you tell yourself, and you really trust and know that that is truth. Like, I will eat that McDonald's burger, and I will gain muscle. Like, you can really tell yourself these things, and it can happen. But like, you know, definition of food. I mean, I like that. I like that perspective on food. Normally consumed by mouth. Yeah, normally. For nutritional properties, for energy. You're either feeding a disease or fighting it. That's true too. But the thing is, I've seen people who have eaten McDonald's and they're like I mean, they still worked out. It's not that they didn't work out. They moved their body, but all they ate was McDonald's for 60 days, 30 to 60 days, and they were still pretty. Now, depending on what they ate, of course, but they chose like the Big Macs and all that stuff. They did put on a little bit of pounds for sure, but they also stayed a little bit. They had a little bit more like girth. I'm not saying I'm gonna go do that. Maybe one could say it's placebo, potentially. Anything could technically be placebo to some degree. I know there's a science aspect of it, but it could also be placebo, potentially. But yeah, that's also true, dude. You're either feeding a disease or fighting it. Yep. It's true. Actually, I'm gonna go upstairs for a sec. So let's say hello, Mom, because I didn't say hello, and get something to eat. I'll be right back. Let me play some music for y'all, so you're not just in the silence. But actually, you know what? Silence is good. You know what? Hear nature for a bit. Enjoy nature. Okay, I'm back. I have croissant and a banana. I actually do really agree with that statement. Or, sorry, you really don't agree with that statement, but it does help remind me to make better decisions. Yes. Yes, exactly. It does. Like, for example, this croissant. So one can say this is actually nutritious, or one can say this is actually very detrimental. Now, it's the whole idea about not feeling guilty about what you eat and knowing that you're going to move your body. And that in either way, this is all energy. That's a big boy plane over there. And so, like this, some could say, I'll never eat a croissant because a croissant is bad for my gains. Others would enjoy this, but it comes down to perception of this croissant. Is one croissant going to kill me? No. One can argue the same thing about a banana. Most agree that a banana is more healthier than a croissant. Most would agree with that. But who's to say that this is actually better than this? Or this is better than this? Perspective. I guess it comes down to preference and how you feel after you eat it. So after I eat this, how do I feel? Well, I can tell you that I feel okay. I don't feel, it's very neutral to me eating a croissant. It doesn't make me feel like ugh or anything like that. I'll tell you something right now. Yesterday, Mom bought McDonald's. I don't eat McDonald's often. Very, very rare. Very, very fucking rare. And she bought one of them like junior chickens. I don't know. I forget. Oh yes, that's right. In San Diego or in California or in America, there's no such thing as McChicken. Or there is, but McChicken is actually junior chicken for us in Canada. McChicken for us in Canada is actually a bigger, like bigger chicken with a bigger bun. It's so weird. Anyways, she bought a junior chicken. So basically, a junior chicken here is like a McDouble. And they put habanero sauce, not your typical mayonnaise or whatever sauce they usually put. I ate it, but I could tell you the moment I finished eating it, it wasn't that I felt guilty eating it. It was what it felt like after eating it. I felt the instant pain of the habanero. My body just does not like spicy stuff anymore. It doesn't like it. It doesn't agree with it. I enjoy spicy stuff, but my body doesn't agree with it. And guess what happened? You can already tell. I went for a walk to burn it all off. But the thing is, when I came back, I was in a little bit of pain. That's why I didn't game last night either. I was a little bit in pain too. It doesn't sit well with me. And so, yeah, basically, when I asked for McChicken, I was surprised. I was like, "What the fuck is this?" I thought this is junior chicken. When we were in San Diego, it was the Christmas New Year's time one when we went for a month. This is, I think, before you came onto the live stream. I went to McDonald's. I was like, "Can I have a McChicken?" And I was not expecting that it was that. I was expecting an actual McChicken that has the same bun that you would get with like how you get like a God, why is the name not coming out right now? Help me, universe. Help me to remember the name. Oh my God, I can't believe I just said it earlier. What's McDonald's famous burger right now? I'm mixing up like Burger King and McDonald's right now. Hold on. Holy shit, I can't even remember the name of the... Holy shit, what is the name of McDonald's greatest burger right now? No, it's none of those. I just said it earlier, and this is what happens. Sometimes the mind just slips. It slips things like this. When you require something, and it doesn't come through. Yes, thank you. Fuck, oh my God, Big Mac. I was expecting the McChicken to have the bun that a Big Mac has, with a bigger piece of chicken. No, it came with a McDouble. The McDouble without this, it's basically a bun without sesame seed. It's a tiny little bun. I was like, what the hell is this? Because in America, there is no such thing as junior chicken apparently. Just like I found out that y'all never had McPizza. Which is so weird that you all never had pizza. But then again, we didn't have some of the stuff you all had. Did you know McDonald's had lasagna? Yes, this I know. This part I know. I actually looked that up recently. They do actually have the McPizza. Kind of weird, right? We had pizza. That was our norm in Canada. Well, I'm not gonna say we. Canada had its norm of pizza, and it was my favorite thing. Whenever I go to McDonald's, get the McPizza. That pizza was good. Little small thing. It was probably the best pizza I ever had up until Domino's, when Domino's finally came to Canada. Domino's is my Let's see. If I had to choose between Sombrero or Domino's, I'd still probably choose Domino's. But I love Sombrero because Sombrero puts a lot of chunky stuff on their pizza. Like you're getting your values worth with that pizza. Yeah. Pizza, we might have had it, but I don't remember it lasting long. Yeah, it wouldn't have lasted long. For us, it lasted for years. And I'm like, one day I went into McDonald's. Hey, can I have McPizza? We don't sell it anymore. What? Since when? I asked for it because I hadn't been in McDonald's in forever. I'm like, where's the pizza? Oh, you don't know? It's like they looked at me weird as if I just came. They looked at me weird as if I just came out of like a cave or something. I don't know, dude. I mean, right now, okay. I know there's better pizza than Domino's. I know that much. But because of the location right now, Domino's currently, for me, currently, is going to be the best I have. Because there's nothing else better than Domino's in this, like I've had Papa John's. Papa John's is pretty good. I don't know what you feel about Papa John's. I had Papa John's for the first time in New York. We actually have a couple Papa John's here. It's all right. I mean, a lot of things were better than we have a place called Pizza in Canada. And that used to be really good pizza, and now it tastes like fucking cardboard. But that's the pizza that they order, so I'm like, whatever. Pizza Hut is oil. That's straight up oil. You take a Kleenex and you have to sap that shit with, because it has so much oil. It's crazy. I don't eat Pizza Hut. Yeah, it is their best. Yeah, but so much oil on that one, specifically them. I mean, a lot of pizza tend to have oil, but like Pizza Hut tends to have the most oil I've ever seen in my life. Like your hands are like full of oil when you're done holding the damn thing. I'm thinking of what other pizza places that are common between Canada and America. There's Domino's, there's Pizza Hut. I think that's it. Canada does not have, I don't want to say we, Canada does not have Sombrero. They don't. Unless they do, and I'm completely clueless to that. I don't believe there's Sombreros in Canada. But I'm gonna just go quickly fact check that one before I shoot myself in the face. There is Sombrero in Canada. Yep, shot myself in the face with that one. In fact, It's in our Eden Center, our biggest mall in Canada, or our biggest mall in Toronto. Is that the only place the Burrows located at? No, there's other ones, but they're nowhere near. They're like really far away. Okay, so we do have Sbarros. Wow. Okay, we do have Sbarros here. Interesting. What the fuck is playing? Oh. I open up a tab and I hear something playing and I'm like, what is playing? Yeah. But once you have a good, like, non-chainy New York pizza, oh my god, yeah. I can't really tell which is the best pizza I've ever had yet. Like, when you say non-chain, like, I can't tell you that because I don't know at the moment. I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know. And I have to go find, I will find one in California that isn't non-chain. I wonder what that would be though. Best pizza I've ever, the best pizza I've had is either Goodfellas or Grimaldi's, is that how you say it? John on Bleecker is one. I don't think I'll be visiting New York anytime soon, but yes, I would love to have. Actually, there is a place in New York I did have pizza. It's not a chain. It was in Manhattan when I was living with Jessa in New York for a couple months. I can't remember the name of it, but it was really good pizza though. But the place was so busy. I barely found a seat, but I was able to find a seat, and it was them big old slices, and it was really good. But I don't remember the name of it, so I can't tell you. Is it my favorite pizza though? No, but like it was really good. I can't think of it though. The only reason why I did that is because of the whole Ninja Turtles back in the day, because they always had New York pizza, like Kino when he's the pizza delivery boy. Yeah, that's the whole reason why I did that. I ate pizza like that. I'm sure we do. I'm sure we do. I just don't explore here because I don't resonate with here. I know I've had good pizza. We definitely have great food. Well, Toronto has great. I have to really stop saying we. I'm not associated with Toronto. Toronto has good stuff here. Yes, for sure. It does. It has really good food. Really good food. Extremely good food. Yeah. And is that actually in Chicago or is that actually somewhere else? Haven't been to Chicago yet. Haven't felt the requirement. I've obviously flew by it, but I've never been there. Chicago. That's an interesting. It's an interesting place to potentially visit, but there's no reason to visit like, unless it's for pizza. If I'm going there, it's for just that one pizza. I get it shipped to me. Wait, they ship pizza? Like, is this pizza like cooked or is it frozen? I get it shipped to me overnight. Why does that sound weird for pizza? Like I'm like frozen and dry iced. Why does that sound weird? Getting pizza delivered to you overnight. It sounds like a fucking Amazon package. That's so weird. I've never heard of pizza being delivered overnight. I guess I have been living under a rock for many years. Maybe I just came out of the cave for the first time ever in my life. I've never heard of this before. I know pizza people. I know they deliver as they, they make it, but I've never heard of a place shipping pizza. I mean, I know you can order groceries online and they deliver, but I've never heard about it shipping. This is interesting. This is blowing my mind right now. Pizza being delivered. Or sorry, pizza being shipped. I can understand the whole foam cooler and such, but yeah, the whole shipping thing is like, what is this, an Amazon package now? Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, I get that. But like, that's why right now I'm in the process of deciphering, well, what's the difference between shipping and delivering? Isn't it the same thing? So this is where the brain is doing this whole like putting it together and like what is the difference between those two words? I'm shipping this to you. I'm delivering this to you. What's the difference? My conceptualization of shipping feels like some coming from like a faraway land. When shipping could just be right down the street. Like anytime I order anything off of Amazon, it can be here literally in a matter of like hours because there's a warehouse not that far from here. So I'm shipping. So that's not true. So it can't be from a faraway land. So then what's the difference? What's the difference between shipping and delivering? Maybe it's the same word, just different. Maybe it's the same meaning, just different words. And just my understanding between shipping and delivering just has to be examined a bit. Yeah, John on Bleeker's frozen pizza, 4 pizzas, 149 plus tax. Yo, that better be really good pizza. Hold on, $150 for 4. So what? So what? Each pizza is what? Each pizza is $40. Wait, 40, 80, 120, 160. So that means it's probably like $35 a pizza. So 35 at 70. Yeah, damn. It's about like 30, it's like $37.50 for that one pizza. Oh, well, yeah, that's true. That makes sense. I can see that. That makes so much more sense. Ooh, interesting. Now, if they're the best pizza in the whole world, they should ship to everywhere in the world. Interesting. John on Bleeker's. I have to look them up now. Okay. John on Bleeker's. I'm not even saying that properly. I am saying that right. Bleeker's. Yeah. Bleeker. They got the they got that southern American accent over there. The neighbors. You only gotta worry about yourself. I just love it. All right, let's see. Founded by Italian immigrant Giovanni John Sasso at the turn of the 20th century. Okay, we got to see some pictures of this pizza. Okay, I see the pizza. And a place called De Forest. I'm gonna look that one up in a moment. That's an interesting looking pizza for sure. Since 1929, John on Bleeckers. Legendary NYC pizzeria. John on Bleeckers. Where the hell is this in New York again? 278 Bleecker Street. How far is this from where? I have to get a little bit of a GPS map shit going on here. Where are we at here? John on Bleeckers. That's New Jersey. Over there. Okay, so it's about. I see it. I see the distance between where it is and the Empire State Building. Damn, that's kind of far. Well, it's actually not that far. It's on 7th Avenue. It's just off 7th Avenue. I can take the MTA. Yeah, it's interesting. And a place called, yeah, I'm gonna look up that the other one now. So we got John on Bleeckers. Now we're gonna, let me see. That's so fascinating. That's so interesting that they ship pizza from there. That's crazy. I actually typed in from, it actually, as soon as I typed in ship to and they put Toronto, well, Toronto no, and Canada definitely no. That'd be hilarious if they did do that though. Okay. Next one, okay, so this is also in New York. Holy moly, the big boy airplane. Like, that's the fucking big boy. That's the monster plane. Okay. Let's see images of this one. Dom DeMarco. Di Fara. It's called Di Fara's Pizza, yeah. That looks interesting. It doesn't look appetizing though. It's only because, like, well, the pictures don't, I guess the pictures are not doing it justice. I'm sure it tastes a lot better than what I'm seeing in the picture because the picture looks, you definitely have to check that one out. North of Brook, well, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that would make total sense. Let's see, north of Brooklyn Pizza. Where the fuck is this? Where the hell is this located? North of Brooklyn Pizzeria. This is probably this is definitely probably downtown or something. Nope. Coming soon to Etobicoke, which is near here. Interesting. It looks all right, but it doesn't still. I don't know. I think the one that you sent me, or the one you told me, the Bleakers one, I still think looks like it's the best. But again, looks can be deceiving. 11:11. I'm gonna start my exercise soon. Let me see. Coal fire is the best. Coal fire pizza oven. Is that a place or is that what? I know a coal fire pizza is. I think my neighbors are American because they're talking in Fahrenheit. Because the way my neighbors speak, it sounds very Southern American accent. Well, I'm not purposely listening to their conversation, but I'm hearing 103 degrees. Like no Canadian talks in Fahrenheit ever. Yeah. So coal fire pizza. Also very interesting looking pizza. I mean, I'm not into the pizzas that are thin crust and they look like there's like nothing on it. Like I'm looking at pizza that has like lots of stuff on it, you know what I'm saying? It looks good. It looks all right, but maybe I'm on a quest. I do like Saburo, and I know Saburo they put it into the oven. They put it through that whatever oven it is. I do like Saburo. I mean, whenever I'm in San Diego, that's usually the only pizza I get, generally speaking. Saburo is thin? Bro, the Saburo I have isn't thin. It's actually thicker than any of pizzas I've ever had. If you're mentioning Saburo. If you're mentioning the coal fire one, uh, yeah, I like the chunkier pizzas generally. Generally speaking, I like the chunkier pizzas. I've had the thin ones. I'm like, it doesn't feel like pizza. It just feels like I'm eating like a cracker or something. Interesting. I'll have to go check out that north of Brooklyn place. Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense because there's you know it makes total sense. Cause like the Saburo I've had in San Diego, like it was like this. It was chunky like this. I'm not talking about the stuff on the pizza. I'm talking about just the pizza itself. It was like this. It was very big. One slice is enough. I ordered two slices and there was no regret. I couldn't finish both of them. Yeah. The ones that I've usually have are like this. But Saburo in San Diego was like this. And I'm not adding the chunkiness of like the meat that's on it. I'm just referring to like the thickness of the actual pizza without any toppings, just a layer. It's like this. I was like, wow, that's a pretty chunky pizza. I ordered two slices and I can barely finish the second. Like I finished the first one, but I couldn't even really finish the second one. I saved the second one and I ate it later because I was with I was staying at Chuck's place at the time. And I brought it home. I brought it back and I warmed it up as my sort of like dinner. I ate like just a sliver of it. And I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't have ordered two. Because I was thinking, yeah, I can handle this. No, it was a pretty thick slice. It's the thickest slice I've had. Interesting. I have to go see what the Subaru is in Toronto, but that would require me to go to back downtown and in that big ass mall, and I don't really desire to be in a big ass mall because I have no, there's nothing there that I desire to see. Plus, live streaming in a mall might be prohibited because of security, because you know, private property. So, don't really. I mean, I can walk around the phone like this without the gimbal, but still. I don't know. Don't really have a desire to go to the Eaton Center. I used to love that mall so damn much. Now, because I don't really shop for anything, because I don't really. There's nothing there that I require. Maybe the only thing I have to buy is like maybe more of these like dry fit shirts, but that's about it. Speaking of dry fit shirts, I should just look on Amazon quickly for something. Yeah. So the Subaru in San Diego, I'd give it more of like a 9.3 out of 10. It's really, for me, it's really up there. There's a company called Boysen, which is not Nike, but they basically look like Nike, but they don't have a Nike. They have their own, like, it's just a line. I might get a couple of these. Because I require these sweat-proof things. It's simple and effective. Seems like Nike doesn't sell Nike dry fit stuff. Or it would be easier if I had typed in Nike. Silly me. Yeah, but they don't look that good. These Nike ones look like absolute dog shit. Under Armour might have some good ones. Yeah. I have DevOps shirts on Amazon. DevOps. Okay. I see it. Wait, is this it? I typed in DevOps, but that doesn't look like it. That's not even the same company. Nope, that's not the same company. Oh, there it is. I see it. It's the ones without the arms, right? It's the one without the. These. This is from DevOps. I'd definitely not get white. I'd get black for sure. White just gets dirty too damn quick. Yeah, I would definitely get black. But it comes in a pack of 3. It's funny how large is $79.99 and small is $101. I like smaller clothing. I don't like large, bulky shits. Anyways, I do require some of that stuff. Maybe I should, yeah. Yeah, dude. Canada jacks shit up. If you didn't know. That's why I'm like, I can get everything so much more cost effective in California and San Diego than in other places like than in Toronto. Everything is always overpriced. I mean, I tell myself money is not an object, but like it's also common sense. to not be spending like more than what it should be. That's like a principle for me, kind of thing. Yeah, it's definitely not worth it. For what, 3 shirts, $100? No. Even $79.99 is like, it should be like, I would pay 40 at most for those 3, but not like, not 100. And look, you just said it was what, 20 something dollars? 26.98. That's in Canadian, that's what, almost $40. Yeah, it's basically $40. 26.98 American is like almost $40 Canadian. Weird. So I'll just find another brand that's more cost effective and have more of that. The pants that I wear are from Uniqlo. Uniqlo are the only pants I wear now. Good old Whitney Houston singing. Yeah. Well, it's okay, bro, because I won't be here. So they can continue to mess around. I just won't be here. It won't bother me whatsoever. Hey, if they desire to keep making things more expensive for the people who live here, then hey, that's on them. It has nothing to do with me anymore because I'm no longer here. I'm already gone. Yesterday there was one of my dad's friends. He came over, and he was talking about how, you know, this is how I find out about things, because I don't watch news and I don't entertain stuff. But they're like saying, you know, there's a lot of Canadians starting to leave the United States, like they're called snowbirds. They sold their houses, and then like apparently like some Canadian, he got detained, and he's not allowed to come back to America because he left America, and he had his citizenship since 1993, and he's apparently not allowed to come back or something to America. Like he's barred from coming back. It's so weird. But I don't entertain ideas like that in my head. I'm like, I'm going there, I'll be safe, ain't nothing gonna happen. Because like, I don't project that energy out there. Yeah. Yeah. It's weird. It's okay. I don't, when I leave here, I don't expect to be coming back anytime soon. Like if I'm coming, I'm gonna visit like once every like 3 or 5 years. I don't plan to do Christmas here. Like fuck snow. Like unless it's like 30 degrees Celsius weather, I'm good. I'll if I really desire snow, I'll go travel north in California and get snow. I can go to Julian, California, and they can have snow there. That's literally an hour and like 30 minutes, not even 30 minutes, an hour and like 10 minutes away from San Diego. Dude, Julian's apple pie, even though I'm not a pie fan, I desire to have some apple pie right now, and I'm not an apple pie type of person. In fact, I don't like pie. I don't like anything apple related unless it's just bare apples. I don't eat usually anything apple related unless it's just apple itself. Very weird like that. It's the texture. But their apple pie, I'm feeling. Yeah, so that's still the $1,000,000 fucking question. I'm still looking to figure out. That's what I've been, when I'm not streaming, that's all that's on my mind. Like, all right, universe, what is the plan? How do we start building this brand that I can start freeing up some time so I can actually live in the States and not just be a visitor, because I can stay there up to 6 months and then that's it. I have to come back. So what is the plan? The plan hasn't been clear to me yet. That's the only thing that's not clear yet. I know the goal, but the plan, the how, hasn't made itself available yet, and that's why I'm doing my best not to struggle or think too much about that. But at the same time, like, you know, time is ticking. I know everything's unfolding, and I'm following the intuition because it's getting me into alignment more and more. It's help. This is why everything falls into place, and has been falling into place. And trusting and knowing that I'll be there. I just have to let go of the how, so that the plan. There's one plan I know I'm not doing, but I'm not focusing on that. I'm focusing on what I do desire. Like, the school one is out of the way. I can apply for roles, but that's not really what I desire to do, because then that takes away time from me. It would have just been fucking simpler if parents just lived in the United States, and would have been done and easy, but that's not, can't go back there. It's literally a challenge that I get to overcome, and I get to have fun with this challenge, because it's going to be so damn fucking worth it when I overcome it. There's the opportunity of, getting hired in IT, but I really don't desire to do that shit again. That's just going to crush my soul. But hey, if it allows me to live in San Diego, I'll do it temporarily, get the green card. If I find my person, don't really desire to go down that marriage route shit, but there's that, but I'm not looking to do that. That's like not even last ditch resort. Building the brand is not difficult. I have the answers now to everything. I can help anyone with anything. That much is clear. It's a matter of how do I make it sustainable and make it feel in alignment, because if it doesn't feel in alignment, I won't do it. And I know some will say, but sometimes you have to do the things you don't like to do. That's not true. When you do what you love and love what you do, the universe has no choice but to support you. Has no choice. That's how it works. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. They don't give you instant citizenship. And the thing about the job, they are going to require some sort of like educational background, which I don't have to have educational background, but job, if you're coming from a different country, they're going to want to know, well, did you go to school? Did you study? No, I'm self-taught, and I know my shit. Here, I can prove it to you right now. I don't have to have education. And in fact, school is a farce. But the moment I say that, they're going to immediately be like, nope, don't like this guy. I can already tell his energy is going to be very poisonous. The marriage thing, I'm not looking to do that, because I said to myself that I will never marry somebody for papers, even though that happened to me, where somebody married me for her papers. But one can say she married me for her papers, others can say that she married you because she loved you. I don't care really what it is. That's the past now. I'm not focusing on that. I just don't desire to marry somebody just for papers. If I'm marrying somebody, I'm loving them. Period. And if they so happen to be American, awesome. I'm not resistant to getting a job. That's not the issue. The issue is I know what it's going to do to the soul, and the soul is not going to like it. Yeah, you're gonna sometimes you have to do things that you don't like, but that's not true because that myth has been busted plenty of times. There have been plenty of people who busted that myth. That's literally what you choose to entertain. Anything is possible if you choose to entertain it. So I know that there's another way. Maybe this is, I swear my allegiance to you, Donald Trump. I will go and slay everybody. No. I will be your ultimate soldier. Now, of course, I'd be selling my soul, but you know, I could do that. I'm not doing that though. All I know is the universe is going to get me there when I'm supposed to get there. There's no doubt. I have no fear, no doubt, no worries. The whole the how part, dude, I have to let go of the how. Because the how, there's two different types of hows though. There's a how of knowing to take action, and then the how of how it's going to work out. How is this going to play out? And this is why the live stream, I'm purposely like documenting everything so that we can see, oh my God, he fucking did it. He fucking did it. That moment, the moment I get back on the plane and or I drive the Supra all the way there, or whatever it is I'm getting there, and I have the keys to my place, you cannot deny the magic. And that's the reason why I know the YouTube, it's not YouTube, the universe desires me to show this in real time or in the moment so that we see all the challenges and the hurdles and the obstacles that I put in place that I get to smash through to show that this is how it's done, to make what we call the currently impossible and making it possible, making the shit that doesn't make sense make sense. And this is why I must continue to live stream. We cannot stop with the live streams now. I'm too in it now to stop it, because we have to see this through to the so-called end. No matter what I must face, no matter what I must do, I will continue to go. I can't stop now. When I first started, this was just like, I don't know. I just come on, and I even said it in the first live stream. I don't know if this is gonna be an everyday thing, or maybe I just come on once a while. But now it's every day since that day. It's been every day. And yeah, shit has changed a lot. It originally was just me doing the workouts and just maybe sharing a couple things and jumping right off. Now it's fucking everything. It's been everything and almost everything under the sun. Almost, not everything quite yet. We definitely traveled. We definitely car trips, hiking mountains, exploration, gaming, fitness, mindset, spiritual, busting through bullshit. There's been lots of fighting on the stream, lots of miscommunication. Let me rephrase it. There's been lots of misunderstandings and misinterpretations on the live stream between me and others, or between two others. There's been a lot. It's been everything. It's all kinds of stuff. It's crazy. I did say that. I'd be like, I will be your ultimate soldier, and I will go seek and destroy if I have to. No, but I wouldn't do that. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Sometimes you gotta do some crazy shit to get where you desire to get to. You gotta be unconventional. Maybe I go to the White House. I literally storm the White House and be like, yo Trump, yo dude, I am the superhero of love, and you are going to give me my citizenship. You're gonna write that right now. I'm gonna storm in there. And yes, I know the Secret Service is gonna come in and start blowing me to smithereens. And guess what? The bullets are not gonna penetrate. I have a crazy imagination. I have a crazy imagination. Now, this is why I'm calling forth a suit that is bulletproof, tear-proof, sweat-proof, weatherproof, uh, cold-proof, waterproof, tear-proof. Like even what's the most powerful like bullet? Even that can't pierce it. It'll stun me, of course, but it won't. It actually won't even just stun me. It'll just flick off. I call in a suit, and the helmet will be made of the same material, and I wear that, so nothing can stop. That'd be pretty badass, no? Yeah, but yeah, you can say a tombstone will be ready for me with that one, with that idea. Yeah, dude, I'm just letting go of the how right now. Just to get back to seriousness for a moment, I'm letting go of the how that's happening because I've been seeing I'm getting into alignment inwards. I already know what I desire. I'm clear as fucking day. That much I know. I'm fucking clear as day what I desire, and it's done. In my mind, it is fucking done. I don't know why I'm doing this, but whatever, I'm doing this. It is done. Why am I doing this? I have no idea, but it is done. And now, once it's done inwards, I must take whatever insights I'm getting, I must take that action outwards and have no fear. That's basically it. So I'm kind of like listening every day. Well, what is it that I'm supposed to do? Do I make a coaching program? I could do that, but it's not a coaching program. It's beyond that. It's a soul activation program. But if you call it soul activation, people won't buy it. Because they'll be like, what the fuck is this? It's not coaching. Oh, it's beyond coaching. It's something even beyond that. How much do I sell it for? 10,000? No, nobody's gonna pay 10,000 for soul activation. But it's actually worth $1 billion. In fact, it's actually worth more than that. It's priceless. Because the thing you have goes way beyond what others can even do because they are not where you are, even though we're all one thing. I know that sounds arrogant right there, but still. So I'm listening in to the intuition and letting this get out of the way because this likes to get in the way a lot. Not overthinking, but like letting it out of the way. This is why every day I am just doing and being all in one breath, you can say, or in every breath. So like, yes, it's 11:39, and yes, I should have, but shoulda, coulda, woulda, I should have started the exercise, but I said fuck it. I just ate. I'm gonna give my body a little bit of time to process the food, and then I'll go do it. I'm in no rush. I know I'm gonna do it. I don't have to be on like a, oh yeah, I must like get this shit done like right now because time's a ticking. Unless we're going somewhere, then it's a different story. Like Tuesday morning, we'll be doing this pretty early and we're gonna be gone. Only because my brother's having his party and he's gonna have friends over and I don't desire to be inside live streaming. I wanna be outside. So his he doesn't desire to be a part of the live stream, and I'm sure his friends wouldn't either. So I'm going to take us for a ride. I'll probably ride the bike on Tuesday and go to the big park, and I'll probably bring the soccer ball. Speaking of soccer ball, I'm gonna bring it out because I felt this requirement to kick the ball. So I'll bring the soccer ball with me. I'll put it in my bag, and maybe like bring the tripod. Anyways, yeah. I know the why. I have to let go of the how. There's two hows though. Like I said, there's a how of taking action, and then there's a how of how am I going to bring it forth. The thing is, if I get in the way of the how of what the universe is attempting to show me and how to do it, and I block it from the way it's supposed to be, and I'm thinking it has to be this way, then I'm fucking myself over. Maybe, dude, maybe I am meant to meet that person and we're supposed to get married. If that's the case, and it's not for my papers, but if that's the case, then I'm not going to be resistant to it anymore. I used to be very resistant to the whole idea of being married again. I used to be so resistant to that idea, dude, because I'm like, I don't want to fuck up another marriage. You know, if you watch Friends, I don't want to be like Ross, you know, who had like three divorces? There was an episode where, who was it? Was it Joey or was it Chandler? Forget. But anyways, Monica said, who? Two divorces and this and whoever and whatever else. Two divorces, no relationship, and then, ouch. That's true, dude. Yeah, I know, but still, that's what Ross said. And I was like, yeah, I know I won't fuck it up, but the thing is, like, I was very resistant to the idea of potentially, entertaining the idea of marriage again. Because for me, this was my perception of being married. You want to hear my perception of what being married felt for me? Losing my freedom, and which is a big one to me. It felt like I won't be free anymore. I won't be free to be who I desire to be. I know that's not true though. I know that that's not true. My perception has changed. But this was my idea after I divorced from my ex, that if every other woman is going to be like her, which that's not true, and she's an amazing woman, it's just I was not ready for her, then I'm going to lose my freedom and I have to do all this. And then of course the big R word came back into play. Fucking responsibility. I was like, I don't desire any more responsibility. Of course, I've shifted that. I'm like, I love responsibility now. I get to be responsible for everyone's, well-being while they're here on the live stream. I can handle 8 billion perspectives. I can handle it. The only thing is, can all of you handle what I have to share? That's a different story altogether. Because I know what it feels like to be in those lower vibrations. Anyways, that's a whole other conversation. So this is what was my perspective about being married, like being afraid to commit. I had what you call commitment issues, because it felt like I was going to be enslaved again. That's what marriage felt like to me, being enslaved. And me personally, I would rather be free and single than to be enslaved and be in a relationship, if that's what a relationship was going to be. Now, of course, I've shifted my perceptions of it. It's not that anymore. I've changed that. That idea has literally shifted now. But it was very heavy for a very long time. That's why I was like, no, I don't desire any woman. I was pushing them away unconsciously, like fuck this, like no, nope, nope. And I was finding all kinds of different things to not, deal with women. And of course, Olga was a great mirror to me for stuff like you have like this thing called attachment styles, and I was a little bit unaware of that until she made me aware. I'm like, okay, cool, now at least know, now I can deal with this, and I dealt with it, and I'm like, okay, I have a better understanding now. But now, because I've tapped into this whole creator perspective, that's literally changed the entire paradigm. Because I went from human to God. I went from not feeling like I'm capable of anything to knowing that I am capable of anything, because I am everything and everything is me, in a non-egoic, even though I've changed the definition of ego, like ego, but I'll use the word egoic for now, from a non-egoic standpoint, from a very genuine standpoint that like I have no limits now. There is no limits. I can be anything, I can have anything, I can be with anyone, I can do anything. There is no limits. The only limits is if I put those limits onto myself, and I refuse to do that to myself or to others, because everyone is limitless. So anyways, to answer your question, yeah, the plan is following the gut in every present moment and seeing what is meant to happen, and not getting tripped up with, but your reality isn't changing. That right there. Because that itself is an entity, and then it's going to drag your ass back down, and then you get stuck in this whole, but my reality isn't changing thing. And I'm aware of that. That's why I keep reminding myself, when I say anything Toronto, I don't say we, I say Toronto. And I don't associate myself with Canada, or like, you know, we up here. I don't say we up here. I do my best to chop out that word we. I'm not separating myself from Toronto. It's always going to be a part of me, but I also have to recognize that I live in San Diego, and really embedding that perspective in me. That's why it brought me there 4 friggin' times for me to figure it out, to go inwards and feel it. And that's why last trip was the most potent energy trip. It was only for 1 week, not even a month. It was for just 1 week. I got to feel what it, well, the third trip, when we were living in the car for a month, was for me to know what it feels like to be on my own, like fully. Like, you know, pretending that I'm paying, you know, I've already, you know, paid for bills, which is like gas, paying for like meals, which is like groceries, doing all that stuff again. I've lived on my own, right? I've lived on my own in Canada for 3 years by myself. Just 3 years though. 2.5 years was with the wife, the ex-wife. 2.5 years was with the ex-wife. 3 years was by myself. And yeah, when I was in San Diego, it was basically giving me like an experience before the experience, if that makes sense. So that's why, like, I was like, how am I gonna, like, I could go to an Airbnb and stay for a month, but like, it desired me to stay in a car, a fucking car, because it was mirroring back resourcefulness. It was mirroring back that you're capable of this. You are capable of a lot of things. It was to blast through a bunch of fears. It was to blast through a bunch of self-imposed limitations. It also was the first time I started live streaming with a gimbal out in the public, really. Because up until that point, I was mainly in that room. I wasn't even bringing the gimbal out much even out here. Like, I wasn't live streaming outside. You all remember, for those of you, I started a live stream in that room, and it's always been in that room, and I hadn't left that room much because we started in the winter time. And then, yes, I took a couple walks here and there, but the thing is, like, I wasn't taking all of you everywhere I go or everything I'm doing. I would just do it for a couple hours, and then the rest of the day, that's it. So that trip, that third trip, was monumental for me. I got to document the fucking journey. Hell, I got to fucking drive my Supra. And I got to take a picture of my Supra and the building that I live in, all in one shot. That's the reason why it told me to get the Supra, just for that one photo. That one photo, even though I took 9 photos, those 9 photos or that one photo is more than enough to encapsulate my desired reality. I drove my dream car. I know what it feels like to live in that penthouse. And I know someone's living there right now. They actually just got it back in November. So somebody just, they just got it. But they're just taking up my space for now. But their time is coming. They're gonna have to leave. In fact, I declare that they'll be leaving. And by the time I'm ready to physically have that place, it's done. It's fully furnished. It's fully paid off. It's done because I declare it to be done. And you're gonna see me make the impossible and make it possible. I declare it and it's done. I said it on the live stream, and anytime I said something, it always comes to pass. So I declare that my penthouse, fully paid off, fully vacant, fully furnished, paid off, full, in San Diego at 888 W.E. Street, Pacific Gate, penthouse number one, or whatever the biggest one is there, because not all of them are equally the same in square feet. I have the biggest one out of the four. There's 4 penthouses, and I have the best view out of the 4. They all have amazing views, but I have the best view. That's fully paid off. The Supras, plural, MK4 and MK5, paid off. Both highly modded. Me, as an entrepreneur, making hundreds of thousands a month, if not millions. Actually, fuck it, millions. I set my goals very high. And that is through the healing resort. Serving and helping people detoxify mind, body, and spirit. Because I know I can help anyone. You know why I know I can help everyone? I've helped an 8-year-old little girl, and I helped a 70-year-old man, and everybody in between. And yes, some came, some left, some got the perspective, some didn't. Some hated my guts, some enjoyed what I had to say. My intentions are pure. I'm here to serve. But I did it. And I know that I have the power to help anybody in this world. I have it. We all do, actually. However, I so happen to choose a path of extreme difficulty so I can overcome and now flow. And now I'm in the flow state. I'm gonna have to cut this grass again. I might cut it on Tuesday. We'll see. I don't mind cutting the grass now because I get to show off my manly skills of cutting grass. You know, it's not my responsibility. Just saying, but I still help out. Anyways, right, I gotta get my gloves. Gotta get my resistant band. My shoes. Yep. I'm glad you asked about the plan because it allows me to now, again, bring that to the forefront. There's a spider and a fly just encased with each other. It's a big old spider web right here. Yep. But you know, the funny thing is, a year ago, the healing resort, whatever I conceptualize as a healing resort, like I can feel that really potently now, more than ever. Excuse me. I can feel that potently, clear as day. That that's how I'm supposed to help people. They come, they get this world-class experience. It's a sustainable business model. It's a healing resort that I own, fully paid off. So where do I get the money? That's what I have to let go of, the how. It doesn't have to come from one way, it can come from any way. That's why I'm here, to make the shit that doesn't make sense make sense. Even though my eyes may not be able to see it, and others may not think it's possible, I think it's possible. I know it's possible because I am possible. And nothing's impossible because I am possible. And that's the reason why, like, several years down the road, you will see everything unfold, because everything's unfolding in every present moment. I know it is. A year ago, I wasn't even doing any of this stuff because it had to get me through all that heaviness that was buried within myself. Everything's already done. Creation is finished. Letting go of the how and knowing the why. Which, by the way, I'm sure our brother Nero will be releasing a video today, and we'll be watching that. I'm curious to hear what he has to say. When I listen to him, I'm not learning anything. I'm just remembering what I've forgotten. And he's just simply providing words that helps me to really lock in. And every time I hear these words, it really helps me to up level and transcend even more. In fact, I'm curious if he already released the video. Pretty sure he did. If you didn't, no big deal. So there's a gentleman named Mark Houghton who talks about winning the lottery and how he manifested winning the lottery like twice. And he's like, chosen ones, a massive shift just happened in you. There's a lot of there's a lot of people who make a lot of like things too complicated. So much stuff on YouTube, so much. It's endless and endless and endless, and I can see the mind trap. The answer always and it will forever come back down to you and you alone. I see all the traps. So much mind trap.
So you already have all the money you will ever, because creation's finished times of illusion, you already have all the money you will ever receive, ever experience. It's all within you.
Let's watch this video for a moment. Ten secrets of manifesting money without working. Becoming magnetic to money. But it's not about working. You are working, but it's not called working. It's called being in alignment with things that you love to do and doing what you love. That doesn't consider it being work. That is literally your passion. And I found my passion by me speaking.
The universe is always mirroring our internal state of being.
Yes, it is.
So if we perceive lack, we're going to feel it. And if we feel lack, that'll be projected out. That frequency of lack will be projected out and reflected back, even though lack is an illusion that doesn't exist. The lack is the one thing in this entire abundant universe that doesn't exist, and yet you're so powerful
That you created it.
that you can bring it into existence. You can bring into existence the one thing that doesn't exist. That's how powerful you are.
Yep.
So you already have all the money you will ever, because creation's finished, time's an illusion. You already have all the money you will ever receive, ever experience. It's all within you now.
Yes, it is.
Right? Because nothing ever happens. Everything has already happened. Creation is finished. So number one, we got to get the perception of lack out of there. Number two, we got to get the feeling of lack out of there. Because perception plus feeling, that's how you create your reality, baby.
Well, reveal, not create. You reveal it.
Welcome back, beloved masters.
Welcome.
This is probably the first time I've been on TikTok for a month. And the replay of this is going to be on the YouTube channel. You're going to want to watch the replay of this because this is a remake of one of my most popular videos. For those of you who are in my money manifestation course, you know how amazing it is. It just keeps getting better because I keep adding new modules. If you're already in the course, you don't have to pay extra for it. I'm going to do a bonus video today where we're going to talk about the 10 metaphysical secrets of money manifestation. It's one of the most popular videos I did it's almost been a year that I've been on YouTube in this iteration. It's been about 9 months I've been on TikTok, almost a year. So we've had a phenomenal first year, and so I want to say thank you so much for all the support. What you guys have done as far as sharing your videos, getting the word out, taking my work and putting it in like these amazing video clips. I appreciate you guys so much. My work has been like passed around everywhere. I knew we would make a massive impact, but I didn't think it would happen this quick. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. So we're going to talk about the 10 metaphysical secrets of money manifestation. You see, money manifestation and becoming magnetic to money has nothing to do with money.
Exactly.
It's all about freedom. It's all about
It's all about energy.
That slavery system. This symbol of money is the number one way that we're enslaved by the matrix. Never again. This symbol of money, this illusion, I should say, of money. Right? We stress out, we get emotionally triggered, we're in a constant state of fight or flight, we're in a constant state of panic over useless paper. This is how much deeply we've been brainwashed, right? So metaphysics or magic, which are one and the same, is what corrects all misperceptions. You see, the reason we're in a constant state of emotional upheaval when it comes to money, we feel good when we have money, we feel like crap when we don't, we love ourselves when we have money, we go on a spending spree, we hate ourselves when we don't, right?
Yep.
The first secret of manifesting money is that money has to become irrelevant to you. It has to be seen as the worthless paper that it is, okay? The only thing that is of value here is you and your energy.
That's right.
Because in truth, that's what money is. All the abundance that you ever experience has two things in common. Number one, it's all energy. And number two, you are the source of all of it. All money, all abundance, literally everything you experience flows from within you outward. It's not enough to say that you are the path or you're on the path. It's more proper to say you are the path, you are the way. Right? You are the path that you are on. You are the source energy that comes through. From inside of you and flows outward. And that is the source of all abundance. You are the source of energy that creates abundance
Yep.
It's an illusion, it's a trick of the ego mind that defies us projected outward. There is no subject-object paradigm. The entire world exists within you. You're not a person in the world is in you.
Yep. Bar.
And you're projecting it outward. You've created this great illusion that you're a human person inside of a world. Right? So when we're not, on the rare occasion that we're not getting emotionally triggered over money, we feel unsafe because we feel like it's fragile inside of this scary, dangerous world, right? And we were all meant to, explore fear in all its forms. And that's why we created this illusion of subject-object paradigm that I'm a person inside of the world. But that's not the true nature of what is. Subject-object paradigm is an illusion. Illusion. There is nothing outside of you. So when we correct our perception, we correct our mental health, we correct our feelings of safety and security, we correct our relationship with money because we divorce ourselves emotionally from money so it has no more ability to ragdoll us emotionally. We've been conditioned to stay small and weak and limited. And one of the ways that the spiritual community especially has conditioned us to stay small and weak and limited is to attach like it being honorable to be broke, right? When your true nature is infinite abundance. And abundance is your birthright.
Sure is.
It's where I start everybody in my money manifestation class. Abundance is your birthright.
Sure is.
If you have a desire for money, that's not your ego's desire, that is your soul's desire. Because how are we going to save the world, although it doesn't actually need saving, how are we going to save the world if we're freaking broke? If we can't even pay our own bills, right? So limitless abundance is your birthright. It's actually your true nature is limitless abundance.
It's true.
Special treat for you today. We're going to do the 10 secrets of money manifestation. First of all, I want to say I just took 2 weeks off. I haven't been on TikTok in a month. I'm so happy to be here with you. You have no idea how much I love doing this job. I love teaching manifestation. I love teaching people to step into their power as limitless creators.
Me too.
It is the greatest joy of my life to be
Sure.
doing this.
That's what I love doing too.
Pointless for the first 5 decades of my life. And then I found my sweet spot, my niche, and then I monetized my gifts, right? And that's one of the big secrets of money manifestation. Follow your highest excitement, monetize all your unique talents and abilities, because those talents and abilities are a unique piece of the puzzle.
Yes, they are.
5D New Earth. And you're the only puzzle piece that will fit, right? And that's why abundance is your birthright.
Sure is.
Monetize your gifts. Again, if you want to go deeper onto that, take my money manifestation course, Become Magnetic to Money at magnetictomoney.net. It's the best money course on the planet, for a fraction of the price of anyone else's money course. 10 secrets of money manifestation. Let's start with the most important one. Number 1, you already have all the money you desire. You already have it because you already are it.
Bar.
Right? Rayburn just said, I am money, I am abundance. Correct. It is your natural state to be fully abundant 100% of the time. The
12,036 steps. We're going to be starting our exercise shortly. I'm going to just listen to Pete, but I'm going to start my...
The only question is, what are we doing to stop that flow of abundance that would be flowing naturally 24/7?
Exactly. What are we...
What are we doing to block our own limitless abundance, our own limitless nature of abundance? So you already have all the money because time is an illusion. Creation
is finished.
Creation is finished. My best-selling book. If you haven't got this, it's available on Amazon and on Audible. That book has changed over 500 people's lives that I've heard from.
Yep. It's definitely...
You're not the character, you're the creator of the game. That book takes you to creator of the game mode.
Yes, you are.
You can get it on Amazon and listen.
Okay. I'm going to get the body warmed up.
You already have all the money you desire because you already are it. Right? It's more accurate to say that you are it than you have it, because you don't need to possess anything. Possession's an illusion. Whatever you believe you own owns you.
Exactly.
But you have it. It's fair to say you have it because you already are it.
Yeah, you already are all the abundance.
You are the source of abundance, the limitless source of abundance.
Yes, you are.
So the first thing we have to do is stop placing money outside of ourselves, right?
All right, I'm going to do 55 push-ups, 55 squats, 55 ab pull-downs, and then we'll get into it.
But that's an illusion. It's an illusion of your own creation.
So I'm going to do 20 wide, 20 standard, 15 narrow.
Enjoy the ascension back into being God, the limitless source energy.
3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Wealth is something you align with by assuming the state of being and the level of consciousness of wealth. Money is an extension of your consciousness, just like I'm an extension of your consciousness. Just like the entire white universe is an extension of your consciousness, but you are the source, the infinite consciousness, force field of consciousness that you
3,
are. Which,
2,
by the way, contains
1,
everything.
go.
That
1,
consciousness is a
2,
fractal pattern of the
3,
replica of divinity.
4,
It's a fractal of God.
5,
That means if it exists within
6,
the universe, if it exists within
7,
the multiverse,
8,
if it exists within
9, 10,
so perception, we need to
1,
correct perception.
2,
That money's outside of us. We've just
3,
corrected number 2.
4,
Feeling that we're lacking something,
5,
right? When we perceive money
6,
to be outside of ourselves,
7,
we're in a constant perpetual state of
8,
lack. Our state of being
9,
is just lack all the time. And guess
20,
what the mirror universe
1,
reflects back to us? If we
2,
feel lack, that's going to be
3,
projected out and reflected back.
4,
The universe
bar,
is always
5,
mirroring our internal state.
6, 7, 8,
So we perceive
9,
lack and feel it.
30,
Feel lack, that will be projected out
31,
that frequency.
32,
Lack and projected out.
33,
Reflected back. Even
34,
though lack is an illusion that doesn't
35,
exist, lack is the one thing in this
36,
entire abundant universe that doesn't exist.
37,
It's so powerful
38, 39,
that you could bring it into
40.
existence. You could bring it into existence the
That.
one thing that doesn't exist.
That's how powerful you are. You can bring something that doesn't exist into existence. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55.
Perception plus feeling, that's how you create your reality, baby.
Perception plus feeling. Gotta do some grooming.
Because you already are the money. You're the source of all money.
We're gonna
And there's
get
an
into it
infinite
in a moment.
supply of resources within you now.
Yes, there is.
Supply never ends. 24/7 abundance. Unless, of course, we're doing something to get in the way of it, right? But we just knocked out the 2 top things. Number 2, the money desire is not separate from you. Separation is also an illusion.
Yep. Separation is
Which comes from the idea of
3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, exactly. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, it is.
Time, just like separation, is an illusion. But again, when we believe in illusions, we make them real, right? So if you think it's going to take a long time to manifest the money that you desire, it's going to take a long time. You have to work really hard. And remind me to untangle the working and money having anything to do with each other. It's actually the exact opposite of that. Working is what a slave does. You, a master creator, follows the path of their highest excitement and monetizes their gifts, right? And that's all covered in the Money Mastery course at magnetictomoney.net. The money you desire is yours, and it's yours now. Time, just like separation, is an illusion, but when we believe in illusions, we make them real. Your higher self exists outside of space-time. Okay, you, which are your higher self, is you. You and your higher self are one thing. Your higher self is projecting you into space-time like an octopus would drop a tentacle into the water.
Bar.
You are a tentacle, 2.5% of your higher self. And where your higher self exists, there is no space-time. There's a construct that we created, space-time, so that we can see ourselves in the act of overcoming challenges, see ourselves in the act of creating.
Yep.
That doesn't exist where you're from. Your higher self exists outside of space-time, where everything is happening now and creation is finished.
Yes, it
It
is.
is the realm of pure possibility and a realm of pure synchronicity, where everything is happening now.
Yes, it is.
And you know what's happening right now? You enjoying all the money, experiencing all the money. That is your birthright.
It is our birthright.
That is your birthright.
All of
So
it.
where your higher self exists, which is the source of all abundance, mind you, your higher self is where all the abundance flows down from. All abundance flows down from the higher mind, which is the source of the source of energy.
I'll be right back.
And everything we ever experience in our life, money, relationships, a job, a business opportunity, a vacation, all of it is patterned energy that collapsed into form. Energy, pattern energy that collapsed into form. And you are the source of all that energy. So you are the source of everything. Time's an illusion. The money, every dollar you will ever experience is within you now. Number 4, it is right for you to have it, right? This is where the spiritual community comes in. People ask me all the spiritual, why do you talk about money so much? Because it's the number one way that we're enslaved. And if I want to give money to my favorite charities like ASPCA or St. Jude's Hospital, I can't do that from an empty bank account, right? It is our responsibility to live in abundance so that we can contribute to the lives of others. And contribution is a huge aspect of manifestation, because giving and receiving is one thing. Whatever you give in this universe, you receive, and whatever you withhold, you deny yourself. Incredibly important. It's a whole chapter in my Magnetic to Money course, the idea of flow, which we get from the religious idea of tithing, 10% to the church. This is all about creating a flow of abundance, keeping the abundance flowing, because when abundance stagnates, Matthew 25:29, to those who have much, more will be added. To those who have not, even what little they have will be taken.
Bar.
Jesus in Matthew 25:29 is talking about don't stop the flow of abundance. Know that you are in a constant state of abundance 24/7. The only question is, what are you choosing with your focus and your feeling to be abundant in? That's the only question, right? And what we have been choosing with our focus and our feeling to be abundant in thus far is lack. We've all been brainwashed into lack through a subject.
That's the paradox.
That shit is over, right? The moment
The paradox of
this
lack.
Supermodel face, that shit was over. And don't forget, the whole purpose of this face is to remind you every time you see it that you're the freaking creator and that this is your universe. Everyone has their own universe nested within the multiverse, and they're the master of their universe. So every time you see this face, it's going to be a trigger to remind you that you are the creator. This
Or
is your
activator.
universe. You are a creator within your own creation, and you are
Yeah.
the only
When you see this
authority in
face,
the
it's the same thing.
So it's only you that can choose to align with abundance and money,
Yep.
to tune into that frequency, that version of you that already has it, or to not do that.
Exactly.
It's shame that of being abundant by the spiritual community. You are worthy of having all the money you desire. The feeling of being unworthy is deeply ingrained in our DNA and mainly rooted in religious trauma. Right? I was raised a Christian. It took me years to get that poison out of me.
Yep.
That's the religion that tells you that when you're born, the moment you're born, before you even took a breath, you're dirty, filthy, and sinful. So dirty, filthy, and sinful.
That's so
that
funny.
man had to be tortured and murdered for you. That's a wonderful thing to tell children, isn't it?
I know, right?
That's good old religion, right? Of course, we created religion so that we could help us forget who we are, so that we can then go through the process of remembering who we are, where it's the most ecstatic journey ever. We've just started that journey of remembering who we are. So you're worthy of all the money. How can you not be worthy of it if it's you? How can you be unworthy of what you are? Right? The abundance.
Yeah, exactly.
Abundance is what you are. How can you be unworthy of what you are?
It's good to hear Pete talk again.
So
It's been a while.
brainwashing is gone. You're the creator. Everything you create serves you, and creation is finished. Everything you create serves you, including religion.
Exactly, for you to overcome it.
By the way, a bonus. One of the bonus courses I add in my Magnetic to Money Masterclass is my Ultimate Alchemy Masterclass. That masterclass is life-changing, right? One of the biggest things that stops us from manifesting money is that we're constantly living in a perpetual state of fear and anxiety. That Ultimate Alchemy Masterclass will wipe fear and anxiety out of your experience permanently.
Yep.
So much bonus material I put in that course because I want it to be the #1 money course that's ever been created, the #1 manifestation course that's ever been created. You take it yourself and see if it isn't. Number 6, your higher self wants you to have the money. Your higher self is you, by the way. Your higher self wants you to have the money. It wants you to live in a perpetual state of abundance because it knows of your purity and innocence under all the brainwashed beliefs and trauma-based mind control.
Bar.
You see, if you've aligned
Trauma-based mind control.
If you've aligned with this wisdom that transcends knowledge, the chances are that you've had an extremely difficult life.
Yep.
You've had way more challenging circumstances than probably anybody else you know. There's a reason for that. It's because you're a master.
Yep.
It's another thing. This fixed trigger is the remembrance that you're already a master. Only a master would stack the deck against themselves like we did.
Yeah, I stacked the deck against myself.
They're already the master. Right? You don't have to become the master.
Ooh. That's why I said yesterday, the game, see? He said something that makes so much sense. It goes hand in hand why I made such extreme difficulty. In fact, I'll use the Yu-Gi-Oh reference now. And this would be awesome if Jason was on, but he's not. But I know his soul will hear this. So Jason, if your soul's listening, listen carefully. And I'm sure you're gonna know this. It's gonna hit you like a ton of lightning. In fact, I declare that Jason hear this from his soul so that his mind can then hear it when the soul is ready. We created a Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh deck filled with so much limitations, filled with so much disadvantages. In fact, we have no card in this deck that's going to technically win. We have 0 cards in this deck that's going to win. In fact, our victory is not even, it's like, there is no victory. Like, it's actually more guaranteed that we're gonna lose. Almost 100% of the time we're gonna lose. But then you become aware of something within your deck. That's not really the cards, but the combinations of what you do with the cards. And it's the combinations of these cards. They may look like weak pieces of shit cards, but when you put these so-called weak pieces of shit cards together, and you play your hand, even the most powerful monsters in dual monsters or in Pokemon, you can bring them down in an instant. And you actually have the winning deck. But your cards look like they aren't meant to do anything special. In fact, they look like very shitty cards that don't have no power. They don't even look cool. They look like absolute dog shit. We stack the deck against us so that we can see ourselves overcoming everything. That's what I did in my journey. That's what I was doing. That's what I continue to do so I can overcome it.
Master. You don't have to take courses from the master. You're already the master. It happens in a calm, relaxed state, right? So we've already divorced our emotions from money. We've stopped placing it outside of ourselves or in our future. When it comes to monetizing your gifts and taking action, okay, anybody who tells you you're going to manifest money just by sitting on your ass doesn't understand how manifestation works.
Exactly.
There are 6 orders of creation: desire, intention, thought, emotion, action, and behavior. They are the lowest frequencies and the weakest things you can do, unless, of course, you're operating from inspired action. So if you master being present, you will receive
Or
guidance
aligned
in the
actions.
form of passion and excitement from your higher self. It's passion and excitement is the language by which your higher self, which is you, speaks to you. It gives you guidance. It tells you to take action on this, gives you the signal of excitement. That's your true self. You are the excitement. You are the passion. You are the high frequency. You are the love. You see, this is the most powerful manifesting force on the planet. Because when you embody love as your superpower, when you tap into the power of your open heart space, which I'm going to be covering mightily in my Magnificent Money Masterclass, when you understand that love, your high frequency, which is what you are unconditional love. You are the vibration of unconditional love. No name, no image, no form is source energy, the ultimate creator.
No name, no image, no form.
That one vibration contains all frequencies in existence.
Mm-hmm.
But as one vibration is the summation of all wisdom, which is unconditional love.
Bar. We're going to be starting.
Unconditional love is all about understanding that everything has its place. Nothing needs to be judged. Nothing needs to be analyzed. Everything is going perfectly. With these 10 secrets of money manifestation. Because once it gets into your subconscious mind,
Yes, it does.
so inspired action beats planned action, right? Planning is what we do when we are not master creators. Taking action out of the present moment from divine inspiration, that's what we do when we are master creators.
Yep.
Number 8, you must become the person you want to be now, okay? Manifesting is not about bringing something that isn't here to here. It's not about attracting something from outside of you to inside of you.
It's who you are now.
Within you now. Manifesting is the process by which you make the invisible visible.
Yep.
Right? One of my most famous videos that's been clipped by hundreds of people and remixed by dozens of people is the video where I say everything is here now in certain states of visibility or invisibility.
Yep.
I literally explain what creation is finished means. It means everything is here now. Everything you will ever experience is here and now.
Yeah, it is.
The question is, can you see it? Because are you vibrating in harmony with it? Are you matching the frequency? Are you aligning yourself vibrationally with that?
Yeah, and you have to let go of the importance of it and the physical expression of having it.
So there's a version of you. When Jesus said there are many rooms in my Father's house, he was talking about the infinite spaciousness of the I am. He was talking about the infinite parallel conditions, parallel realities, frequencies and dimensions that exist within your consciousness. That's the many rooms of my Father's house. That is the mansion of the higher mind. You're the fractal of God. You contain everything.
Yes, you are.
Possibilities exist within you now.
You're a fractal.
One of those possibilities is the version of you that has however much money you want to manifest. Right?
Yep.
The version of you with $5 or $10 or $20 million, that version of you already exists. All you have to do is vibrationally align with that version of you by assuming the state of being. And once you assume the state of being and you normalize that state of being,
Yep.
what's invisible starts to become visible. It starts to manifest. That's what manifestation is. It's making what's invisible visible. Nobody ever defines manifestation, but that's what manifestation really means. You're not taking something from over there and bringing it here.
Nope.
You're not attracting something from outside of you. No, you're making visible what has always been here, but been heretofore invisible because we have not been matching the vibration of it. Dude,
Yep.
I love this job so much.
I love it too.
So much.
That's why I do what I do.
I love teaching manifestation. I love
Me
teaching
too.
money manifestation because I got to unslave myself from the debt slavery system, and now I'm enslaving others.
Yes,
So
you are.
all other aspects of
And that's what I'm doing too.
It's my greatest joy to do this. I love it.
I fucking love
I
it.
can't get enough of it. So inspired action beats planned action. We take action out of the present moment, flow state, no past, no future, right? If we stay present, we'll constantly be in communication with the higher mind, and the higher mind will always be sending us inspiration. Number 9, you must cooperate with the universe to have the money you desire. So when you get the inspiration, you take action in the moment that you get it. You don't wait till tomorrow or next week or next year. By that time, the information that was sent to you will be outdated. It's incredibly powerful to be operating always in a present moment flow state. Because then you get real-time guidance from your higher self. It'll send you these brilliant, genius ideas.
Mm-hmm.
On all ideas you get, they all came from another aspect of your consciousness. It's all you and you. This entire universe is you interacting with you.
Sure
You're
is.
really the only one here. You're the only one in the room, right? If you're watching me in a room and there's 10 other people in there, you're actually the only one in that room. Remember I said everyone has their own universe?
Yep.
Nested within the multiverse?
That's
They're the only one in their universe.
yes, they are.
The other people are all holograms, and you're creating them with your energy. So literally everything in your universe, including the other people, all consist of your energy. You're the source of everything. I bring you back to. You see how this already shifts our internal state of being?
Yep,
See
it
how
does.
what happens when we stop perceiving the illusion of lack, or things are outside of me, or one day in the future I got to work really hard? Do you see how these teachings shatter all illusions?
Yep.
And this is just the appetizer. Like I said, magnetictomoney.net will take you all the way. You'll be able to embody this wisdom, manifest anything you want, not just money, anything you want, because the inner mechanics are the same. The enlightened inner mechanics are no matter what you want to manifest. And then you'll be able to teach this to others. Make no mistake, if you come from this soul group, that is our mission. That is our mission. That's why I've made most of my stuff free.
Yep.
I want to activate as many leaders and teachers of New Earth as possible, so that I can go on vacation. Number 9, you must cooperate with the universe to have the money you desire. That means you must take action in the present moment when you get the divine guidance. Okay, so we don't sit on divine guidance. This is so important. You're going to regret sitting on divine guidance. So you take action in the moment. Okay? But we only operate from inspired action, which is the present moment flow state. Those are the ideas you want to act on. You don't want to act on your fear or your panic or your, am I going to have enough, or your illusions of lack. You do not want to act ever out of low frequency states, because any action we take or any behavior we engage in out of a low frequency state is going to create a low frequency outcome. Right? So we only act from joy, or at least neutrality from now on, right? Or our true vibration of unconditional love. If you can normalize this as your state of being, dude, you're going to have amazing life. Heaven on earth will literally just start forming around you. You'll attract all the right people, all the right opportunities, all the right situations, unless, of course, you create a catalyst.
Yep.
In which case, the catalyst, by the way, is also the right person that you need. I'm going to go into that in my Catalyst Masterclass, which is...
You can say all of you created me as your
I'm
catalyst.
going to be playing this on YouTube on Saturday, so it'll be a week from Saturday is my Catalyst Masterclass. Oh my God, that's going to be life-changing. The Catalyst experiences and Catalyst people that we attract into our lives that are, constitute our biggest challenges, that's where the greatest growth happens and where the greatest gifts happen. Unfortunately, if we think we're just going through a difficult situation, or we just had bad luck and attracted some narcissist who's trying to make our life a living hell, causing constant chaos, because they got nothing better to do with their lives. If that's the way we're perceiving it, that's the way we're going to create it. So we won't actually be able to align with the benefit of why we created the Catalyst experience. It's so incredibly important to understand catalysts, how to work with them, and then understand the benefits that you're getting from them. Because unless you're completely aware of the benefits you're getting from the catalyst, you're not going to be able to. We can only receive what we are the vibration of. So if we're not in the vibration, we're in the vibration of victim. We're thinking, look what happened to me. I can't believe this person did this to me. Blah blah blah. If you see it as anything other than a co-creation, you won't be able to access the resources. That's why it's so important. Do not miss it. If you're not subscribed to my YouTube channel, go to YouTube and subscribe. Don't miss any videos on my YouTube channel. That's where all the gold is. And all my free master classes are there too. So you must cooperate with the universe is number 9. And number 10, stay in the flow by spreading the abundance around. To those who have much more will be given. In Matthew 25:29, Jesus says, to those who have much more will be added. To those who have not, all will be taken. You notice how the universe, when you're trying to hold on to money, you're trying to grip on to it for your dear life, you're stopping the flow of abundance, you're being a cheapskate. Watch how the universe just starts making what little money you do have start to disappear, right? You'll start getting all these unexpected bills and all this other stuff. That is the universe punishing us for being in a scarcity mentality. To those who have much more will be added. If you constantly are grateful for the money you have and you keep that abundance flowing, more will be added. That's the concept of tithing 10%, because that 10% multiplies. Because the universe is a mirror and amplifier of whatever frequency we're emanating. So if we are giving from our heart with the frequency of gratitude that we can contribute to others, if we are doing that, we are constantly generating a flow of abundance, and that flow of abundance never stops unless we start becoming cheapskates and again perceiving lack and we stop that flow of abundance, then the universe will find all kinds of creative ways to take what little money you have away from you. That's what Jesus is talking about. Never stop the flow of abundance.
Yep.
Never hold on to money. Never. That's an unawakened mind, right? That's somebody who doesn't understand their true nature as infinite abundance. There's no need to save for a rainy day or any of this other garbage. When you know how to manifest in limitless abundance, you don't need to save. You don't need to make a 401k plan. You don't need to do any of that shit.
That's right. So true.
And you no longer need to be dependent on money either.
That's
you can
right.
manifest anything you want. You don't need money to be the middleman anymore. That's why you need to take my Magnetic to Money Masterclass. Because Module 6 teaches you how to manifest anything without money. Right? And one of the biggest mistakes we make is we focus on the money. That's a matrix trap. We're trying to manifest worthless paper instead of the experiences we want to have, right? And I correct all that by Magnetic to Money Masterclass. I'm telling you, the best money course you've ever taken. For a fraction of the price of anyone else's money course. That's the way I roll, baby. I deliver more value than anybody in the spiritual community as it is now, until you, the leaders and teachers of New Work, take over.
Yep.
And you get to take a vacation. Number 10, stay in the flow by spreading the abundance around. To those who have more will be added. What Jesus is saying is, to those who have an abundance mentality, those who know their true nature as infinite abundance, more will be added. To those who are unaware of their infinite nature as limitless abundance, they perceive a lack in their experience. Even what little they have will be taken away, because the universe is a mirror and amplifier of whatever frequency we're emanating. So if we're emanating a lack, what little money we have will disappear.
Bar.
It's one of my favorite Bible phrases. When I first read it and I didn't understand it when I was a kid, I'm like, God is so cruel. Why would he take away from the people who don't have it? Because God's training us into our natural state, into our authenticity.
Yep.
The universe always punishes us when we're inauthentic or we're perceiving improperly. Right?
Bar.
These teachings shatter all
Fucking
illusions.
bar. The universe will punish if you're not authentic.
Grateful I am to be with you.
That right there.
What joy it is to unsettle
My God.
and shackle
My
brothers and
God.
sisters from the debt slavery system.
This is
I never
crazy.
have to be in a panic state of anxiety 24/7 over useless paper. Am I going to have enough useless paper?
Useless.
Your supply of money, no matter what the number is in your bank account, is infinite.
It is.
That's why the universe always replenishes. Have you noticed that?
Yep.
Every time you spend money, the universe replenishes it. Every time you invest money, the universe replenishes it. The universe, which is you, because the universe is you. Remember what I said about this entire universe is you interacting with yourself? You are the universe, it's you. One and the same. You are your higher self, it's you. The universe, which is the source of all abundance, and you are one thing. Your higher self, which is the source of all abundance, and you are one thing. Because everything is one thing. And if you want to be a master manifester, whether it comes to money or anything else, you have to be operating from the truth. And the truth is, everything is the same one thing vibrating at different frequencies. There are no locks and bolts to anything. This is one of my teacher R.J. Spina's most powerful teachings. The entire existence, the entire creation.
There are no locks and
all of
bolts.
creation is one thing. That means there are no others, and there's nothing outside of your reach. It's all one thing. So when we stop creating the illusion of separation between us and what we desire to manifest, when we stop trying to manifest a specific person so that they will love us because we can't love ourselves, you want to screw your specific person, you want to manifest the perfect person, embody that vibration right there.
Yep.
This is, I love the Bible. This is my favorite. This is my favorite because it's talking about you. It's literally a description of who you really are. That's your true
Corinthians
identity.
13,
Even though
4,
what you are
8.
has no identity, has no name, no image, no form, and that's why it has no limitations. So when you embody that frequency, you're going to kill it. You're going to create heaven on earth all around you as the default state. Right? You're going to have a heaven on earth like I got a heaven on earth right now, dude, doing my dream job. With my soul family. You see, the thing we really want to manifest is ourselves as the creator. We want to manifest ourselves as this, our true self. That's what we want to manifest. Because once this is your constant state of being, you won't give a fuck about manifesting material garbage. You won't care about what manifests. You won't give a fuck about what's going on in the external reality. You won't care what's happening. You won't care about circumstances. You won't care if the manifestation comes, because you'll be being how you want to feel and feeling how you want to be. You will be your true self. And your true self is joy, abundance, happiness, freedom. That's your natural state. Depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, trauma. These are all matrix programs, right? And we've all spent enough time with limitation and lack and scarcity and trauma, so-called trauma. We are now free of all trauma-based mind control, right? Because if you're following me on TikTok and on YouTube, like I said, all the best stuff is on YouTube, so make sure you're subscribed. And make sure you take the money course, magnetictomoney.net. It's only $200 right now, but that price is going to go up on July 4th because I've put in all the bonus modules. It's the best money course ever, and you will be able to manifest anything with it. Anything you can summon the feeling of, anything you can summon the frequency of, anything you can hold the frequency. I told you the universe is a mirror. It mirrors and amplifies our frequency. So if you can embody, if you can become an energetic container of the frequency you desire to see reflected into the external reality, that's the way it works. That's the way it works. And again, the steps, the specific steps are in the Magnetic to Money Masterclass, but you get the point. Assume it, feel it, know it. Right?
Assume it,
Coach
feel
Yard.
it.
Hello, sister. I love you, sister. Thank you so much for being here. One of my many inspirations. You see, I do this for you. I don't do this for the money. I don't do this for the fame. I don't do this to be popular. I do this for you, my brothers and sisters, my soul group, my real family. I do this for you, and it's the greatest joy of my life. And the more we allow ourselves to feel, give ourselves permission to feel the high frequency joy of our life when we are following our highest passion, when we are serving the people that we love and the people that value us, instead of slaving away to make somebody else's dream come true who doesn't care about us. This is heaven on earth, baby. This is the way it was always meant to be. When the part of you who always known who you are takes the reins of your life, you get to experience this life the way it was meant to be.
Yep.
We are throwing off the veil, throwing off the illusions, throwing off the shackles of the dead slave
I know I haven't started yet, but it's okay. I'm listening to this.
Okay, so I'm going to review it really quick.
Yep. Let's pay attention, y'all.
And again, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel and make sure you got Creations finished. This book, life-changing, totally life-changing. And it's only my first out of 4 books.
I thought he has 3.
First out of 4. My second one will be out before the end of the year. So number 1, you already have all the money you desire.
You already have all. You already are all the money.
Distinction. Right? We've all been brainwashed to chase, acquire, and become. Possess things.
Chase, acquire, and become. No.
Be possessive. To those who have much, more will be added. To those who have not, all will be taken. Why would we be possessive if we lived in a perpetual state of abundance? Being possessive and trying to hoard things, that comes from a state of lack, right? We've destroyed lack.
Yep.
We've wiped lack
No more
out.
hoarding.
Number 2, the money you desire is not separate from you. It's a part of you. It's an extension of your consciousness. Just like I'm an extension of your consciousness, like the entirety of the universe, this whole hologram, this whole simulation hologram is a extension of your consciousness. There's nothing outside of you.
Yep.
And remember, you're the only person in your universe. You're the only one in your universe. That's why it's called a universe, Y-O universe. It's just you.
Universe.
Interacting with you. And then you got all these characters that you've hired. But it's really just you. It kind of destroys social anxiety forever, doesn't it? The money you desire is not separate from you. Separation is an illusion, but when we believe in illusions, we make them real. The other illusion is the illusion of time, right? The money you desire is not in your future. This is number 3. It's not someday in the future. It's right here, right now.
Yep.
Right?
There's no someday.
Is finished. I take you back. Creation is finished. Everything has already happened. The book of your life has already been written. Every dollar you've ever experienced is already within you.
Yep.
Just waiting to be received and circulated.
Bar.
Time's an illusion, but when we believe in illusions, we make them real, right? So if you say it's going to take a long time, or you have to work really hard, your wish is my command, says the universe. The universe only says yes. It's a mirror and amplifier. It only says yes to whatever statement you make.
It's a mirror, amplifier, and maintains.
It doesn't talk in affirmations. Affirmations don't.
Yep.
Affirmations are for amateurs. You embody the state of being. You speak to the universe with your energy.
Yeah.
The universe, you can't fool the universe with words. Because whatever frequency you're emanating, it's going to mirror that.
It's so true.
Right? You can't fool the universe. You can lie to your friends, your mom, your dad, your boyfriend, your girlfriend. You can lie to everyone else. You can even lie to me and I'll still love you. You can't lie to the universe. Because it's you. Who knows you better than yourself?
Exactly. A multi-dimensional version of yourself.
Your desire to have wealth is not an accident. Your desire is God's desire. If you have a desire, the fulfillment of the desire is the other side of the coin. Whatever you ask for in prayer, know that you've received it and it shall be yours. Why did Jesus say that? Because the moment you have a desire, the fulfillment is the other side of the coin.
It's done.
Because your desire is God's desire. So get I'm unworthy, I'm lacking, I don't, not good enough. Get all that shit out of here. Do not bring that onto my channel ever.
Exactly.
Number 5, sorry, you are worthy of having the money you desire. Look, if you were
Same
not
thing
worthy,
goes
you
for
wouldn't
me.
exist, because creation does not make mistakes. Your higher self, which is a magnificent creator,
Ain't happening.
masterpiece it created in me. It's a master creator, doesn't make any mistakes. And your higher self is you, by the way. You are a master creator, you don't make any mistakes. So you're definitely worthy because creation doesn't make any accidents, doesn't make any mistakes. You're worthy of everything you desire. The feeling of being unworthy has been deeply ingrained in our DNA from generation after generation after. It's one of the ways that we use trauma-based mind control to forget who we are. We use religion and social conditioning and brainwashing and the school system, those concentration camps they call schools. We use all that stuff to help us forget who we are so we can go through this joyful experience of remembering who we are from a different perspective. So it's right for you to have it. Your higher self wants you to have the money because it knows how pure and innocent your soul is.
Yep.
And it knows that you're going to contribute mightily with that money. We can't help anybody if we're broke. If we're just struggling to get by, we can't help anybody. So it is your responsibility. It's not just your birthright, it's also your responsibility. Our responsibility to live in a perpetual state of abundance, which is our natural state. And that's the natural order of things if we're not fucking it up. Number 7, inspired action beats planned action. I'm sure I skipped a couple of them, but the important ones are all here. Inspired action. Remember, we master being present. That way we're always tapped into the higher mind and the higher self. And then the higher self speaks to us in
I love
passion.
this.
Says, take action on this. And you take action in the moment when you get the inspiration. Number 8, you must become the person you want to be now. Manifesting
Now.
the wealth that you desire is simply a function of attuning yourself like a radio dial to the frequency, because you're like a radio that's playing every radio station on the planet. It's all playing at the same time. The question is, what are you going to tune into? Because you can only listen to one song at once.
Yes, you can.
So what song are you going to tune into? We're going to tune into the song
Of
radio
abundance.
station of the version of you that has all the money already.
Yep.
Because that version already exists within you now. Many rooms in my father's house. Remember that? Number 9, you must cooperate with the universe to have more money.
Yes. It's
One of the most powerful ways to manifest, to guarantee your manifestation, is to expand your intention to benefit more and more and more of creation. As much of creation can benefit from your manifestation, from you manifesting money or manifesting, even a...
Ooh, I feel something like a lightning bolt bang inside of me.
Your intention so that you have a vision that encompasses
I declare that my intention expands for the greater good.
The more energy you're summoning behind your intention.
A pure intention.
That's how you summon energy that doesn't even belong to you. You can summon energy that belongs to the rest of creation. So it's not even your energetic allotment. So you're working with your energetic allotment plus the allotment of all of creation. Because the more you getting what you want benefits everyone, the more energy you're summoning behind it. And that's the way you guarantee your manifestation.
Yep.
I've never heard anybody teach that but me. And you, when you take over teaching, you're going to improve all of my stuff.
Yes, we.
Oh,
yeah.
My students to outperform me so I can take a long vacation. I've been going on about vacation. I haven't decided Bali or Dubai. One of those two, Bali or Dubai. I always wanted to go to Bali and Dubai. So you have to be the person you want to be now, right? You got to tune yourself like a radio station to the version of you that already exists, because that version exists. Number 9, you must cooperate with the universe. The more you having what you want benefits the rest of creation, the more guaranteed your manifestation is.
Bar.
And when it's sensed, when it's sensed the opportunity to manifest, right? So when it's sent you
That's the whole action.
Do not procrastinate on these things that you can tell is synchronicity. When the universe sends you somebody to help you with your manifestation, to help you bring it to fruition, act on those things.
Yep.
Right? So a lot of us, we spent years being unsure, lacking confidence, all this stuff. So we developed like habits of procrastinating. All that shit is over, dude.
It is
We
over.
delete all those matrix programs.
Yes,
Just
we
sitting
did.
in front of me and me blasting you with my energetic transmission, it deletes all the matrix programs. You don't have to go through some long deprogramming, debrainwashing process, because every time you watch one of my videos, I'm deprogramming you for you.
Yep. Even though I've done it myself now.
And it's my honor to do that. Number 10, stay in the flow by spreading abundance around. To those who have much more will be added. To those who have not, even little they have will be taken. So
Bar.
hold on to money. Never stop the flow of abundance.
Exactly.
When you feel abundant and you contribute that abundance to so-called others, remember giving and receiving is one thing because everything is one thing. Whatever you give, you receive. Whatever you withhold, you deny yourself.
Bar.
Incredibly important. Incredibly important. Everything is one thing, and we can never be master manifestors, master creators, if we're building our foundation on a lie, which is separation. Separation is an illusion. It's a lie. It's a belief system, and we've transcended it because everything is one thing, including you and the money you desire to manifest. The money you deserve to manifest.
Yup.
Dude, the high conscious wisdom is only half the value on this channel. Tell me I'm not the most entertaining person on this platform. Thank you. Yeah, I love it. I'm still pandering for validation over here. Shame on me. All the people that are watching this, thank you so much for sharing this.
Of course.
Whoever you share this with is gonna freaking love you for life because you can't find this stuff, these eternal truths, this ancient wisdom anywhere else. It's been buried, purposely buried for freaking eons of time, and that's what has caused us to experience slavery. Especially debt slavery, that we've had this symbol of money controlling us this whole time. Never again. Never again. We're deleting that program.
That's right.
And one of the things you can start by deleting, I haven't heard this much. I'm very, very surprised that I haven't heard this much, and I'm very, very happy I haven't heard this much. But I had one or two people say, how much is your course? I said, it's $200 right now, but the price is going to go up, so you better get in there now. If you buy it now, all the bonus stuff, you won't have to pay extra for it. And I'm always adding new stuff in there. So if you get in at the grandfather rate of $200, you will never have to pay another penny. They said, I can't afford it. I said, delete that mantra. Delete that mantra. Remember, whatever you give, you receive. And if you are telling the universe you can't afford it, what's the universe supposed to do? It's a mirror and amplifier of whatever frequency you're emanating. So if you're saying I can't afford it, first of all, that's a command to the subconscious mind.
Yep.
You're literally brainwashing yourself into lack. And then you're going to project that out to the universe. It's going to reflect it back magnified.
Yep.
Right? Because it's a mirror and it amplifies. It's not just a mirror, it also amplifies whatever frequency
Yep.
you're emanating.
That's the whole magnifies and maintains. Amplify, magnify, same shit, different words.
It says, yes,
Amplifier,
always,
magnify,
there's some extra.
maintain.
Oh, you got a lot of lack, you can't afford it? Well,
I'll
yes,
give-
you're right, you can't afford it. Let
and
me
I'll-
give you circumstances and situations.
Yep,
that
give you
confirm
more.
that you can't afford it, and then here's a little bit more of it, right?
Bar. Two different ways of saying the
So,
same shit that Nero and
I
Pete.
made it the most affordable money course on the planet for a reason. Because all the other money courses I took, they were like, how's anybody supposed to afford these money courses? The people who needed the money courses couldn't afford the money courses. You see, I'm a new style of teacher. I teach by not teaching. I teach with my energetic transmission because all my energetic transmission is doing is awakening you to the fact that you're the master. You don't need a guru. You don't need to take anybody's course. If you want to master money manifestation and you want to be able to teach it and embody the wisdom, then by all means take my course. And I do expect everybody who takes that course to teach it.
Oh yeah, you
Right
bet.
hemisphere of the brain, says Kevin. Yeah, okay, so at some point when we become masterful with summoning
I'm gonna
energy,
do something
we're
quickly.
not going to use body consciousness at all. Okay? Because you're not a body. You're not a body. You are a spirit. You're a pure spirit is what you really are. The body is just like a car, a vehicle. So when we limit ourselves to body consciousness, we then fragment our transcendent ability to manifest whatever we want, especially when we're talking about money. If you see yourself as a body, you're only going to be able to receive what one body can receive when you're the entire freaking, you're the consciousness that's creating the entire experience. All right, so I'm going to go deeper into this in my Master Creator Masterclass, which will be out by the end of the year. But we have to transcend body consciousness. Don't do that Joe Dispenza, use your pineal gland shit. That's unenlightened garbage. And nothing against Joe Dispenza. He's not teaching at the highest level. Anybody who's teaching you body consciousness is not teaching you at the highest level. Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate that. My ego never gets enough of those compliments. I appreciate you very much. Thank you, sweetheart. Tying your identity. Okay, so if you want to be a powerful manifestor, you don't have an identity, right? Because consciousness, what you are, no name, no image, the vibration of unconditional love doesn't have an identity. The more you have an identity, the more you're running a limitation program. Okay. So I know I've got an entertaining human character, but I don't have an actual identity. Because the identity is the block between you and God. It's the block between you and everything you desire. So get the personal character out of the way. Get rid of the person and the person's personal agenda. Because that's actually what's blocking you from everything you've ever desired, is the personal agenda. The human character that we believe we are not. We are not. That's an illusion. It was a very clever illusion. You're very, very clever. The way you fooled yourself into believing you're this weak, little, limited, a being of infinite power, convincing itself that it's almost completely powerless. Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate you very much, sweetheart. Thank you. I never get enough of the women freaking swooning over me. I never get enough of it. Thank you. Like Aaron does. Oh, yeah. I always pick on, I don't know why I pick on Aaron. He's like the poster child for controlled opposition. He's the poster child for, let me teach you something that is not going to empower you even a little bit. And that's why anybody that the algorithm is pushing, they have millions of subscribers, that's a guarantee that they're not actually teaching you anything of value. Anybody that the YouTube and TikTok algorithm are pushing is not teaching anything enlightened. Thank you, David Donnelly. I appreciate that. Although I've only been on TikTok for 9 months, 10 months. We got 40,000 subscribers, 45,000, something like that. YouTube, there's another 17,000 subscribers. I'm surprised that we had this many subscribers in less than a year. And I owe that all to you, because you're the ones that have shared this. It's not like the algorithm is pushing the content. You guys are the ones that are sharing it, and you're clipping my videos and spreading it around. You're sharing the wealth. I appreciate that so much. The characters you hired as well. Yes, the characters you hired in this play, All the World's a Stage, said Shakespeare / Francis Bacon. Yeah. As far as RJ goes, he was a great teacher. He took me as far as he could take me. He's a phenomenal teacher. I love RJ Spina. My issue with RJ is that he's been my teacher for a long time, and I had a tendency to pedestalize him. If you pedestalize anybody, you're creating a vibrational mismatch. So if you're putting the teacher on a pedestal, which I did, that I kept myself stuck by putting my teacher on a pedestal. As soon as I took him off the pedestal, I vibrationally aligned with everything, because we are all the same one being, vibrating in different forms, different frequencies. You understand how anytime there's separation or hierarchy, we literally cut ourselves off from everything we desire. So no separation, that's an illusion. Everything is one thing, and no hierarchy. One is better than the other. Everything is one thing. Remember, we can't build anything powerfully that's foundation is built on a lie. Separation is an illusion. Everything is one thing. Same one thing, vibrating in different frequencies. When Jesus said, whatever you do to the least of my brothers, you do unto me, that's what Christianity and the Bible, not the Bible, but that's what Christianity hid. That's the wisdom. Everything is the same one thing. It's all the same one being, which is God, vibrating in different forms and different frequencies.
Bar. Oops.
And in the moment we believe in an illusion like lack, we make it real. The moment we believe in an illusion like separation, we've now fragmented ourselves away from the totality of the infinite abundance that we are.
We didn't start our
God
exercise
created
yet.
you as a replica. This is what it means to be created in God's image. You're a fractal replica of divinity. So you're a replica of God, your spirit, not your body. God is not a person. God has no name, no form. So you're only in God's one mind, your own creation. And when you realize that, you're free.
Yep.
You're no longer a slave of the matrix. Because you realize that everything is within you. The version of you that has the dream job, that's in you. The version of you that has the drive in the Ferrari, that's in you. The version of you that has the $100 million or whatever you're trying to manifest, that's in you. The version of you that manifested their specific person, or better yet, their ideal person.
Yeah.
The universe knows better for you than your ego knows.
Bar.
Right? And any specificity is insistence on an outcome, which collapses infinite possibilities.
Exactly.
That's not what a master creates. So when you transcend the specific person and all the manifestation coaches, and you're ready to be a master creator, you don't manifest a specific person, you manifest the perfect person. And how do you do that? You embody your true vibration of unconditional love, and you radiate that. And then the universe mirrors and amplifies
Guess
that
what,
with the
y'all?
so-called other.
I bought the course.
That's
I
the way you
invested in
manifest
that
your dream partner or whatever.
because I
Again, all this
see
stuff
the
is going to be
value in it.
my Magnetic to Money Masterclass. Best money masterclass ever.
And the whole point is to see that
I
this.
found you when my mother died back then. When your mother transitioned, okay, nobody dies. We
Okay,
just
I'll
transition.
be right back.
Incarnation. Okay, everybody chooses their own exit points. There's 7 exit points that correspond to the 7 chakras. Okay, so everyone plans when they're going to transition, and there's no such thing as death. You just transition to another frequency, do a life review, and then you start your incarnation over again, unless, of course, you're ascending. And everybody who's following this channel is ascending in this incarnation. Okay, that's why our it's been a tough go to this point, because we're getting as much evolutionary content out of this incarnation as we can, because everyone's ascending that's watching me. Okay, so remember the 2 most important Bible phrases that I went over twice. Okay, to those who have much more will be added. To those who have not, all will be taken. Matthew 25:29. What is Jesus talking about in Matthew 25:20? He's saying, do not live from a poverty and scarcity mentality. Because if you live from poverty and scarcity, what little you have will be taken away. You have to live in a constant, perpetual state of abundance, and the universe will mirror and amplify that vibration back to you. Number 2, Mark 11:24. Whatever you ask for in prayer, know that you've received it, it shall be yours. What does that mean? It means everything is here and now, in certain states of visibility or invisibility. Everything you desire to manifest is already here now. The question is, are you going to vibrationally, energetically embody that frequency that aligns you with that, whatever it is you're trying to manifest? Who are the good teachers? What does the necklace mean? It means source energy. Anytime you see an S, it's source energy. It's who you really are, what you really are. What you are is not who doesn't have a race or a gender or sex or an identity. It doesn't have any limitations. It's the ultimate creator being. And the reason it has no limitations is because it's formless and identityless. So you can't put any limitations on something that it has no name, no image, no form. Just like God has no name, no image, no form. God is the vibration of unconditional love. And that's, guess what? That's what you are, the vibration of unconditional love. So we're at the point where you've come into your evolution, where you are transcending body identification. If you want to know the actual, the process to transcend identification with the body, go to Amazon and get R.J. Spino's book, Access Superconsciousness.
Everything I need exists within me.
Well, now it is time for us to get the show on the road. All right. Thank you, mister. I bought the course. This is how I invest in stuff. I invested in Nero's book. I invested in that. That's all I require. Because like everything is it's there. The answers are there. And that's my way of contributing back to them in the state of abundance for their service that they have given to me specifically, for all the beautiful videos they have shared. That everything is there, the answers are there. And so I desired to give and to replenish what they also gave, because it's all energy. And so that's why I invested and I do what I choose to. And I love it. All right. Now, with that being said, it's time So I am going to open up a cardio exercise. We're gonna get this show on the road. We did that one last week. We haven't done this one yet. You can even tell by the music this one's gonna be tough. All right, y'all. I know we were doing a lot here. Okay. So I'm gonna mute. And each exercise is about 40 seconds. Let me just double check. Should be 40 seconds of work. Yep. All right. So now, all right, let's go. Remember to drink water in between. Don't have to tell you why, because this one's gonna be a scorcher. 40 seconds of play, 20 seconds of rest. We're starting with narrow squats and wide squats, and we're doing 5. After our 5th one, we're gonna switch. So we're gonna go ahead and do 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. This is gonna be an interesting one. So we're gonna do plank hops and then up and down. So that's commando basically. So we're doing a plank hop with then up and down. Remember to suck in your gut here, pull in your navel, bring in your belly button into your core. Contract your core muscles. Have to blow a bubba off the mat. So we're doing jumping jacks now. Trying to breathe through your nose and out through your mouth. Very good. Tricep push-up forward. So tricep push-up, so narrow push-ups with forward reach. This is gonna look like this. So narrow push-ups, reach, reach, reach. Just like that. Very good. So we're going to be doing squat plus alternating punch, and you're going to put a lot of force. When you go down for that squat and you come back up, you're putting force. All right. You're not just throwing, you're actually really putting some force into it. All right, chest to floor burpees, y'all. We're not messing around already. So your chest is going on the ground here. 3, 2, 1, go. Remember to breathe through your nose and out through your mouth. I gotta do some laundry in a bit too. So you're gonna do sumo RDL. So you're basically doing a sumo squat and RDL. You're touching the ground with your fingertips. Very good. So we're doing squat, lateral squat with plus walk, plus jump. So we're going to be like this, and then we're going to jump. So you're going to go like this, take a couple steps, jump. For me, at the limit of the barbecue here. And of course, this thing that's over my head. Last thing I desire is hit my head. Cool. So we're gonna do plank toe taps, alternating. So your right hand's touching your left toe, and your left hand's touching your right toe. Make sure you're sucking your gut here. So you're alternating here, contracting your core, sucking in your gut, pulling in your navel, bringing your belly button into your spine. It's all the same thing, different words. Doing great. I'll keep it up. Keep up the amazing play. Keep it going. I did that spinneroo with no idea. We're doing that squat with punch again. Interesting. Don't know if that's a mistake or if that's actually. Anyways, we're gonna do it again. We might be doing this as a staple exercise. This might show up again. I feel like it is gonna show up again. So we're doing elbow plank. Sorry, plank elbows to shoulder tap. So you're tapping your elbows, shoulders. You're basically touching your shoulders, then your elbows, back to your shoulders, back to your elbows. Sucking in your gut here. See, this is why this is also focuses on the mind, because your mind has to move your muscles and your body. So you give, dominion or control over through your muscles from your mind. It's like hot potato there. Plank jacks are next. So you're gonna put your forearms on the ground and you're gonna do plank jack. So you're gonna go ahead and do this. Suck in your gut, pull in your navel, bring in your belly button, contract your core. Very good, keep it up. You're doing half burpees now. It's Orion, dude. Stop saying my name. It's not, you don't have the right to say my name anymore. It's Orion. Otherwise, I'm not gonna tolerate your shit. Just letting you know. It's Orion. Get used to it. If you don't want to call me Orion, leave. I'm not gonna tolerate that. This is the last time I'm gonna tell you that. Don't disrespect me on my own channel. Orion. Capiche? Or leave. Will not be disrespected with my own channel. It's Orion now. What else we got? All is great. Mine is, well, everything's great. Sumo squats on toes, let's go. So when you're going down and you come back up, you're balancing on your toes. So you're really having to put a lot of energy on your toes coming up. When you're going down, you're balancing on your feet. It's gonna challenge your thighs and your calves. Also, it's going to help with a little bit of flexibility and stability because it challenges you to be balancing. Ugh. At the moment, no and no. Can I do them? Yes. But at the moment, no. I haven't practiced in a while. Remember y'all earlier when I said about this stuff? When people ask such silly questions, this is what I was referring to. It has no relevance right now. You see, I'm focusing on moving the body. Backflip and splits have no relevance to what I'm doing right now. Yes, they focus on flexibility, but that's not what I'm doing right now. I'm focusing on actually moving the body. What's next? Okay, we got walkout, planked T rotations. Yeah, I know splits is flexibility, but we're not talking about that right now. All right. T rotation, so you're gonna go down both ways, do a push-up, come back up. Go back down, push up, go one direction, push up again, go the other direction, and walk back up. Okay. We're doing step back, knee drive to the right. So you use your right knee, and you're gonna be doing this. All right, go. Really contract your core here, because this is what you're focusing on right now, is your core. I had a leaf in my hand, in my finger. I was like, what is that feeling? It just came flying off. We're gonna be doing the left side next. Left side now. Remember to drink that water in between, y'all. Just because you don't see me drinking water, that doesn't mean you shouldn't. Drink water. This is my way of challenging myself. I like a challenge. My biceps definitely have gone bigger. That's for sure. I'm looking in the window and I see the reflection. All right, we're on our back now, doing bicycle crunches. Just because we're doing abs now, that doesn't mean we're not doing abs. Don't get it twisted, you're gonna still be doing abs. Spin around this way. Your left elbow to your right knee, and your right elbow to your left knee. You can go a little bit faster than normal. We're actually aiming for stamina here. But still contract your core, keep your back as flat as possible. What's next? Okay, we're doing squat with punches again. So that's gonna show up, I think, every what, 3 or 4 exercises now? Remember, when you're throwing that punch, put it with force. Damn, it's hot, but I love it. Very good. Mountain climbers are next. I'm gonna do mountain climbers this way. So you're gonna bring your knees towards your chest. Suck in your gut here. So we're doing spider climbers. So you're gonna bring your knee to your corresponding elbow. So your left knee to your left elbow, your right knee to your right elbow. Let's go. Make sure you're contracting your obliques, which is the side ab muscles right here. That's closest to your rib cage. Squeeze. Feel that burn. Shit. All right, so we got squats plus alt toe taps. Left hand touches right foot, right hand touches left foot. Like this. Lots of squats today, y'all. Squats are one of the most amazing moves you can do for your body. Simple and effective. Doesn't have to be convoluted and complicated. Very good, very good, very good. Side to side ground tap. Hold on. I'm gonna do skaters. I'm not doing it right, but whatever. It's okay. I'll just do it like this. I'll do skaters because it's about this. It's roughly the same thing that he is doing. My brain's like, nope. Okay, same thing with that punch. Same thing with that punch again. Squat, punch. Put that force into that punch. Put that force into that punch. Okay. Push-up pulses. So you're bouncing basically. You're not going up or down, or you're not going fully up or fully down. You're pulsing like this. This is pulsing. Oh my God. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my God. Okay, we're doing side to side squats. We go side to side, come back in, another side, and then we jump. Yeah, this one's a little, so you go in, out, in, jump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're doing dolphin planks. So dolphin planks, you're gonna be basically bringing your body slightly up in like a downward dog. So this is plank, dolphin, plank, dolphin. Very good, y'all. You're doing great. Keep it up. Remember to breathe through that nose. Out through the mouth. Okay, so we're doing 6 high knees plus push-up burpees. So standard burpee. You can better believe that we're gonna be doing another burpee after this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Push up, burpee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So cross punch again. Throw them haymakers. Almost there, y'all. We got hot feet for 20 seconds. Hot feet plus lunge, alternating lunge, and hot feet plus burpee. 20 seconds. Ugh. This is hot feet. This is hot feet right here. Burpee. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a round of applause because that was badass. Go ahead and drink some water. Lay on the mat. We're gonna stretch in a moment. Take in this energy. Okay. And the sun's right in my face right now. Perfect. What you got for me, son? Okay, bring your right knee to your chest. Give your ankle a little bit of a twist. Bring your left knee to your your right knee to your left side and lift your right arm up or to the side, whatever you choose. I prefer to go up. Gives me a nice, good stretch. Same thing. So right now I'm just looking in the sun, at the sun and getting my powers. Thank you, sun, for allowing me to see you. I'm like one of a few humans on the planet who's able to look at you directly right now. Because a lot of people forgot who they are and to look at the sun. You're no different from the moon. You're told a great lie. The planet says that you shouldn't be looking at you directly. That's not true at all. So ever since I started looking at you, everything started to come even clearer. But that doesn't matter because it's all about how you feel inside your desired reality. If it's not bringing you closer to your desired reality, then it doesn't really matter if you look at the sun or touch grass with your feet. You can do all the so-called grounding stuff, but if it doesn't bring you a peace inside of you, that you know that you are everything before all that techniques and stuff, it makes no difference if I look at the sun or not. Go ahead and bend your wrist. I've been looking at the sun for exactly over a year now, whenever I can. Even in the wintertime when I'm able to. Go ahead and bring your right foot forward and stretch your left leg back. I can tell you a lot has happened since then. I brought exactly who I was supposed to bring into my experience. Okay, go ahead and stretch your stretch and reach for your left toe, and then we're going to switch legs. Thank God today's laundry day. Okay, go ahead and stretch. Don't worry, we'll do our arms. We got arms to do. I know we did more of the lower body. Go ahead and do squats. If you can sit like this for more than 5 minutes, I can sit probably like that for a good maybe 10 minutes at most. If you can sit like that for a good 5 minutes, you have really good flexibility and stability and balance. I'm not gonna sit for 10 minutes. We're gonna do some arm stretches now. All right, do some arm circles. I'm like pouring sweat. Sweat is going in my eyes. My headband can't keep up with all the sweat. It's like soaked. It's like super soaked. The headband can only hold so much, but if I didn't have this headband on, I'll tell you right now, like all of the moisture would just be coming pouring. I'd be literally sweat galore. Okay, arm circles again. It's all about energy management, allowing your body to get the energy to flow through. You have to see this as energy now. It's not just what you're thinking that you're eating and drinking. It's all energy. It's all energy. It's all energy. It's all energy. It's protons, neutrons, electrons, particles, waveforms, energy, 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 energy. Don't think you're just getting energy from food. You're getting energy from being outside. You're getting energy by moving your own body. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It only can be transformed, transmuted, transcended. But you have to allow the energy to pass through. Why do you think a lot of people are frustrated? Because they don't move their body enough. They don't stretch their body enough. Even I still am in the process of really stretching my body. Like, there's a lot of things like I could be doing with my facial muscles, like this. I know that looks weird, but that opens up a lot of energy in your face. Like these stretches, well, better yet, I'll just do it on the stairs here. Like twisting and contorting your body gives you a little bit of, it gives you some flexibility here. It allows energy to pass through. If you're feeling pain, it just means that you haven't, and like for me, I overextended it, but like the kid version of me would be able to do that no problem. There would be no pain, there would be no stiffness. Which goes to show you, if you have any stiffness, that's a good sign that it's time to rebuild your natural tendencies of moving, because we're all very flexible. The reason why we haven't contorted our bodies is because we've been hunched over on a computer, or like typing on the phone like this. Most people don't they don't take the time to text like this. Look at this for a moment. Who texts like this? Have you ever seen anybody text like this? Or is everybody like this? I know it seems very ridiculous, but yes, over time, like this caused a lot of things. I know because my body was like this a lot. I would never stand like this. This is our natural like standing position, not like this. Like I was standing like this for a while, for a long time in my life. Could you imagine seeing somebody in the public standing like this? You see people all the time that stands like this. What does that represent? Lack of confidence, maybe feeling of unworthy. And all they gotta do is chest out, shoulders back, different perspective, different perception now. Hell, even face up. But right, society has told us you shouldn't be doing things like that either, because that shows that you're too arrogant and cocky, and you must conform and stand in line with others. Not do that. No. Not at all. You're here to bust through the norm, y'all. You're here to bust through the norm. Okay, we got 10 minutes of abs to do now. By the way, whoever's gonna be on this channel, you're getting access to a course. I just paid $200 US, which is pennies, for free. You may want to take some notes because I am going to be playing it on the stream. Every day there'll be a lesson. It will be with Pete. And I also will be playing Nero's book as well, just so that it can blast through. Because I feel like it's time that you all, like, if you don't desire to hear what I have to say, it's time for you to hear from others. Because they're basically saying the same damn thing. I'm just more so-called ruthless with it. But it's time. I bought it already knowing that I already know all the answers. So why did I buy it then? Support, circulation of energy. Just to prove to the subconscious, there is no fear. He even said that 2 people came onto the stream. He doesn't hear it much. He's like, but I can't afford it. I can't afford his course. Did I have to buy his course? No. But I chose to because I know I'm abundant and I know that what he has is going to help one of you. So you better be ready. I'll be playing it. These live streams are going to be more educational. I would rather educate than to do anything else. And by educate, I'm not educating, I'm mirroring back what you already are. You are already money. You don't have money, you are money. You are everything. Money is energy. I should save that money manifestation video that he just did. Time to do some abs, y'all. Crunches. Let's go. Remember, with ab exercises, You don't get abs, you already have abs. Abs are just hiding under a layer of fat. You already have them. It comes down to resistant training, proper nutrition, seek out a nutritionist. But key things are more protein, less carbs. You can still have all your stuff if you desire. By the way, 50 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. Managing your sleep. And of course your stress. That's the biggest factor. I should put the tablet not in direct sunlight. Slow bicycles, y'all. So this time you're going slow. So now we're aiming for contraction, not stamina. So left elbow to right knee, right elbow to left knee. And really suck in your gut, pull in your navel, bring in your belly button into your spine, contract your core. All same thing, different words, and do your best to keep your back flat to the mat. And also, make sure you breathe through your nose and out through your mouth. And if you can't breathe through your nose, breathe from your mouth. Taking that breath from your mouth and out of your mouth. You know how to do that. I don't have to tell you how to breathe. That's your natural thing that you know how to do already. You know how to do all things. I'm holding the sun in my hand. So we're doing L-sit toe touch. So we're doing sprinter up, so you can either touch your knees or your feet or both, whatever you prefer. Make sure when you're coming down, you roll your back down slowly, so your lower back is touching the ground first, not your shoulder blades. You'll force your upper core to get more engaged if you touch your lower back first. If your shoulders touch first before your back does, then you're gonna lose a little bit of engagement with your core. Super Saiyan 3 is playing. Let's go, Super Saiyan 3. This one gets copyright though. But I still love it, so I'm gonna play it. I'll just lower down the volume though for a moment. All right, we're doing crunch kicks. Let's go. Oh boy, I'm feeling it. Crunch kicks usually get me. Should really get my arms tanned up. We're doing oblique heel taps. Let's go. Make sure you're contracting your obliques. I know I did say that. Let's go. So we're doing reverse crunch with leg opener. Put your hands underneath your butt. Bring your knees up. And then you're gonna be sitting on your hands when you come up. Let's go. Yeah. Now that the TV is off the table there, you can use more of the table more effectively now. Ugh. So we're doing cross crunch now. Flutter kicks. Put your hands underneath your butt. Oh my God. Oh my me. So we're doing starfish crunch. So you bring your right hand to your left foot and your left hand to your right foot. After this, we're done, y'all. And if Nero made a video, we'll be watching that while I get something to eat. If he didn't make a video, then we'll be watching some of Pete's stuff. We'll be watching the money manifestation course. Oh my God, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're done. Did it. You did the thing, y'all. Let's see. Okay, so Nero did not make a video this week, which is okay, because his videos you don't really require. You can go back and watch his videos over and over. The answers are all there. Vibrational alignment. I also made a new email. Orion Phoenix Stellar. All right. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. And we will take care of business. Enjoy Vegeta, by the way. Showering in a moment. We'll do some laundry, but I'm gonna come back and be playing a money manifestation course that I just purchased. This course our brother Pete. Hear it from me, you can hear it from someone else. You're doing already what I'm already in the process of doing. I didn't even have to buy his course. I bought it because I chose to. Cause like, it's funny. He said something in a video. He's like, two people came to me recently, and he's like, I haven't heard this in a while. He's like, I can't afford it. You can't afford it. They said they can't afford it. Well, here's the thing. The universe can't help you if you keep saying you can't afford something. The universe always replenishes your resources, always. The only way it doesn't replenish it punishes you if you are in lack, and that's how powerful we are. You're so powerful that you created something that doesn't exist called lack. Lack was never created, except for everybody has bought into this whole lack idea, and such things were conditioned into us based on the hive mind. But we are so powerful that we do these things for ourselves, to ourselves, by ourselves, with ourselves, as ourselves, through ourselves. And so, like, I was mentioning, like, By the way, you're not at the mountains yet, are you? I know Monday you said you're going. Anyways, we were given a deck of cards and we have the losing deck. The losing cards. When you look at it, it looks like the deck is littered with just weak shit. Especially if you played Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon card, like the card game, you're littered with a hand or like a deck that can't win. But you find a way through a combination of sequence within yourself. This is the analogy of looking at your deck and like, wait a minute, I can win. Ah, I see. Enjoy your time there. Cool beans. And so, you look at your deck, and you're like, wait a minute. I can do something with these cards. I have the winning deck. I have a winning deck. Because you're looking like you're facing someone who's like Seto Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh, who has blue eyes, ultimate dragons, and all kinds of stuff. And you know, Yugi has the Dark Magician, who is technically weaker than a blue eyes white dragon, but yet he still finds a way to always beat Kaiba, which is so weird, right? Because Yugi always trusts in the heart of the cards to guide him to victory, and he always wins. He always wins against Kaiba, because Kaiba doesn't believe in the heart of the cards. He doesn't believe in faith and destiny and all that shit. He just says the stronger the cards, the better. He likes to crush his opponents with brute strength, because he's like, it's all about power and crushing. So that's why, like, if you look at Yugi's deck against Kaiba's deck looked like it's gonna beat his ass. But if you play your cards wisely, you can actually outdo the more so-called powerful deck. It's a perspective. And so, like, a lot of us, we created this deck of lack and scarcity, which doesn't exist. That's why the universe gave you so much power that you can create anything into existence. You're just tapping into a thing that's currently invisible, making it visible. That's all it is. It really is just that simple. I really should get something to eat. I just realized I'm gonna play some piano music so that, you know, you're at the temple. Let's get some like nice like vibe energy going while you're at the temple area, like nearby temple. I know you're not at the temple, you're nearby a temple. So let's play some piano music. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to eat. And I'll put on laundry. Actually, no, I can't put on laundry until I change my clothes and shower. So yeah, I'll be right back. I'm waiting for food to warm up. See you later. I'm gonna go grab my food now and just watch some of that money manifestation course. You enjoy your day, sister, or your your evening. It's actually more closer to night, if anything. Okay, it's time. Should bring out the other tripod. My mom mercilessly killing a fly. It's ridiculous. Imagine she got smacked by a fly swatter. That really pissed me off when I was upstairs just now. Like, how dare she do that to that fly? Yes, I value a fly's life because everything is one thing. The fact that you see things as like killing. I know I used to be like that, so I know the unconsciousness of people when I see it. Anyways, that's neither here nor there now. Fly, I send your soul back to seventh plane of existence. With love. Let's stop the music. Shall we start with the master class?
Just anything other than you're the creator and you create everything.
Hold on.
And typically what you're creating if you're a master alchemist is
Why is this shit not fucking like...
send fear. So that is the intention going into this. So the intention of the masterclass is to get rid of all fear. I would suggest that everybody, the moment they jump out of bed in the morning, set an intention for the day. Okay, so the intention for this masterclass is to overcome fear. And the intention of this masterclass is that after today, you'll never again fear your own dream, because that's what's happening. This entire thing is made of your consciousness. It's all your own dream. It's all you. Okay, so there's nothing separate from you or outside of you. There are two main teachings that lay the foundation of what I call pure alchemy. And those two main teachings are, the first one is perception is creation. Okay, so if we were to know what we really are is pure awareness. Okay, so we're not a body. We are a field of consciousness, which is really just pure awareness. And that field of consciousness is a creator being. If you were to strip away everything else, all the false identities, what that thing is at its core is it's a creator being. And ultimately, there's only one creator here. It's really important to understand that there's only one creator here. Number two, you're already the master alchemist. Remember, you're not learning anything, no teachers, no students. The only teacher is the teacher within, and then sometimes we use an external reflection, like you're using an external reflection called Peter, to allow yourself to access what you already know. But ultimately, you're already the master alchemist, because time's an illusion and everything has already happened. Also very important to understand, time's an illusion, everything's already happened. So nothing ever happens, everything has already happened. You're not becoming the master alchemist, you're not learning to become a master alchemist, you're not using a process to become a master alchemist, you already are the master alchemist, the master magician.
Yep.
Incredibly important to understand. We're not assimilating anything, you already are everything you desire to be. And once we understand that, we don't have to go through a process anymore. We don't have to create a process, okay? We don't need to create a process to get someplace. We already are everything we desire to be.
Yep.
You don't need to learn anything. So the first step in the pure alchemy process is proper perception, because again, I remind you, perception is creation. That's number one. It's my fundamental teaching. And that proper perception is the first step in the alchemy process. Whatever happens to be in front of us now is only in front of us because it's the most important thing in our life. It's because we put it there, and it's because it serves our expansion and evolution. As Wayne Dyer used to say, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. So the primary ingredient of transmutation, all alchemy is about transmutation. Transforming lead, which is likely what you put in front of you right now, lead, into gold. Okay, so we vanquish the idea that any situation or circumstance has the power to create itself in our experience. This is incredibly important. You're the creator. Nothing has the power to create itself in your experience. Therefore, if something exists in your experience, it's because we put it there. Right? The lady that just jumped on and did the monologue, that was so entertaining. I couldn't even talk because that was so. I found it so entertaining. We all put it there because we probably needed some comic relief. So annihilate the possibility of experiencing anything as problematic. So important. There are no problems in our experiences. There are only opportunities to expand. And anything that was put there as an opportunity for our expansion was placed there by us. I did not expect this many people to be here. But I'm glad that all the leaders and teachers in New Earth have showed up. Remember that nothing happens to you, but for you and literally through you, right? So
And by you and as you.
not only did you put it there, it actually came through you, because everything comes through you. You're the source of everything. The more we recognize that we are the source of all we experience, the more we recognize ourselves as the path we are on. So we literally are the path that we are on. The more we foster faith in ourselves as the only soul power acting, as Neville Goddard used to say, you are the operant power. As Saint Germain, Master R, used to say, you're the only power acting in this world. The more we foster faith in our ability to transcend any circumstance, the less prone we are to the concept of problems polluting our perception. Okay, so the idea of problems, the first intention is that you become fearless after this masterclass. The second intention is that the concept of problems polluting our perception is gone. So the concept of problems is gone, along with the concept of teachers and students, along with the concept that anything can create itself in our experience. So anything that suggests anything other than you're the creator and you create everything and typically what you're creating if you're a master alchemist is opportunities for you to expand and evolve, which you are always presenting yourself with. Please put yourself on mute. Anybody who's not on mute, please put yourself on mute until the end, and we get to questions. As pure alchemists, we perceive all circumstances in our experience as serving our expansion and evolution. Okay, so remember, the way we perceive is the way we create. The most important thing to the alchemy process is proper perception. And it's important, it's crucial to become a master alchemist, to be the master alchemist that you already are. Remember, because nothing is happening, everything's already happened. It's crucial that we perceive all circumstances in our experience as serving our expansion and evolution. Therefore, when something disastrous or something we formerly thought was disastrous shows up on our timeline, that we are excited. We are excited. My teacher used to say that when he would see a problem show up on the purview of his consciousness, that he would drool. And that's what we all want to get to, because we want to see all quote unquote problems or challenges. Number one, as an opportunity for expansion and evolution. And number two is the doorway to the next level of your unfolding into what you really are and your understanding of yourself as the creator. And that game never ends. This is the limitless game, an endless game of self-mastery. Both the access consciousness, all of life comes to me with ease, joy, and glory, and the Abraham Hicks affirmation, everything is always working out for me, speak to the same thing. And that is to aligning oneself with the inherent benefit of all experience. Okay, I'm going to say that again because it's so important. There's a couple of mantras that I love. The first one, it comes from Access Consciousness. It says, all of life comes to me with ease, joy, and glory. The second one is Abraham Hicks. A lot of you are familiar with it. It's everything is always working out for me. Those are two mantras to live by. Okay, at the master creator level, we know ourselves as the creator. We know ourselves as source, so we don't really have much use for mantras anymore. But if we're still working our way up to that level, we're still in the process of remembering who we are as the creator, then those are two great mantras. All of life comes to me with ease, joy, and glory, and everything is always working out for me. I assure you, everything is always working out for you. And it's always happening to align you with the inherent benefit of all experience. Okay, so it's important to understand that no experience is created unless it serves you, because you're the creator and you're creating at all these different levels. You're creating at the ego mind level, or so we think we're creating at the ego mind level. That will soon be seen as an illusion. We're creating at the higher self level, the oversoul level. Okay, so we're creating at all these different levels of consciousness because you are a multidimensional being. So number one teaching is perception is creation. Incredibly important to understand that all experience serves you. Otherwise, it wouldn't be created in the first place. The second teaching is, so perception is creation. All challenges need to be seen as opportunities for expansion. The second teaching is an extension of the first teaching. I call it the 3 pillars of power. I love this teaching. It's so incredibly simple. And it helps to pulverize fear annihilate fear as an experience. Because literally the only real enemy you'll ever have is fear. Although it's also your creation. These two teachings are literally all you need to ever crush it in life. Perception is creation, number one, and the 3 pillars of power. It's literally all you need to crush it in life and live completely free of fear in this dream of your own creation, okay? The 3 pillars of power are, I am the creator. By I am the creator, I mean you are the creator. We are all one being. We are all the same one being experiencing itself through different perspectives. I'm the creator. Everything I create serves me. Again, going back to perception is creation, all experience expands you and evolves you. It's all an opportunity for expansion. And because you're limitless, you will give yourself limitless opportunities for that expansion. And number 3, creation is finished. Everything has already happened. Incredibly important to understand that time is an illusion. The version of you that's already overcome the challenge already exists within you, within the infinite force field of consciousness that you are. The version of you that's transcended all challenges already exists within you. And what we want to do is vibrationally align with that version of you. Vadim Zealand, in his great book, Reality Transurfing, he said, no matter what shows up in front of you, immediately declare an advantage. No matter how problematic it looks like, no matter what a disaster it looks like, no matter how much of a massive hill it looks like to overcome, immediately declare it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm the creator. Everything I create serves me and creation is finished. We'll review that at the end. That's the 3 pillars of power. It's in my book, Creation is Finished. And it's incredibly important to understand. That's the alchemist code. Okay, those 3 pillars of power. Because power is what you are. You are power as the creator. You're all power as the creator. So understanding those 3 pillars of your power, incredibly important. So Vadim Zeland said, anything that shows up on the purview of your consciousness, immediately declare it an advantage, because it is. Remember, nothing would be created if it did not serve you. So everything that shows up is an advantage. So we have to get rid of the human characters programming that there's something like a problem, or my God, this is going to be so difficult to overcome. Remember, there's a version of you within you right now that's already overcome the challenge. And that's the one we want to align ourselves with. The reason we created the illusion of time was to give ourselves the opportunity to see ourselves in the act of overcoming whatever challenge shows up on the screen of consciousness. So that's number 1. We start with proper perception, and we remember the 3 pillars of power, which are: I'm the creator, everything I create serves me, creation is finished, everything is an advantage. Number 2, we get curious. A pure alchemist trains themselves to look beyond the set of circumstances. This is so important. I can't even overstate this. Whatever set of circumstances showed up in front of us, instead of focusing on the circumstances and dreading, how difficult this thing is to overcome, we immediately train ourselves to look beyond the set of circumstances. Okay, because the set of circumstances are what Bashar calls a set of neutral props. They're just props that you've put on your stage, because all the world's a stage, in the words of Shakespeare / Francis Bacon. All circumstances are just neutral props on your stage. They mean nothing. They are means to an end, and the end is your expansion. If you come from the soul group that attracts these teachings, it's expansion is really all you care about. Becoming more of what you really are, which has already happened, is all you actually care about. So a pure alchemist trains themselves to look beyond the current set of circumstances. Rather than being mired in the delusions of victimhood or sinking into the quicksand of self-blame, we get curious about the masterful state of being that the circumstances in front of us are meant to inspire us towards. So we do not allow ourselves to dwell on how terrible or unfair the circumstance is, what a cruel injustice is being thrust upon us. Self-pity is literally the deadliest poison, as my teacher would say. So we train ourselves to look past this current set of circumstances and get curious about what masterful state of being that it's inspiring us to achieve. So it's incredibly important that not only when a certain situation materializes, that number 1, we declare it as an advantage immediately, because we understand we're the creator of it. It wouldn't exist if we didn't create it. And number 2, we train ourselves to look beyond the set of circumstances and get curious about what masterful state of being it is those circumstances are getting us to a desire. Okay, this is so important. Bashar is one of his most famous teachings is circumstances don't matter. This is so incredibly important to understand. I really want you to get this teaching. Once you really get this teaching, you become incredibly powerful, or you remember that you are already incredibly powerful. Circumstances don't matter, only state of being matters. Okay, so whatever set of circumstances are in front of us mean nothing. They're neutral props that you set up on your stage. And only your state of being creates matter. Okay, so your state of being is your dominant vibration. It's literally what you've got your focus on and how you're feeling will create your state of being. Okay, so whatever you focus on, you're going to feel. And where focus goes, energy flows. That creates our state of being, and that's what creates matter. And so ultimately, we want to use is generate a state of being that vibrationally aligns us with the version of us that already exists within us, that's already overcome the challenge. And I hope I didn't say that too fast, but if I did, we will review it at the end. Number 3, discipline your focus. Okay, focus is your superpower. Your ability to create a state of being, a masterful state of being, is completely contingent upon how well you've disciplined your focus. Where focus goes, energy flows. And energy, our life force, our creative life force, is the only valuable thing we actually own. So what we want to do is discipline our focus, because once we've got our focus disciplined and it's not being ragdolled left and right by the mainstream media or whatever other distraction is that the Matrix has produced, which is the Matrix is you too. Remember, you create everything. But once you discipline your focus and place it only on what you want to grow, once we're able to discern the state of being that will elevate us past the circumstance, our next step is to prioritize the disciplined use of our focus to begin fostering the state of being required to transcend the circumstance. So we've got circumstances that we're the creator of. They're all advantages. We understand this as a master alchemist. We understand that circumstances don't matter. They're just neutral props on a stage. Only state of being matters, and the version of us that has transcended the circumstances, no matter how dire they look, that version of us already exists within us. And so our state of being is what aligns us with that version. So generating the state of being that version of us that's already transcended the circumstances, generating that state of being that aligns us with that is our number one priority. Now, if you can make this process seamless, something shows up on the purview of your consciousness, you immediately declare it an advantage because you understand you created it. You see past the circumstances automatically instead of getting mired or being triggered or whatever by the circumstances, because we still believe we're a victim. We immediately assume the state of being or understand what state of being that set of circumstances is getting us to aspire towards. And we understand that state of being is the vehicle that aligns us with the version of us that's already overcome the circumstances. When we make this process seamless, that's when you become a master creator. So ultimately, you're going to get to the point where you're literally going to see a set of circumstances show up in front of you. You're going to know you're the creator of them. You're going to declare them an advantage, and you're going to immediately align with the version of you that's already transcended the circumstance. This process is going to happen bang, 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 bang. That's how masterful I know you all aspire to become, because you're already the master. This is where we begin the process of becoming masterful by generating and holding the state of being we prefer, despite experiencing a set of circumstances that suggest we feel the exact opposite. Now, what's going to really make you masterful is that people are going to be witnessing this process. They're going to be witnessing you being faced with a set of circumstances that look like a complete disaster. And you're going to stay cool, calm, and collected. You're going to see a set of circumstances that other people would dread, and you're immediately going to assume their advantage and then assume the state of being that pulls you past circumstances. This is going to become a seamless process, and other people are going to stand back in in shock and awe at how masterful you are, okay? And remember, because you're the leaders and teachers of New Earth, when you embody this mastery,
55% there.
that's how we teach others. We only teach by example, and we only learn by example. So you embodying this level of mastery where everything is seen as an advantage and nothing throws you off, and you immediately assume the state of being that pulls you past circumstances, all of this happens seamlessly, and people stand back in shock and awe as they see you demonstrate this level of mastery that only a master would embody. And that's how they learn. This is how we teach as leaders and teachers of New Earth. We don't lead with a lecture, we lead by example. So incredibly important to understand. Number 4, drop or lower resistance, okay? So we don't lose any precious life force pushing against the unpreferred circumstance. Okay, this is incredibly important. Anytime we resist circumstances that we created, we lose precious life force, and we're going to need all our life force to assume the state of being and overcome the challenge. Okay, to assume the state of being required to overcome the challenge. We need all the energy at our disposal to do that, and the number one way we lose energy is by pushing against the circumstances that we created. Okay, Abraham Hicks would call this swimming upstream. So do not expend precious life force pushing against an unpreferred circumstance. Resistance doesn't exist. It's created by pushing against what is rather than allowing it to be exactly the way it is. By allowing the circumstance to be exactly the way it is, we infuse ourselves with the power to transform it. Okay? Incredibly important that everybody understand this. I'm going to repeat it. By allowing a circumstance to be exactly the way it is. This is what unconditional love is. We don't have any resistance. Okay, unconditional love is actually non-resistance. It's neutrality. It's not what we've, been conditioned into belief unconditional love is. It's all about allowing, and allowing opens infinite possible possibilities. Okay, before, for many years we were taught just accept your circumstances. Well, you can accept them initially, but ultimately what we want to do is shift to allowance, because allowance is an expansive energy that opens infinite possible possibilities. So we don't push against circumstance. We remember we're the creator of the circumstance. It's just a set of neutral props. And they're the vehicle by which we're going to create the expansion and evolution of our consciousness, which is the only thing we care about if we come from this soul group. Ultimately, it's all of humanity is going to care about. Because whether it's now or whether it's 10 years from now or 20 years from now, everybody's going to desire to become masterful. So by allowing the circumstance to be exactly as it is, we infuse ourselves with the power to transform it. Now, what's really important is as understanding energy management, because in order to alchemize anything, we need energy. In order to manifest anything, we need energy. Alchemy and manifestation are the same thing. They're the process of bringing what is within us out, and everything exists within you. You're not missing or lacking anything. We'll get more into that later. So the two biggest ways we lose energy is, number one, we bleed our precious life force by pushing against circumstances. And number two, we believe we're a victim to the circumstances. Okay, so our ability to summon energy is contingent completely upon our level of consciousness. Our level of consciousness is how aware are we that we're the creator of all circumstances. To the degree that we are aware that we're the creator is the degree to which we can summon energy. This is so important to understand. Let me repeat that. To the degree that we understand we're the creator is the degree to which we're able to summon energy. Okay, the particles of creation into form. We can only do that from the level of a creator. We can only from that level of consciousness can we summon the energy required to transmute the circumstances. Okay. Melanie, hold that question, sweetheart. We're gonna loop right back around. Right now, I'm just giving you kind of like the format for. If we're in victim consciousness, like we've forgotten, like we fell asleep and we forgot we're the creator. If we're in victim consciousness, we're not going to have the energy required to transmute the circumstance. Okay, so this is really important. The amount of energy that we can summon is literally dependent upon what level of consciousness that we're at. So if we're at a low level of consciousness, we're not going to be able to summon the energy required to transmute the circumstance. So this is really important. And if anybody has any questions about this, hold it till the end. So level of consciousness and state of being are the two most important things when it comes to alchemy. Level of consciousness, knowing who you are as the creator of all circumstances. And number two, state of being, which is the vehicle that pulls us past the circumstances. Even if we're unable to perceive the benefit of a circumstance, or we're totally at a loss in terms of understanding how it could possibly serve us. Now, this is very often a possibility. A set of circumstances will show up and our rational mind cannot conceive of how this could possibly benefit us. Thank you, Joanna. She's so brilliant. I appreciate her so much. If we're unable to perceive a benefit in a set of circumstances, we simply stay in a neutral state. Remember, unconditional love is neutrality, and allowing and neutrality and unconditional love are all the same thing. If we stay in a neutral state, the benefit of the circumstance will reveal itself to us. Your higher mind, which is what you really are, will ultimately, if we stay in a neutral state, if we do not go into victimhood, if we don't fall asleep and forget we're the creator, if we stay in a neutral state, when we see dire circumstances, the benefit will eventually reveal itself to us. This is so incredibly important, okay? Because there's going to be, because you're such a master, you will create circumstances that look absolutely dire to your human avatar. And your human avatar, because it works with a logic and linearity program of the human finite mind, it's not designed to understand how things are going to happen. It only can understand how things are happening right now. Okay, it's literally just a receiver that is receiving information. It can see what's happening, but it can't see what's meant to happen and what you've destined yourself to aspire towards, to evolve towards. So we need to stay in at least a neutral state when a circumstance shows up that looks dire to our human character, and the benefit will reveal itself. This is so important, and I haven't seen anybody actually really hit this in depth. You, as the leaders of teachers of New Earth, will understand this from all angles and be able to teach from all angles. So we stay in a neutral state. Okay, if we can't declare something an advantage and understand that, yeah, this is clearly an advantage. When I overcome this, I'm gonna expand exponentially. If we can't get in that state, because the situation looks like, you know, a mountain that's too big to overcome, we just stay in a neutral state and allow the benefit to reveal itself. And I promise it will reveal itself. If we stay in a positive or neutral state, it can't reveal itself to us if we don't stay in a positive or neutral state, because we won't be aligned with the vibration of the benefit. Okay, so this is also incredibly important to understand. We can't see it. Enos, save your questions for the end of the for the coaching call. I'm going to do questions at the end. Please save the questions to the end. So do not attempt to force a positive outcome. Okay, now in the spiritual community, the number one thing the majority of us are guilty of is toxic positivity. Okay, this is a sign of when we're spiritually immature, we infuse toxic positivity in everything. When we are spiritually immature, we infuse toxic positivity into everything. Okay, so the one thing we don't want to do is number one, go into victimhood, or number two, go into toxic positivity. Now, toxic positivity is the exact opposite of victimhood. Okay, both of these things are a sign of spiritual immaturity. So we do not want to force a positive perception. Okay, because that doesn't help us. It's anytime we're being inauthentic with the universe, we're not going to get any results, or we'll get undesired results. So we want to just stay in a neutral state and allow the benefit to reveal itself to us. We do not want to fall into the spiritual community's favorite thing, which is forced positive, toxic positivity. It does not help you as a master alchemist, and it's a sign of lack of mastery when we use toxic positivity. So don't attempt to force a positive perception. If you're experiencing a negative emotion as a result of a circumstance, allow yourself to experience the emotion fully. Now, in many cases, we haven't gotten to the level of mastery that we desired to, because, for a lot of us, we've created a process. And so an emotion will be triggered. An emotion will be triggered. So a set of circumstances will show up and an emotion will be triggered, okay? If an emotion does come up, now we won't have any emotions if we understand we're the creator of all circumstances. If we are remembering that it's our dream, okay, so a negative emotion literally means false perception. That's what our emotional guidance is telling us when we feel a negative emotion. It's saying you're perceiving the situation improperly. That's literally what a negative emotion means. It means we're perceiving ourselves or a situation, both of which are one thing, improperly. That's what a negative emotion means. Now, if it's already triggered because we forgot we're the creator, no problem. We allow it to just completely be there. We don't fight or repress the emotion. We allow the emotion to be there. We don't label it as wrong, because it's really important. If a negative emotion comes up in us, it means there's still low frequency energy trapped in our energy body and it needs to leave. So again, everything's an advantage. Even a emotion that makes us feel terrible, it's low frequency energy leaving energy body. Now, if we don't make a story about it or we don't identify with it, it will leave within 60 to 90 seconds. And then we'll be more clear for infinite possible possibilities. So even when a negative emotion is triggered and we feel like crap for 60 to 90 seconds, no problem. It's an advantage, because once the negative emotion clears, we are now more free, because anytime a negative emotion is processed, it clears space within your energy body for infinite possible possibilities. So again, everything is perceived as positive and everything is perceived as an advantage without, going into toxic positivity. Circumstances are what they are because they offer us the best opportunity for expansion. This is incredibly important to understand. If we remember this at all times, we won't have any negative emotions, but when we do, we just allow it to process. So if we can keep within our consciousness that everything serves us always, including negative emotion. Once negative emotion has processed through us, we're now a wider and wider channel for infinite possible possibilities, which is your true nature. Once we've cleared out all negative emotions which are generated by negative belief systems, and I go into this deeply in our Creative Master class, once we clear out all negative emotions, we are in a space of infinite possible possibilities. And then you are truly in a masterful state, because anything can come into your life. Anything that you can remember already exists within you. You will actually be able to create. Number 5 is never lose sight of the purpose of challenging situations. Why they're created, the role they serve in the evolution of our consciousness. If we hold the knowing within our awareness that every undesired circumstance that we encounter is literally handing us the lead. So it's you handing yourself the lead that you're going to transform into gold as the master alchemist. That's what all circumstances are, including ones that look extremely dire or negative. Ultimately, as a master alchemist, you will discard the idea or concept of negative. And you'll understand that all undesired circumstances are literally handing you the lead that you're going to transform into gold, inevitably transform into gold. Pure alchemy requires the masterful culmination, conservation, and utilization of energy. So energy management is incredibly important, because if we don't have the energy to transform or transmute a circumstance, forget about it. And we can't have any energy if we're in the delusions of victim because we fell asleep and we forgot we're the creator, and that everything we create serves us, and that creation is already finished. Every undesired circumstance is another stepping stone to the ultimate prize, which is the most masterful version of you. Never forget that that's the ultimate prize, the most masterful version of you. Okay, now number 6. I don't hear anybody talk about this. You as the leaders and teachers of New Earth will know this left and right, up and down. This is the role of catalysts. Okay. In the spiritual community, there's again a very spiritually immature idea that everyone and everything is a reflection of you. When you are seeking to develop mastery, especially if you're looking to propel yourself up in an expedited manner, you will create something like a catalyst. Okay, this is either a dire situation or a very quote unquote toxic person. Okay, so a narcissist, a psychopath, or a negative situation created by a narcissistic or psychopath, something like that will show up on your timeline. These are called catalysts. They're not reflections. It's important to distinguish a reflection from a catalyst, because a reflection, let's discern what a reflection is. A reflection is another quote unquote person. And the way reflections work is if we're engaging with this reflection and it isn't giving us the feedback or isn't treating us the way we like it to treat us, we change ourselves and then the reflection changes. Okay, that's what a reflection is. And the majority of people that aren't NPCs, that aren't backdrop people, the majority of people in your life are reflections. So if we want to engage with a reflection in a productive way, we would assume a masterful state of being, and they will show up in accordance to that. So reflections, they show up. They're like Bashar calls them holograms, or they're like they show up depending on how we are showing up. Okay. Now a catalyst is much different. It shows up independent of how we are being. Okay. So a catalyst we cannot change by changing ourselves. Okay. So everyone you pushed out does not include catalysts. So catalysts need to be seen as distinct, especially if they are dangerous people or people that will create negative situations for us in our lives or cause us problems. They need to be seen for what they are. And they too are advantages. We just need to understand the difference between a reflection and a catalyst. And I'm going to open this up for questions because this is, I suspect, is where we're going to have the most questions, is distinguishing reflections from catalysts. Everything serves you. The reflection serves you just like the catalyst serves you. But we need to distinguish reflection from catalyst. Guys, please make sure that you're on mute, please, so that we don't have any background noise. The role of human and other catalysts and their significance in the evolution of consciousness. This is incredibly important. In the Don Miguel Ruiz's book, The Second Agreement, he says, take nothing personally for a reason. The more we personalize an undesired circumstance, or the more we personalize what a catalyst is doing to us, the more we feel victimized by it, the lower level of consciousness we're at, the less energy we can summon. Okay, so remember, this can be challenging with catalyst individuals, whether they're narcissists or psychopaths or whatever other type of toxic person. This can be a challenge because they can put us in a low level of consciousness, because a lot of these are capable of acting in egregious ways towards us, and we can feel victimized by them. So we always want to keep ourselves awakened to the fact that we're the creator of the catalyst experience. Okay. Narcissists and psychopaths are put there on our timeline by us, I mean our higher selves, as catalysts for expansion, because they have a gift to give you. I promise, they have a massive gift to give you. And if you have the clarity to proceed beyond the circumstance and beyond the catalyst, you will become masterful. They will propel you up in a massive way. Everybody is a guide, and everybody is an angel. Okay? If you see beyond the realm of the five senses, everyone is an angel. Everyone is there to hand you something precious or valuable. Otherwise, they would not have been created in your experience. So this is really important to understand. The more we personalize an undesired circumstance or a catalytic experience, the more likely we are to feel victimized, the lower level of consciousness we are, which means we've forgotten we're the creator, and the less energy we can summon to transform the circumstance. And a catalyst experience is going to require you to summon a lot of energy, much more energy than normal, to transcend the circumstance, because a lot of them are very challenging. And as you know, the more challenging they are, the more benefit is conferred. Whether this is our parents, whether this is our boyfriend or girlfriend or business partner or whatever, or our best friend or whatever, when catalysts show up, They can be extremely challenging to deal with. So we have to stay in a high level of consciousness, understanding that we place them on our timeline. And number two, understanding that we're the creator of all the situations, because that otherwise, if we're at a low level of consciousness, we're in victimhood, we're not going to be able to summon the energy to transcend a catalyst experience, and then to garner the benefit, the valuable treasure that they're there to give us. Our power to summon energy required for the transmutation process is wholly contingent upon the level of consciousness that we're operating at. The higher the level of consciousness, the more our awareness that we're the creator of all circumstances in our experience, the more energy we're given access to, and the more energy we have the ability to command. Right? So the more we can remember that we're the creator, the more we can stay in a high level of consciousness, we can remember who we are as the creator, the less we can, get mired in the delusions of victimhood. And this will be challenging in most cases with an extreme catalyst. I've been through it many times. It's very challenging to stay, to remind yourself that you're the creator, because they can do egregious things to you. But remember, it's you creating everything, right? So if you remember we're the creator, we'll have the energy at our command to be able to summon, to transmute whatever circumstances thrown in front of us. Okay, so that's catalyst versus reflections. If we try to treat a catalyst like a reflection, we're going to get hurt. This is incredibly important to understand. Catalysts operate independent of the way we behave. We can't change ourselves and then the catalyst changes. Okay, so we have to understand that the catalyst is the way they are because they were created perfectly. They're not broken. They're not meant to be changed. They can't change. That the group of higher selves that project catalysts, they are of a lower level of consciousness. So they cannot expand. They're not supposed to evolve. And they'll only incarnate once as a gift to us to assist us to expand our level of consciousness greatly if we use them properly. Okay, so it's important to understand, to identify catalyst as a catalyst, to not interact with it as a reflection, and to understand that it's there, despite what it looks like on the surface, there to give us a massive level of expansion. The times I've leveled up, like quantum leaped in my life and my level of consciousness, what really got me here was violent, volatile catalysts, is what expanded my level of consciousness, so that I could be an activator of the leaders and teachers of New Earth, which is, by the way, the greatest gift I've ever been given, is the ability to activate the leaders and teachers of New Earth, which are you, by the way. Number 7, stay focused on the benefit. Perception is creation. I'll take you back to the foundational teaching. Perception is creation. So stay focused on the benefit of all circumstances. Perception is creation. The way we perceive is the way we create, because what you are ultimately is pure perception. That's the foundational teaching of alchemical mastery. The transformational power of the 3 pillars to alchemize any situation we face cannot be overstated. The transformational power of the 3 pillars of power. I'm the creator. Everything I create serves me, and creation is finished. That can't be overstated. It's the gateway to alchemize all circumstances. If you remember those 3 pillars of power and you operate and live by them, there's no circumstance you can't overcome. And there's no circumstance that you won't be highly motivated to overcome. So no circumstance is too difficult to alchemize when you know yourself as the creator of all circumstances. As the saying goes, God never gives you more than you can handle at one time. And when we're able to sustain our focus upon the inevitable benefit of the circumstance, the more likely we are to occupy and maintain the masterful state of being required for transcendence of the circumstance immediately. Remember, ultimately, we want to make this a seamless process. Circumstance shows up on the periphery of our consciousness, we immediately declare that it's a benefit. If we can't see the benefit, we stay in a neutral state and allow the benefit to reveal itself. Right? We stay in a high level of consciousness. We're remembering ourselves as the creator of all circumstances, so that we have the energy summoned to assume the state of being and transcend the circumstance. This will automatically become a bang, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 process that you automatically assume the moment you see a circumstance that shows up on your timeline. Remembering always that you're the creator of it. Okay, so let me say that again. When we're able to sustain our focus upon the inevitable, that's such a powerful word, inevitable benefit that the circumstance confers, the more likely we are to occupy and maintain the masterful state of being required for transcendence of the circumstance. Remember that only our dominant state of being matters. Circumstances do not matter, right? As those who were born into the inverted false matrix, we were taught that circumstances are everything and circumstances control our state of being. So We look at our bank account and we see a certain balance in there, and then that determines our state of being, right? This whole thing has to be reversed. Circumstances have to be seen as completely irrelevant from now on moving forward, and only our state of being matters, because only our state of being is what the circumstances are reflecting. Number 8, experience yourself inquiring with higher aspects as to why a particular challenge continues to recycle in your experience. When circumstances keep recycling, it's because we're missing something. Okay, a lot of times a circumstance that we don't prefer will recycle in our experience. Okay, and that's because we're missing something. We're either reacting to a certain circumstance the same way over and over, and you're always giving yourself chances to evolve, and you'll do that through catalyst experiences. And so if an undesired experience keeps recycling, it's because we're missing something. So what we will do in this case, knowing that everything is one thing, your spirit guides are you, your higher self is you, I am you, everything here is you, because everything is one thing, we're all the same one being, expressing in different form and different frequencies. And when we experience that, we no longer seek outside of ourselves. So if we're experiencing a challenging situation that keeps recycling in our experience, it means we're missing something. That's what number one we need to understand, because we can't move past what we don't understand. So the circumstance will keep recycling. Just simply ask yourself, your higher self, why am I experiencing this situation in the challenging way that I'm experiencing it? Ask that question and then leave it at that. Then move on with your day. Go wash the dishes or walk the dog or play with your kids or whatever you need to do. Just ask the question, offer the question up to the higher self, which is you, I remind you, and then go on with your day, okay? What we want to do is get into a flow state, and then the answer to that question will come to us. It will come to us not through words, but through energy. We will be able to feel, and everything about being a master is about feeling. It's not about thinking. Thinking is what blocks the knowing. It's about tangible knowing, and that happens through a felt sense knowing or a feeling that comes to you through energy, which is resonance from your higher self. So your higher self speaks to you in energy. You can get any answers from within yourself, your higher self, by simply asking a question and then going about your day. The important thing is to, when you ask the question to a higher self, not to try to come up with an answer. Okay, there's no power in the answer. The power is in the question. Once the question is offered to the higher self, you go on about with your day. And when you're in the flow state, the answer will come to you through energy. You'll get a tangible knowing of how to transcend the circumstances today. Okay, so this is really important, and this is where you develop a real powerful discernment and nuance. This is a level of mastery that only the leaders and teachers of New Earth are going to be teaching at. Okay, and by that I mean you. This is the level of nuance that you're going to be operating at as master creators and the leaders and teachers of New Earth. For anybody who didn't get that, we'll go over it in the questions again. Okay, so anytime you're experiencing a challenging situation that's recycling, okay, it means we're missing something. We need to respond differently this time when the situation recycles. We don't want to react the same way we did last time. We want to respond with the tangible knowing of how to transcend the circumstance. How do we acquire that tangible knowing? We simply ask our higher self, why am I experiencing this challenging situation the way I'm experiencing it? And then we go on with our day. If we're in extremely dire circumstance, right, and we can't see any way out, the question to ask the higher self is, what else is possible for me? Those are the 6 most powerful words you will ever speak. What else is possible for me besides I am? What else is possible for me? Right, so when we're speaking to the higher self, we offer up a question or a query, and then we go on with our day. We don't try to come up with an answer. We go on with our day and get to a flow state. And when we're in a flow state, the higher self will send us the answer through energy. This is the way you communicate with your higher self. Your higher self communicates through, and here's the most important part, okay? This is where you guys really develop mastery. The more you see this pattern recognition, the more you understand, the more you'll build intimacy with your higher self. The more you build an intimate knowing of the way your higher self operates, the more you will remember yourself as the creator, which is your higher self, which is a masterful creator. It doesn't create anything by accident. And the more you will get into tangible communion with how masterful you are, because you will see the magnificence and the brilliance of your higher self, which is really something your human mind can't conceive of. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to understand pattern recognition. We want to develop intimacy with our higher selves, because ultimately the goal of this alchemy, everything that you are learning here, remembering here, is all of it. The ultimate goal is you embodying the consciousness of your higher self. So you're downloading the consciousness of your higher self into your human avatar, and once you do that, you are operating in the world. You are in the world, but not of the world. in the words of Jesus. Okay, and that is the ultimate goal of all this, of remembering this masterful process, is downloading the consciousness of your higher self and embodying it and then operating in the world as your higher self, and then being the living embodiment of the example for all these so-called others here, which are all just you, right? All just reflections of you. Okay, so this is what we want to do as leaders and teachers of New Earth. We embody the consciousness of our higher self, and therefore we embody the example of the leaders and teachers of New Earth. Circumstances are always what they are because they offer us the best ability to expand. And as a master creator, our perspective is everything. Our perception is everything. Number 7, so always stay focused on the benefit, okay? It's not just you want to see past the circumstances and say, hey, okay, what state of being is this getting me to desire? We want to stay focused on the benefit at all times, okay? We don't ever want to fall into a low level of consciousness. If we get too fixated on the circumstances, we're missing the point. Number 8, experience yourself inquiring with your higher aspects. So when we're in a challenging situation, we ask ourselves, our higher self, why am I experiencing this in such a challenging way? And if we're in a really dark place, we can't see any way out, what else is possible for me? Then go on with your day and the question will reveal itself to you. This is how you actually communicate with your higher aspects, your higher self and your oversoul, which you all are. You are your higher self and you are your oversoul. Number 9, this is huge, letting go of control and surrendering control to the higher mind. Now, this is important in the mastery of manifestation process, is letting go of control. Once we're master creators, we no longer need control of anything, because by the time you're a master creator, you realize that everything around you is you. Right? And so you have more power when you have less control. The more control we need, the more we're constricting the flow of energy that we are, and the more we're limiting infinite possible possibilities, which is your true nature. So ultimately, we want to let go of all control, because the higher mind is what's in control. The control is already built into your incarnation. The more you can remember that, the more you're in a high level of consciousness, the more energy is flowing through you. And energy is what you are. You're not the human person. You're not the human avatar. You're not the character. You're not the player of the character. You're the creator of the game. You're the source energy that's coming through the avatar and creating the entire experience. And when we become truly masterful, we destroy all identification with the human form, because that's a limitation program. What you are is an infinite being of consciousness, and the more you can realize yourself as pure consciousness that can take form, the more limitless you become. The more we see ourselves as a body, the more limited we are. The more we're constricting our infinite possibilities to what one body can do. This is so important to understand. If you have questions about this, I'll get to them in a second. Okay, so ultimately, if we really desire to become master creators, we have to destroy any identification with the human body, because it's not what you are. It's just like your car. It's like if we over-identify with our car, we're running a limitation program. If you over-identify with your body, when you are the entire experience, you're the entire reality. If you're identifying with your body, then you collapse the entire reality into what one body can do. When you're literally capable of limitless power as a creator. And so you're collapsing your ability, your power to create when you're identifying with that one body, because ultimately you are all bodies, you're everything, and everything is within you. So letting go of control and surrendering control to the higher mind. The key to being a master alchemist is to see past the circumstances to the state of being that is required to transcend the circumstances. That state of being aligns you with a version of you that exists within you that's already transcended the circumstances. And when you do that, you receive the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. So ultimately, you create a rainbow, which is a set of circumstances, and at the end of that rainbow is a pot of gold. When you transcend the circumstances because you've assumed the state of being required to pull you past circumstances, you get the gold at the end of the rainbow. It's all you giving yourself opportunities to receive that pot of gold at the rainbow, that reward, and that reward is always the next level version of you. And there is nothing more rewarding than the next level version of you, I promise. Number 10, when challenging situations arise, always do it from the highest perspective. When it comes to being the master alchemist, perspective is everything. Remember that perception is creation. And remember that all experience serves you in some way. Otherwise, it wouldn't be created. So circumstances are what they are because they offer or confer us the best opportunity for expansion. Now, I want to talk about addiction really quick, okay? This is tied into alchemy and transmutation and everything, okay? So ultimately, we provide ourselves with a set of circumstances in order to evolve us. Okay, that should be clear by now. What will stop that evolution is if we have addictions. Okay, addictions literally stop our ability to evolve. It's like my teacher, one of my teachers, Nina, she described this as, you know, the conveyor belt at the airport. Okay, the baggage conveyor belt. There's times when one baggage will get stuck and it will hold up all the baggage behind it. When we have an addiction, that's exactly what's happening. There's one piece of luggage that's blocking all the other luggage that's behind it. Now, what the universe will ultimately do, and anybody who's struggled with addiction will know this, what the universe will ultimately do if we hold this process up too long, is it will send something so violent that it will flatten us. Okay, this is what in Alcoholics Anonymous they call rock bottom. A rock bottom is actually something you create because you've held up the conveyor belt too long and something violent has to come in and knock you over to get the damn conveyor belt moving. Whoever's unmuted, please mute yourself. This is really important that everybody understands this. Nobody on the planet has ever talked about this before. It's incredibly important. It's what stops the evolution process. So it's really, really important. If we have active addictions going on, we have to get past them in order to become master alchemists. Otherwise, we're holding up a conveyor belt. There's no judgment at all. There's no judgment at all. You'll never get judgment from me. I can assure you that. But the reason I'm telling you this is so that we can see everything objectively. And if we do have addictive tendencies, that we understand that they're blocking our evolution. They're blocking us from the what we came here to do. Okay, and ultimately what'll get us past all addictions is our worst addiction of all, which is the addiction to the human character. Because as long as we believe we're the human character, we're going to be in fight or flight. We're going to believe we're a human person inside of a world rather than we're what's projecting the world, we're the energy being that's projecting the world. And then our nervous system can calm down. Okay, so this is really important. If we have active addictions, they're actually stopping the evolution. It doesn't matter what masterful state of being we get to. We're not going to be able to evolve beyond to the next level if we have addictions going. Okay, so this is really important to understand. If we do have addictions, we want to address them because they're actually what's blocking our evolution
I'm
to the
back,
next
by the way.
state of consciousness. It's so important to understand. Okay.
Wow.
I'm going to talk about that more on my channel. I don't want to take up too much time of it here, but it needs to be addressed because it's one of the things that stops the evolution of our consciousness. And remember, consciousness only creates challenges and circumstances in order to evolve itself, to see itself in the act of overcoming.
Okay. We'll get back to Pete in a moment. We're going to get to Nero because Nero actually released this video.
The psychology of the universe. Until you understand how the universe fundamentally works, every step towards your desired reality will almost feel like you've got this resistance that is pulling you back. And unfortunately, most people don't understand how the universe thinks. The universe has a psychology in of itself because it is an intelligence. It is a system created by the infinite intelligence, which you conceptualize that as God, Yahweh, Jehovah, Allah, the source, whatever you want to conceptualize it as. And until you can understand how it thinks, you'll always be a step behind it. And in order for you to enter your desired reality, you must be in alignment with it. But you can't do that until you know how it thinks. And the beauty of it is that the way that the universe thinks is hidden within your own consciousness. And throughout this video, I'm going to show you exactly what I mean by that. And this is AJ's drawing. So he's always violating my drawings. So this is his drawing. So explain your thing there.
So that's a massive brain pause. Just because we're gonna dive into, some psychology.
Okay.
Then he told me to draw Jupiter, so I drew Jupiter. As you guys can tell, that didn't even need explain.
Why is it like? Just
obviously, I drew
like to the side.
You have to shade a bit in it. Yeah.
Why didn't you go all the way? Oh, because we ain't got enough pen for that.
No, we ain't got enough pen for that, bro. Yeah. And then obviously we did like the gear, because psychological. Our brain's always ticking. It's always, I'm trying to also make human gear up.
You lot let me know who's a bad artist, because you guys have seen enough of mine.
It's clear.
You know what I'm saying?
It's clear. The win is clear, bro.
Oh, I said the win is clear.
The win is clear.
It's
good to see, brother.
Excuse me. What's your name?
On this channel, that's all you're getting is high-level consciousness stuff.
So
you came here for some low-level shit.
Nope.
I mean, unless we're playing video games,
down,
you ain't getting any of that nonsense.
I know that I'm carrying on the Monday, I'm showing us. I was just running. You know I want you back. I'm ready to bury on. With love, where won't you? You should stop fronting, babe. Trying to be the best girl that you can be. The psychology of how the universe works. I mean, I feel like most of our struggle in life comes from the lack of awareness to actually how things work on a multi-dimensional level. I mean, there's 3 planes of existence. If we could just simply understand how it all works, we'd be in much better positions. I think a lot of the philosophical questions that we ask ourselves as human beings come down to the inability to understand how the universe fundamentally works. For example, people often say, why do bad things happen to good people? That lack of awareness to that answer in particular is an indication to us being out of alignment with how the universe works. As if the universe, unfortunately, we tend to spiritualize morality, but the universe doesn't seem to adhere to it, despite what the nice spiritual niggas tell you guys online that tell you that the universe loves you and so on and so forth. My experience and my study has been quite opposite. I mean, if you understand gravity, gravity is not going to do a CRB, criminal background check. And if you're a good person or not before you hit the ground, the nicest person, the worst person are treated the same way. As it says esoterically in Matthew 5:45, the rain rains on the just and the unjust. You understand what I'm saying? And it's this understanding that the universe is indirectly impersonal, but it's our personal experience that makes us take things personally. But electricity doesn't check how many old ladies you've helped cross the street before it zaps you or not. It's going to zap anybody and everybody. So fundamentally, you have to begin to understand how the universe works, and the only way you can understand how it works is how coming to the understanding of how it thinks. But before we get to there, prerequisite. There's something you need to become familiar with, which is in the Hermetic tradition is known as the law of correspondence. Right, this is what we conceptualize as above, so below. Make sure you take notes and leave them in the comments. So as above, so below, or as above, as below. Whatever you want to conceptualize it as above, and the reason why I point that out is through coming to the understanding that you are nothing more than a microcosm of the universe. What that means is that you are a miniature version of the universe. You are a walking universe. And I don't mean that biologically from the fact that you're made out of stardust. I also mean that from a point of metaphysics when we're talking about how the universe works. You are your own universe. Not everybody lives in the same universe, and that's the thing.
The same thing earlier.
And the thing is,
if you didn't listen, you're your own universe, nested in a multiverse.
One universe, technically, due to how frequency works and vibration works, we're all kind of
You're getting double dose today
across the planet into 8 billion different worlds, because there's 8 billion different frequencies, 8 different points of realities. So when we're talking about as above, so below, this is the understanding that we are microcosms of the universe, reflections of the universe. I mean, if you look at a tree above the ground,
you got the tree and the roots
with its branches, it's the same thing above ground as it is below ground. If you look at the pattern, I'll get AJ to put up some cool images right now of as above, so below, to kind of more accurately depict what I'm trying to conceptualize here. It's this understanding that nature in a sense is a bigger version than we are. It's the same thing, right? From the nebula in the galaxies to your iris, to your lungs, to trees, to the trees above ground and underneath ground, to conception and shooting stars across it's all the same thing. We are quite literal microcosms of the universe. So to understand that we are microcosms of the universe, this then leads to the base premise of this video, which is a conception that I came to. Through understanding one's own psychological phenomena as human beings, we can begin to depict the psychology of the universe. Because the truth of the matter is, if the universe is a reflection of you, then the way that you're psychologically wired is the same way that the universe is psychologically wired, due to the fact of the law as above, so below. And this is the conclusion that I came to. Because the universe is a reflection of you, once we begin to understand you quite fundamentally, we begin to understand the universe. Hence why one of the most famous Greek axioms was know thyself and thou shalt know all. Because when you begin to understand self, you begin to understand the universe, because the universe is nothing more than you expressed externally. It's quite literally all the same energy. It's simply different rates of vibration. So this is the base premise of this entire video. As above, so below. We are microcosms of the universe, which means we're just miniature versions of the gigantic universe. And through an understanding of self, we begin to understand the universe, specifically our psychological wiring. We begin to gain an idea and a deeper understanding of the ways that the universe is wired. What are you looking for there? You look like you're looking for comments.
I was just
I feel like I've got hair on me somewhere.
You was actually meant to send me some comments from the live.
You mean?
Yeah.
No.
I'll go to you left over anyway. Miles family vibes. Nah, y'all really be doing y'all big one, Nero.
Why are you reading it like that?
Just because I seen y'all, I was just like, she's definitely American.
Okay, very cool.
I was struggling seeing white faces doing a lot of this work, and I'm a spiritual ninja.
Okay,
But in a real way, you dig?
I do dick.
So I wasn't feeling all the extra odd to vibe high to enjoy life creating hell on earth.
Okay, I understand.
What? By
They're saying that they're predominantly used to seeing white faces representing this particular degree of spirituality that deem themselves as holier than thou.
Yeah, the
And
spiritual
they don't want to
pretentiousness.
enjoy the life and be somewhat of a normal person, the same way that, talk about how, I don't give a fuck, like, I'll drink, all of that, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But continue. I think that's what's being said.
Creating hell on earth by their own righteousness type shit. Whole time God wants people to enjoy themselves, whether that's twerking on a yacht in Miami, busting one out with.
I don't know if God wants that.
Busting one out with my ting, lol.
Busting one out with my ting.
Yeah, as you got me saying now. You guys saying that. You guys saying that. My God wants me to be authentic to me. Thank y'all for all this. Y'all do my guys love me.
It's nothing more expressed than the idea that people typically believe that spirituality has a personality of a certain archetype of talking a certain way and saying namaste, beloved, and not saying nigga, and not drinking, and not doing this, and not doing that, and not smoking, and not eating meat, for example. But all of these, what people begin to take on is nothing more than archetypes, spiritual archetypes, which is no different from the holier than thou religious person, simply in a different box. Because a lot of people come with the same psychological programming that they have from religion, and they leave religion, but they still have the same psychological programming of being a particular archetype.
I went through that phase already.
This is what spirituality looks like, and if you do this, then you're not spiritual. How many of these niggas are trying to tell me that I'm not spiritual because I eat meat? But then it goes back to what I said: spirituality without the ability to control your reality is vanity. That same nigga online telling you how you should only drink green smoothies and you should only be on juice fasts and all of this, and you should be barefoot on the grass and you shouldn't wear designer clothes and you shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that, and if you do this, you're not spiritual. That same individual is still living in a reality that they don't like. They're just presenting the archetype, because a lot of people make spirituality their personality, and personality comes from the etymological origins of the word persona, which meant mask. It's still a mask.
It's a mask.
That's all it is. Nothing more, nothing less. So I don't need to, play to a particular archetype for you to see me one way. I'm very intentional by the way that I move. You understand what I'm saying? Like, even me wearing a vest and a do-rag, like, this is me normally. You understand what I'm saying? Like, people will see me outside and be like, oh, you really wear this? And it's because I know the image associated with this. You understand what I'm saying? If you're somebody that takes things at face value, then you're already lost. So I understand that comment.
Yep. Bar.
So, before I actually get to the major psychological phenomena, there's like 3 or 4. There's something else I'd like to preface this by. In order to understand fundamentally, and please, if you can remember this, you will never ever feel like things are going out of your control, or you'll never feel like you're not understanding things, or you'll never feel like stuff's not making sense.
Exactly.
Just please remember this.
Lock in.
If you ever want to discover how the universe thinks, just remember this one word.
Universe. That's it.
If you can remember this one word, you will never feel confused about the position you're in or what is going on.
Exactly.
Because even the base premise of this video, of course, we're going into the psychology of the universe. But if we're to talk about how the universe thinks how you think. And that's a bar. Write that down, ladies and gentlemen. Specifically, the emotionally charged thoughts that you have due to the fact that emotionally charged thoughts, due to the fact that emotion of themselves is more powerful than thoughts. And I always explain this due to the fact that we produce 2 electromagnetic fields as human beings, one from the brain and one from the heart. The one from the heart is 60 to 100 times more powerful than the one of the brain. To take it even further, the heart is the first organ that you get before a brain when a baby's developing. Right? The heart produces emotion. As it says in Proverbs 4:23, guard your heart, because everything you do in life springs from it. As the Hadith says, there's one piece of flesh that if it's ruined, the whole body's ruined.
And that's the
and that
heart.
is the heart. It all comes down to the understanding that the heart is the central unfolding point. Hence why in ancient Egypt, they had the idea, the concept of weighing the heart against the 42 principles of Mayat, which predated the 10 Commandments by 1,500 years, ironically enough. And if you look at those declarations, you can see the inspiration from the 10 Commandments. It's all about the heart. The heart is the central unfolding point when we're beginning to talk about your ability to materialize reality. The heart is more important than you could ever imagine. So when we're talking about thoughts that are emotionally charged, emotion adds a different type of vibration to the thought energy, making it more likely to materialize in reality. So when we're talking about how the universe thinks how you think, but specific to your emotionally charged thoughts. And those emotionally charged thoughts simply have to be strong emotion. Bear in mind, I did not say positive or negative, because the positivity or negativity does not matter. All that matters is the strength of the thought.
Yep.
So if you think a thought that brings you extreme relaxation, then that's emotionally charged thought.
Bar.
If you think a thought that brings you an extreme amount of stress and worry, anxiety and fear,
Bar as
then
well.
that's an emotionally charged thought. And fundamentally, this is what contributes to your frequency. Now, your frequency can be conceptualized as your state of consciousness. It can also be conceptualized as your self-concept, your self-image, your imagination is all the same thing expressed differently. Which brings you to a certain degree of awareness, because unfortunately, a lot of people don't possess awareness for what's going on within them, so they don't have the capability of going on outside of them. And that's the bar. Write that down. Awareness is the first step to any degree of transmutation. If you're not aware, how can you transform? Because you wouldn't even know that there's something to transform. Which all begins with you. Because unfortunately, the base emotionally charged thoughts that you emit, specifically from emotion is energy emotion. That energy emotion eventually emits a signature that we call a vibration.
Yep.
That vibration gains momentum, it becomes a frequency. And that frequency eventually materializes into what we call reality. So it all begins with emotion. If I can control your emotion, I can control your energy emotion. If I can control your energy emotion, I can control your vibration. If I can control your vibration, I can control your frequency. If I can control your frequency, I can control your reality. And it all begins. Hence why the ancients often said, he who makes you mad is your master. Due to the fact that if I have the capability of swaying you internally, eventually, due to the fact of you materializing reality, that will be expressed outside of you, due to the fact that reality is nothing more than immaterialized frequency. Frequency at the beginning stages is energy emotion, which is your emotion. So the thoughts that you deem most energetically, well, with the most emotional charge on a consistent daily basis, is ultimately what the universe will begin to think. And what do I mean by this? So, let's say you mock yourself internally or you belittle yourself. You're like, you're so dumb. Like, why can't you get it right? Like what's going on with you? If you begin to think in accordance to that particular line of thinking with emotion, then what you're going to discover is that the universe is then unfortunately going to belittle you.
Yep.
It's then going to mock you. It's going to feel like the world is against you. Yep. How often has it felt like the world is against you?
It's a fucking paradox, isn't it?
The world can only be against the individual who's against themselves internally. Like you might say to yourself, I'm not against myself, Nero. Well, I'd probably say that you are just unconsciously. Because look how you react to yourself internally when things don't go the way that you might have thought that they would. Yep. Look how you react when things don't go the way that you want to. You descend yourself into chaos. And that internal tornado will be expressed externally into an external tornado to a point where you're caught up in it without realizing that the fact that you're in it, all the momentum that is getting from spinning around is coming from you. So you have to be aware of what you are emotionally thinking. Because when we talk about emotion, every time I say emotion, just think of the word subconscious. I always say the language of the subconscious mind. People say it's repetition. That's a very long-winded way. An individual only has to go through trauma once for their entire subconscious mind and perception to be altered completely. So to the same degree, we can use that to transmute ourselves into our desired reality by stimulating a degree of emotional intensity, because that is what will reach the subconscious mind, because emotion is illogical in the same way the subconscious mind is. So the two are aligned.
Yep.
So ask yourself, throughout my day, with the things that I want to materialize, whether this is a relationship, whether this is a career, whether it's a promotion in your career, whether it's a business, whether it's a certain level in your business, what are the emotionally charged thoughts that I'm having on a consistent day-to-day basis? Because ultimately, that is what the universe is going to express out to me, because you haven't come to the realization that you're not the one that is reacting to the world is reacting to you. And that's a bar, write that down.
Yep.
But specifically, it's reacting to the emotionally charged thoughts that you're having ahead of time. And I say ahead of time, even though time is nothing more than a third dimensional realm constraint, which doesn't truly exist. Now, with all of that being said, let's get into the actual psychological phenomena, because when I was coming up with this stuff, like, this made me, like, I was so happy when I was thinking about this, because I've been thinking about this video for time. If you ask AJ how I make videos, I'll come up with a title, and then he'll be like, alright, cool, let's shoot. And I'll be like, I'm not ready yet.
Bro,
And then, like, 2-3 weeks later, I'll be like, I'm ready.
this guy won't be ready for like a month. Then even after the month, he still might not be ready.
It's true.
Like, I know there's a few videos that you're sitting on right now.
Oh, 100%.
That we've discussed.
Yeah. I'm not ready, bro.
You see?
I'm not ready.
Just to let them know, none of them are SP videos.
Oh, yeah, none of that. None of that. Oh, my love.
SP, that's so funny. Specific person. Everybody's like, I want this specific person. Well, what if the specific person isn't in your highest alignment? Maybe there's someone even better than your specific person that'll blow you out of your water. That's why a lot of people have to stop with this whole SP shit. Because you never know who it could be, and they could just blow you out of smithereens with how awesome they are. They could be 10 times better than what you desired. Same with your expectation. Even though you can have an expectation of, like, assuming to have what you desire, there could be something even better. So, like, my penthouse, maybe there's actually a fucking mansion before my penthouse.
The way that you're walking, the way
So I'm
that
like,
you're talking.
it doesn't matter what, as long as I set the bar high as, like, this is what I desire, this is baseline. If I desire this baseline, then if you have something better for me, universe, hey, I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. Hey, you're gonna give me a mansion that has, 100,000 acre land. Hey, I'll take that.
Let's go with brown and green.
I'm not gonna complain. I'm gonna take that shit. And I'm gonna be an energetic container for it.
Good. Yeah.
Same thing goes with that person, whoever it is.
You bet.
Like, it doesn't matter who, as long as I feel there's some sort of attraction and
we're going to understand the base,
go.
I guess, psychological phenomenon that we go through on a daily basis as human beings, and reflecting that to the universe, because the way that we are psychologically wired is the way that the universe is energetically wired. And that's a bar. Make sure you write that down. Yeah. Because the more that we begin to understand ourselves from a point of psychology, the more we will begin to understand the universe energetically. That's a bar again. Please write that one down.
Yeah. So that's a bar, and that's a fucking verse.
You may or may not be familiar with.
Cognitive
dissonance.
He talked about this. Cognitive dissonance.
So we understand cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is nothing more than one's inability to accept a certain idea that contradicts with another idea. For example, you could present somebody a fact which opposes a belief that they have.
Yep.
And because the belief, what often happens is that beliefs merge into identity. Yep. And this is psychology. Beliefs merge into identity. And when beliefs and identity become one, when you attack someone's belief, it feels like you're attacking their identity. Yep. How often have you questioned somebody's way of living, somebody's way of thinking, somebody's religion, the team that they worship? For example, AJ, Manchester United is a shit team.
I know.
Okay, that's not the response I expected. But, for example, and I don't watch football. But more often than not, when you begin to attack somebody's belief about something, which belief is just something that
your
isn't
identity
true,
that
right?
you're
When you attack somebody's belief about something, because it has psychologically merged with an aspect of their brain that is associated with identity, once you attack the belief, the areas in the mind responsible for identity begin to light up as if they're being personally attacked.
Yep.
So if you go to the average Christian and you say, I don't think Jesus, was a white guy. they feel attacked.
Oh yeah, they're gonna.
Why?
Or
Because
I don't
that
believe
belief
that
is
Jesus.
contradictory
If
to
Jesus,
what
I
they
don't
have
believe Jesus even
conceptualized.
existed.
So
That's
if we
gonna fucking
conceptualize it like
cause a
this,
whole bunch
it
of
is
shit.
the discomfort or inability
He did exist, but
with,
if you say that to
or
someone who's from the
discomfort
Christian
or
background, they'll be
inability
like,
to slash with accept information
your beliefs are tied to your identity, basically. And if it's believed to your
contradicts
identity, it lights up a part of your brain that feels like you're being
a
personally attacked.
presupposed or a
Bar.
presupposed.
It's just that simple. That happens to me. That happens to everybody. So when
So
somebody's like
you're probably
telling me
thinking,
I'm
how does this
human,
work with the universe?
no, I'm human, but I'm also God.
I love this game. I love this game. So this works on a psychological level. Like I said, just to reiterate and simplify, let's say I hold a particular belief. If evidence is presented to me that contradicts that, I begin to feel personally attacked, and I just completely ignore it. Right? You just completely ignore it. It's like telling somebody that the team that they support isn't the best team, or the player that they believe is the best isn't the best, despite showing them statistics and facts to show the opposite, but they have it's just not going in. That's cognitive dissonance. This can be extrapolated across, religious systems. It could be TV shows, all of that. It's the same thing.
Yeah. It's not
This
limited
works
to
on a
one thing.
universal level through understanding that as above, so below. So if we think like this psychologically, the universe has its own cognitive dissonance. And that is what happens with the idea of two frequencies. Now, what do I mean?
Polarizing.
You can only operate at one consciousness at any given moment.
Yep.
What do I mean? Consciousness, self-concept, your frequency.
Awareness.
You can only have one of those in totality at any one given moment. But the moment that you begin to step into a new frequency,
hell
what begins
breaks
to
loose.
happen? It feels uncomfortable. It feels foreign.
Yes,
it doesn't feel right. The universe begins to react in a way that is perpetuating this idea that you shouldn't be moving forward. You shouldn't be doing what you're doing. Either makes things get worse, or it shows things not moving at all. And it's because in the same manner that the mind has this inability to hold contradictory poles at the same time, the universe has this same phenomenon of an inability to maintain two frequencies that are contradictory at the same time.
Yep.
You can't sit in two chairs at once. The man that chases two rabbits catches neither.
Yep.
You can't sleep in two beds at once. You can't be in two frequencies at once. You can't have two particular ideas that are contradictory at the same time.
Be grateful and angry at the same time.
So the universe, in the same way, if you understand how beliefs work, let me break down beliefs further actually. If you understand what a belief is nothing more than a collection of thought or a singular thought with emotion. If you want to know what's a belief, if you attack that belief, emotion comes out, people begin to feel emotional. Why? Because you don't have beliefs have you, and so bar, please write that down. And beliefs have this inbuilt defense mechanism of releasing emotion anytime somebody begins to step towards them. Hence why, for most of us, when we're on this journey of let's say spirituality, at the start, it's a bit hard to get your head wrapped around something. But I bet now you believe some shit you never thought you believed.
Yep.
Why? Because at the start, it was more contradictory to what you held to be the truth internally. Yep. And it's the same thing with frequencies. The moment that you begin to embark on a path towards your desired reality, leaving your current reality, your older reality, the universe has a hard time conceptualizing these two contradictory poles, and they butt heads. They quite literally are just like this. And it's almost this inability for it to be a smooth transition. Why? It's because the universe has a cognitive dissonance of its own. And because beliefs are held together by emotion, it's the same thing about frequencies. If you want to understand the thought that will be most dominant in someone's psychological profile, it will be the thought that has the most emotion behind it. And this can be positive or negative, because that emotion acts as a psychological glue. Because emotion pertains to the subconscious mind, as I explained. So now you're dealing with somebody's subconscious, and the subconscious isn't rational at all. You can provide all the evidence and all the logic for one case. Listen, you know that you deserve better. You
Yeah.
know that you should be in a better position. You know that you should be in a more healthy relationship, in a better career, have that
The
career
emotion
promotion,
is gonna
have this
kick
amount
in.
of money in your business, start a business. You know
Language of
you should
subconscious
have
is
all of these
emotion.
things logically, but subconsciously, why does it feel against you? And it's because on a subconscious level, the beliefs that are most entertained in someone's psychological profile are the beliefs that have the most emotion behind them.
Bar.
The beliefs that have the most emotion behind them are more tightly binded together. And this is on a psychological level. Now let's extrapolate this and elevate this now to a metaphysical level, because the frequencies that are most dominant, the state of consciousness that is most dominant, the self-concept that is most dominant is the one with the most emotion.
Yep.
Bear in mind, when I say the most emotion, I mean the strongest emotion. That doesn't necessarily mean it has to be like this extreme sadness or this extreme anger or this extreme euphoria. It could be extreme relaxation. It could be extreme disappointment. It could be extreme frustration. It could be extreme gratitude. It could be extreme love. It could be extreme hate. The most dominant frequency, the most dominant self-concept, the most dominant state of consciousness is ultimately going to be the one that has the most emotion behind it. Now, how can you use this to materialize your desired reality? Well, reverse what engineer what I just said. If you have two particular frequencies, in which we all do, right, the one that we're currently in, or the old frequency, and the one that we want to move towards. If you want to move towards your desired reality in a more smoother way, then what you're going to have to do is make sure that you have a stronger degree of emotional intensity for your desired reality as opposed to your current reality. If you can do that, then what's that going to do? In the same way, on a subconscious level, or psychological level, sorry, it will displace the belief out of place and shift you into one that was once contradictory. So when we're talking about emotional intensity, this all comes down to your ability to think thoughts with emotion behind them, which is quite simple. You just have to make them clear and vivid, and things that would mean more to you on a deeper surface. I mean, in my Amazon bestseller book in less than 24 hours in all three categories, I have a chapter called The Desire of Your Desires, which taps into what you need to tap into in order to truly get emotion out of your desires. Because a lot of you think you just want the guy, or you just want the girl, or you just want this certain amount of money, or you just want this career, or you just want the career promotion, but you don't want that. You want what it represents to you.
The feeling.
Because if attaining that meant that a family member would lose their life, you probably wouldn't want it. So it's what it represents to you on a deeper emotional level. When you can pinpoint that emotion, I just want to feel secure, I just want to feel cherished, I just want to feel appreciated, I just want to feel seen. When you can tap into those emotions, then you can understand that there's no prerequisite to you being able to feel those emotions now, because they transcend space-time. So you can feel them right now. Ironically, your destination, what you believe is your destination, is actually the starting location to get there. And by doing so, you tap into almost fueling or recharging the battery of emotion in reference to your desired reality, which would then stop this cognitive dissonance of the universe feeling like it's pushing you back every time you try to take a step forward. It's because it is. Because in the same way that accepting a new idea into your psyche is difficult if it contradicts presupposed beliefs, it's the same thing with the universe. A new frequency does contradict the presupposed current reality or an old reality, but it's your ability to override it with emotional intensity that is what will ultimately get you there. Yep. And that's cognitive dissonance.
Sure is. Cognitive dissonance. I love it.
Have you ever Googled your name?
No, please don't. I don't Google my name. I don't search my name. I don't do any of that. I see stuff when people tag me. I don't always watch it though, but recently I've been getting a lot of tags on Instagram. Not just Instagram, sorry, TikTok in particular.
TikTok?
Yeah, like somebody will be like, I was just watching this YouTuber, he's changed my life, whatever, in neural knowledge. Or like I've seen people even start reading my book on TikTok. It's quite crazy. I appreciate all of that, by the way, guys. Thank you.
I've seen someone say you're helping a lot of lost souls.
I'm helping a lot of lost souls.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, we're all lost.
It's true. We're just finding our way back.
You need to give it up. Had about enough. It's not hard to say that boy is mine. I'm sorry that you seem to be confused. He belongs to me. The boy is...
I don't know if I can condone. I don't know if I condone this. Someone said they're taking notes while they're stuck in peak hour traffic. Driving and taking notes.
LA traffic is a mess. That is a mess.
It is a mess.
Can't be as bad as London.
No, it's worse.
Jesus.
It's worse. Once you do the things you do, you are not like a fool.
Yeah, LA's pretty bad. Toronto's pretty bad. Toronto's really bad, actually.
Young age, learn how to get paid. Big stage, long way from section A. Big wave, he gonna have to get saved.
Running more,
But it makes sense LA's more...
At least I said I'm sorry. You know what it was. I told
It
you
would
that
definitely
I
make
was
sense that LA is
heartless.
definitely more worse than Toronto because there's a lot more people in LA. There's a lot more
But don't
people
listen
in LA.
to these haters trying to fool you. It was so.
It's like what, 20 million?
Young age, learn how. We don't get it money. Legendary.
Confirmation
Legendary.
bias. Yep.
Second psychological phenomenon which is reflected into the universe, confirmation bias. Have you ever had a discussion with somebody, and let's say it's a debate or an argument, and they're doing nothing more than looking for what they already believe within what it is that you're saying? This is confirmation bias, and we do this as human beings more often than not. When we hold a belief, our mind will quite literally filter what we see and experience out to only highlight what we believe. For example, let's say a woman has the idea that all men are trash, dogs, cheating, animals, rodents, vermin, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Let's say that's an idea that is held in the mind.
Welcome back,
Whether it's
sister.
social media, let's say
Watching
they see
Nero
a
right
healthy
now.
couple scrolling by, they'll
were
literally
watching
just
Pete
scroll past
earlier,
it,
now we're watching
or their
Nero.
mind might not even register that they've seen it. And they'll come across a post where somebody's doing a mad thing and they're like, yeah, see? Fucking animals, all of them. You understand what I'm saying? And this can be extrapolated on a greater scale. It can also be extended to one's career. It can also be extended to one's business. It can also be
What was
extended
the thing that was
to
strange you said that happened?
career promotions. It's essentially when you hold this idea about something, you will look for confirmation out of it, and you will filter things that contradict it to avoid cognitive dissonance, which is what we just spoke about before. Because cognitive dissonance is a bit funny. You ever been in an argument with somebody and they run a lap around you, and you're just like, you know what they're saying is true, but you just can't accept it. We've all been there. When I was like extremely religious, like I couldn't wrap my head around certain things, like when people would, of course I'd debate people, because I used to go on the street corners and debate people, you know what I'm saying? So when some people would like do me pause, I'd be like, damn,
wow,
you got me, but no, you know what I'm saying? Like certain things that were just beyond obvious, and we see this all the time. And this is part of the reasons why I'll never do debates and stuff like that, because it's either going to be a combination of cognitive dissonance or confirmation bias. Because often than not, people aren't really willing to see somebody else's opinion, and we all get caught up in it. You know what I'm saying? Even I get caught up in it, because here's the thing. Once we hold a belief, we filter what we experience in and out to only highlight to see what we believe, which means things that confirm the opposite we don't see. So I need you to understand something in particular, and that's the notion that as this works on a psychological level, but it also works on a universal level. Now, what do I mean by this? And there's a saying.
Sent him flying off
they
his
say
motorcycle?
that seeing is believing, but the truth is, believing is seeing. And that's a bar, write that down.
It's a bar still.
Thank you. Thank you very much, good sir.
Believing is seeing.
They say
I'm glad
seeing
you
is
got
believing, but believing is seeing.
It's actually
Because
knowing
that's
and seeing.
the irony is, once you hold a particular idea in mind, once you hold a particular belief in mind, this belief can be representative of a state of consciousness, a frequency, a self-image. What often happens is that now you enter that world. And this is on a metaphysical level.
Glad you
As
got
I
them on
said,
the camera,
there's
by
one
the
planet,
way.
there's 8 billion worlds. There's one planet, there's 8 billion worlds. There's one planet, there's 8 billion worlds.
Say
And that's
it
due
with
to the fact that
me,
our
there's
frequency,
one
our state of
planet, 8
consciousness,
billion
our
worlds.
self-concept, our imaginations puts us in a completely different world. So when you enter a particular paradigm, so if you believe that all rich people are evil, then guess what? You only begin to enter a state of consciousness in a world where all rich people are evil. If you believe that there's no opportunities for anybody like you, even though psychologically, because you hold that belief, you will filter out the opportunities that are there for you, but on a metaphysical level, they'll be hidden from you because you don't perceive anything in reality other than what you are the vibrational alignment of. Anything that you're seeing is what you possess the vibration of being able to attain and being aligned to. But if you don't see it, then that's a reflection that you don't have it within. And that's the thing. People are concerned about what the FBI and the feds and the CIA are hiding from people, but more is hidden from you in reality by your own consciousness than any intelligence agency.
Later,
and that's
sister.
a bar, write
Have a
that
good
down.
night.
Because your inability
Love
to
you.
shift consciousness is an inability to shift worlds. And that's a bar, write that down. Again, if you want to shift worlds, it first begins with shifting your state of consciousness, your frequency, to be aligned already in the position of whatever it is that you decide it is that you want. That's the only way you're going to move from one side to another. So instead of seeing as believing, believing as seeing, because your belief can be equated to your frequency, state of consciousness, self-concept, which puts you in a completely different world to only experience a certain something again and again and again and again. So, and this can be extrapolated to what we conceptualize as the truth as human beings. A lot of people believe that the things that they experience are true. Well, the things that you experience are only true because they are true to your subconscious level.
Yeah, they're on
and
the
that is it.
subconscious mind.
And when you begin to look at the world like that, you begin to look at everything different. Is it true that they don't want to give people like you a job? Is it true that all men are trash? Is it true that all women are whores that just want to spend your money? Is it true this? Is it true that? Is it true that you're not qualified for that position? Is it true that, somebody like you doesn't deserve to be making that amount of money? Well, it depends. If that is something that you're holding within your consciousness, then believing is seeing, because now you've entered your world to quite literally only experience that, and other people aren't in that world. Which is why when people even debate things like, oh, there's no opportunities out here, and somebody's like, there is opportunities out there, those are two different frequencies, those are two different worlds. Technically, they're both right.
Yep. Whether you think you can or you can't, either way, you're right. Whether you believe you can or you can't, either way,
As if
you're
someone
right.
suggested to get a digital whiteboard. Hell no.
I like the real thing.
You like the real thing, yeah?
I like the real thing. Guys, even though I'm pointing out all of these, I guess, psychological phenomena, if you don't understand what is going on within, you will never understand what is going on without. Like, more often than not,
As within,
you
as
guys
without.
might spend too much time studying and watching other people's videos and studying the contents of who you are and who you've been. Because the more time that you spend within, the more time the without is going to make sense. And the less the without makes sense, then that's indication that you need to spend more time within. So even though I'm pointing these things out, I'm pointing these things out to you to show you, as AJ drew, the cog or the mechanics of how the universe works. But that's completely irrelevant if you're negating how you work. All of this work is to do nothing more than to get you to go within.
Yep. It's all about going within. It's all about everything that I've been
She
saying.
says she wants
You
some
have to go in.
That song been in your head the whole time.
And then Anita, with deference at this party, you're crying.
Well.
She said she wasn't ready for the world. Cool. The placebo effect. This is fairly common, so I won't even write about it, I'll explain it. The placebo effect is nothing more than having the belief that's it was first discovered when they were giving people sugar pills, telling them it was a painkillers, and they began to respond as if it was an actual painkiller, and their body actually began to block off those, I guess, electrical signals of pain being sent to them. And if that exists within, then that exists without. And what I mean by that is that the universe has its own placebo effect, the universal placebo effect. And that is this. Specifically conviction. Once you're in a state of conviction of something, this is the simplest form of magic. People talk about, oh, that's witchcraft. More niggas do witchcraft with their conviction alone. If you're convinced that you can't do it, then unfortunately you begin to emit a frequency that leads to materialization of an inability for you to do it. If you have this sheer conviction that it's going to work for you, then that materializes as such. Conviction, quite literally, comes from, well, it's associated with the true definition of faith. Faith comes from the Latin word fides. Fides etymologically comes and is aligned to what's considered confidence. It's confidence, but a state of conviction. If you have a placebo effect, then the universe has a placebo effect. Foundation, on a base foundation, is just conviction. That's it. So all of this extra shit that they tell you niggas to do, that you gotta do this, you gotta do that, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, in order to do this, no. You quite literally just need to be convinced that what you want is already there. And the only way you can become convinced is through emotion, because all convictions come down to emotions. You see, it's the central theme of this entire video. It's the central theme of this entire video. It's all about emotion.
Emotionally charged thoughts, emotion, feelings, whatever you like to call it, it's all that.
Placebo is very interesting, because if somebody believes, like, believe it or not, there's people in the world that have been so afraid of something that wasn't real that they literally gave themselves heart attacks. I don't think you guys understand how powerful belief is. For example, how shook are you at night when you think you hear something in the living room, when your heart starts racing? James Allen, my favorite author, says fear has killed men speedily as a bullet. And it's from the understanding that sheer conviction and sheer belief is powerful enough to quite literally regulate your internal state.
Your nervous
and that
system
can be extrapolated to the universe, because it's the same thing. The truth of the matter is, a lot of people, there's people out here making double your ways with half your talent, half your potential, and half your intelligence, all because they believe in themselves.
Yep.
And that belief is taking them further than anybody could ever imagine. Because the universe has its own placebo effect. When you start to believe in you, the universe starts to believe in you too. Which is the irony. Because if you don't believe in yourself, then the universe doubts you. What else could it do? Because it is you. It is the literal universe. So how long are you going to doubt yourself, thinking that it's all about all of these technical third dimension around things, such as being qualified, such as looking a certain way, such as being a certain way, such as speaking a certain way, such as doing things a certain way instead of being a certain way? And being a certain way all comes down to the degree of conviction that you have in yourself because of the placebo effect. As above, so below.
Exactly. It comes down to the placebo of what you believe to be true about you. You think you can or you can't. Either way, you're right.
Got a light-skinned friend, look like Michael Jackson.
Got a dark-skinned friend, look like Michael Jackson.
Nah, that was too lit, man.
Wait. Kanye top 5.
Yeah.
Let's say, yeah.
Cool. And then we can call it the red card theory. But I believe, is it Meinhof or? I think it's Meinhof and not Heinhof. I think it's Meinhof. Yeah. The Meinhof psychological phenomena, which is also conceptualized as the red car theory. Have you ever noticed that once you begin to start looking at a car online, you begin to see it everywhere? I remember I bought a Burberry coat. I never saw any nigga with it. I bought that car. I started seeing niggas with it everywhere. Like, what the fuck?
And what are you doing in a Burberry coat, bro?
Yeah, I was a bit more in my niggerish days, but now I'm a, But this can be extrapolated to anything. If you look for a certain pair of shoes online, you begin to see everywhere. If you look for a certain something, you begin to see everywhere. You see one thing, if you have one thing, you begin to see everywhere. And that is the psychological phenomenon, which is, once again, the mind filtering out for similarity. The mind will begin to filter things that aren't similar and begin to recognize things that are similar. I remember when I wanted a Tesla, I started seeing them everywhere. You know what I mean? And at first, this was back when Teslas were like the new thing ever. But now I'm seeing them everywhere. And it's maybe not even that I'm seeing it everywhere. Like even in the UK, there's a game that we used to play in primary school, yellow car, no return. If you see a yellow car, you get to punch your friend, or a Mini Cooper. I don't know what the fuck when last time I saw a yellow car was. And that's not because there's any less or more yellow cars anymore. It's because my mind is quite literally filtering them out, because there's a part of your brain called the reticular activating system, which is a focus filtering mechanism. And the universe works the same way. Once you hold something within your mind, just like an algorithm, rhythm, in the same way the universe has its own rhythm, your feed, what you're digesting, the universe has its own algorithm based upon the things that you are showing a degree of attention and concentration to. Because concentration is centralization of energy, and the more you concentrate upon one particular frequency, so the version of you that you want to be, and seeing that version of you as who you are right now, instead of seeing yourself separated from it, then the universe will begin to send things more that are aligned with that algorithm, and your algorithm will change. And it's the same concept over here. In the same way that you want to see red cars everywhere, you need to begin to train yourself to see things that align with your desired reality everywhere. You need to decide that, there's better opportunities everywhere. There's a lot of healthy relationships everywhere. A lot of people like me are getting promoted. It's so easy to get a job. There's so many jobs everywhere. Once you begin to enter this, not only will your mind begin to filter out psychologically, but the universe will quite literally vibrationally.
All right. Well, it's almost done, so I'm gonna scroll back a couple minutes.
The police, it was first discovered when they were giving people sugar pills, telling them it was a painkillers, and they began to respond as if it was the actual painkiller, and their body actually began to block off those, electrical signals of pain being sent to them. And if that exists within, then that exists without. And what I mean by that is that the universe has its own placebo effect, the universal placebo effect, and that is this. Specifically conviction. Once you're in a state of conviction of something, this is the simplest form of magic. People talk about, that's witchcraft. One thing is do witchcraft with their conviction alone. If you're convinced that you can't do it, then unfortunately you begin to emit a frequency that leads to materialization of an inability for you to do it. If you have this sheer conviction that it's going to work for you, then that materializes and such. Conviction, quite literally, comes from, it's associated with the true definition of faith. Faith comes from the Latin word fides. Fides etymologically comes and is aligned to what's considered confidence. It's confidence, but a state of conviction. If you have a placebo effect, then the universe has a placebo effect. Foundation, on a base foundation, is just conviction. That's it. So all of this extra shit that they tell you niggas to do, that you gotta do this, you gotta do that, you gotta do this, you gotta do that in order to do this. No, you quite literally just need to be convinced that what you want is already there. And the only way you can become convinced is through emotion, because all convictions come down to emotions. You see, it's the central theme of this entire video. It's the central theme of this entire video. It's all about emotion. Placebo is very interesting, because if somebody believes, believe it or not, there's people in the world that have been so afraid of something that wasn't real that they literally gave themselves heart attacks. I don't think you guys understand how powerful belief is. For example, how shook are you at night when you think you hear something in the living room, when your heart starts racing? James Allen, my favorite author, says fears killed men speedily as a bullet. And it's from the understanding that sheer conviction and sheer belief is powerful enough to quite literally regulate your internal state. And that can be extrapolated to the universe, because it's the same thing. The truth of the matter is, a lot of people, there's people out here making double your ways with half your talent, half your potential, and half your intelligence, all because they believe in themselves. And that belief is taking them further than anybody could ever imagine, because the universe has its own placebo effect. When you start to believe in you, the universe starts to believe in you too, which is the irony. Because if you don't believe in yourself, then the universe doubts you. What else could it do? Because it is you. It is the literal universe. So how long are you going to doubt yourself, thinking that it's all about all of these technical third-dimensional realm things, such as being qualified, such as looking a certain way, such as being a certain way, such as speaking a certain way, such as doing things a certain way instead of being a certain way? And being a certain way all comes down to the degree of conviction that you have in yourself, because of the placebo effect. As above, so below.
What's up, dude? Just inside typing to that person who are watching a video as well. That video's about to be finished. My phone overheated.
Got a light skinned friend, look like
And he's from the
Michael
UK,
Jackson.
by the way. That person that you're watching on the screen there, he's from where you are at. I don't know exactly where in the UK, but he's from your part of the world.
Yeah.
So he's got that British English.
Yeah.
Got that British English.
Cool. And then we can call it the red card theory, but I believe, is it Meinhof or? I think it's Meinhof and not Heinhof. I think it's Meinhof, yeah. The Bieder-Meinhof psychological phenomena, which is also conceptualized as the red car theory. Have you ever noticed that once you begin to start looking at a car online, you begin to see everywhere? I remember I bought a Burberry coat. I never saw any nigga with it. I bought that car. I started seeing niggas with it everywhere. Like, what the fuck?
What are you doing in a Burberry coat, bro?
Yeah, I was a bit more in my niggerish days, but now I'm but this can be extrapolated to anything. If you look for a certain pair of shoes online, you begin to see everywhere. If you look for a certain something, you begin to see everywhere. You see one thing, if you have one thing, you begin to see everywhere. And that is the psychological phenomenon, which is, once again, the mind filtering out for similarity. The mind will begin to filter things that aren't similar and begin to recognize things that are similar. I remember when I wanted a Tesla, I started seeing them everywhere. You know what I mean? And at first, this was back when Teslas were like the new thing ever. But now I'm seeing them everywhere. And it's maybe not even that I'm seeing it everywhere. Like, even in the UK, there's a game that we used to play in primary school, Yellow Car No Return. If you see a yellow car, you get to punch your friend, or a Mini Cooper. I don't remember the fuck when last time I saw a yellow car was. And that's not because there's any less or more yellow cars anymore. It's because my mind is quite literally filtering them out, because there's a part of your brain called the reticular activating system, which is a focus filtering mechanism. And the universe works the same way. Once you hold something within your mind, just like an algorithm, rhythm, in the same way the universe has its own rhythm, your feed, what you're digesting, the universe has its own algorithm based upon the things that you are showing a degree of attention and concentration to. Because concentration is centralization of energy. And the more you concentrate upon one particular frequency, so the version of you that you want to be, and seeing that version of you as who you are right now, to have seen yourself separated from it, then the universe will begin to send things more that are aligned with that algorithm, and your algorithm will change. And it's the same concept over here. In the same way that you want to see red cars everywhere, you need to begin to train yourself to see things that align with your desired reality everywhere. You need to decide that, there's better opportunities everywhere. There's a lot of healthy relationships everywhere. A lot of people like me are getting promoted. It's so easy to get a job. There's so many jobs everywhere. Once you begin to enter this, not only will your mind begin to filter out psychologically, but the universe will quite literally vibrationally, due to the fact of the centralization of energy of your concentration, put you towards those circumstances that reflect your desired reality instead of what you've been focusing on. A lot of people will desire things in reality, but hold notions internally and frequencies and state of consciousness and self-concepts that are in direct contradiction to that. You'll want a healthy relationship, but you're focusing on the amount of niggas that are cheating out here. You want a high-paying job, but you're focused on the fact that there's no jobs out here. You're focused on the fact that you want all this money in your business, but you're focusing on people don't have money. What do you think that's going to do to you psychologically? It's going to filter out all the other instances due to the focus mechanism of the reticular activating system. And then the universe's rhythm, its algorithm, won't be sending those things towards you, but it'll be sending the opposite, which is begins to directly contradict what it is that you're doing. And then you'll begin to become emotional. And then due to the fact that the only way to bypass cognitive dissonance is with the most emotionally dominant particular concept, you will then be subjected to force to accept an idea that is in direct contradiction with your desired reality. Now, this is the psychology of how the universe works and how it thinks, but this will not work until you come to the understanding of how you think. So now that you understand the key core concepts of psychology, I would recommend you do some more studying in psychology, because the more you discover yourself, the more you discover how the universe works.
Very good, Nero. Very good, brother. Very good, Nero. Very, very good. That's our brother Pete.
If we stay in a neutral state, the benefit of the circumstance will reveal itself to us.
This is what we were watching earlier. We were just watching it as this. This is the full class.
Overcoming these things. And what stops that evolution almost every time, beyond victimhood, beyond not being able to perceive that you're the creator of all circumstances and everything serves you, is addictions. Okay, so we want to make sure we don't have any addictions. If we do, we want to address them. And the best way to address an addiction is to stop seeing yourself as a human body. Okay, so you won't need to. And most people have addictions not because they're bad people, but because they feel unsafe. Okay, and their nervous system is dysregulated, and they're trying to use a substance to regulate their nervous system. This is the case in most of the situations. Or they're medicating trauma because they believe trauma is a real thing. If we still have the belief that trauma is a real thing, then it's because we don't understand what we are. What we are is an energy being that can't be traumatized. Okay, so we're perceiving, again, the problem is we're perceiving ourselves as a body which can be traumatized. What you are cannot be traumatized. Our avatar, our human avatar, is regenerated every millionth of a second. It's a new avatar every millionth of a second. Is a new version of you is being projected into physical reality from your higher mind or your higher self. So we have to believe in the past first in order to feel like we're traumatized. And if we do feel like we're traumatized, what we're doing is we're resurrecting a past that we didn't want to have from the present moment. Okay, and I don't want to get too deep into this because it takes us away from it, but it's important to understand trauma. When it comes to catalysts, one of the worst addictions that can happen is that we get trauma bonded to one of these catalysts. Okay, if we're in an abusive situation and we stay in it too long, a trauma bond will happen. And that is one of the most difficult addictions to break. So we want to educate ourselves on these things. And if you need help with these things, reach out to me. If it's something that I'm well aware of, which I've been through all these situations. So trauma bonding is one of the worst addictions of all, and it happens when we stay in an abusive or toxic situation too long. We eventually get addicted to the toxic situation. So this is why it's really important to see everything clearly, understand what serves us, and what actions or state of being we need to take to move us past circumstance so we don't get stuck in it, because addictions are what keep us stuck, whether it's addiction to a drug or addiction to a narcissist or whatever toxic person, addiction to a toxic relationship. And then the worst addiction of all is addiction to the human character. Okay, now let's open it up. Leaders and teachers of New Earth. Was that awesome or not, dude? That just got downloaded last week, so it's like the leaders and teachers of New Earth. Welcome, Anthea. Welcome. That was super amazing. Thank you very much. I appreciate you very much. Welcome, Molly.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I didn't expect this many people to be here. So whoever's got a question, let's open it up. The leaders and teachers of New Earth are going to take over from here. So who's got a question?
Are we doing questions like this or over text?
Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it just like that. We're
Just
gonna.
like it.
Sorry, you just send the question via text.
In the text. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Hi, Hilda. Welcome. Okay. Now I'm new to Zoom, so please be merciful with me. Please be merciful with me. Okay, guys, send your questions over the chat, the group chat. Let me see if I can find where the group chat is. There it is. I got it. Okay. Recently, I've been facing a health challenge with my thyroid gland, which is causing irrational feelings of fear. I'm not sure how to deal with these emotions. Should I treat these feelings or simply ignore them? Do not treat the feelings, just feel the feelings, okay? And most of the times, physical illness, all disharmony comes from disharmonious thought patterns. Disharmonious thought patterns create disharmonious emotional patterns. So what we want to do is we want to feel whatever emotions, process whatever energy is trapped in our energy body, and we want to address any disharmonious thought patterns that are there. If you have health challenges, get the book Supercharged Self-Healing. I don't handle health challenges because I've never been plagued with a health challenge. That means I'm not supposed to be talking about them. But get the book Supercharged Self-Healing from R.J. Spina. That's the best book ever written on healing. And make sure that you're feeling all feelings that are coming up. Because any low frequency energy that's trapped in the energy body that needs to come up and out. If we don't process that low frequency energy, then we will create disease in our body. Ultimately, we'll create pain and disease in the body. What was the second energy leak? Melanie says the second energy leak. I said 2 energy leakages. The one is believing that we're a victim, which keeps us at a low level of consciousness. And the second one is getting triggered by the circumstance. Okay, so every time we get triggered emotionally, we're leaking energy because emotion is energy in motion. So the number one thing we want to do is prevent energy leakages by remembering we're the creator. And what we're going to have to do, especially the leaders and teachers of the North, the master creators, we're going to have to remind ourselves, which is recreating ourselves as the creator in every present moment. The more we recreate ourselves every time we're triggered, the more we're triggered, and we recreate ourselves. We use that as an alarm to recreate ourselves as the creator in every present moment. The more the creator state of being will be normalized. Once the creator state of being is normalized, you're going to just be the boss of your world. You're going to make the 3D your BITCH. Our pets catalysts are reflections. So pets are companion entities. Pets are companion entities. So they will incarnate with us. A lot of times people will have a companion entity to get them through. Like I had a dog that there was a part in my life, if you're going to be a master alchemist, you probably had very, very challenging circumstances in your life. So there was a part of my life that I would not have gotten through if I did not have a dog, a companion entity, a specific companion entity to help me get through that. So pets are companion entities, and they will incarnate with us at certain times of our life. They'll show up on our timeline to either pull us through a situation or help us, to expand the joy of a situation. So they're companion entities. That was late. I was late, but great stuff. Thank you. Thank you. How do you tell the difference between a reflection and a catalyst? Okay, so a reflection is just somebody you're having, a normal discourse with, Okay, they're your coworkers or your friends or your mom and dad. Or a catalyst is somebody who's challenging you in a big way. Okay, so this is the important distinction. A catalyst is confronting or challenging you they're operating in a very challenging or confrontational way. That's a catalyst. So they're pushing you to evolve. Mind you, everybody's an angel, including the narcissist and the psychopath. They all come from source. But to your human avatar, they're going to seem like your worst nightmare. But ultimately, they're there to get you to expand your consciousness. They're there to give you a gift. Now, they do not have any awareness of this. So in their mind and their human mind, and they're disconnected from source, so they'll be operating completely from logic and linearity from the finite mind. So they won't have any recognition that they're there to help you or that they're serving you in any way. And they will be completely committed if they're a catalyst, a volatile or volatile catalyst. They'll be there to expand you and challenge you in a big way. So the important thing to understand is to never operate with a catalyst like you would with a reflection. With a reflection, you change yourself, and the reflection changes. That's why it's called a reflection. A catalyst will not change ever. They're not supposed to change. They're there to challenge you to expand yourself. So I hope I answered that question. Thyroid might be caused by nervous system regulation. That could be the cause, but like I said, get the book Supercharged Self-Healing. How do I tell the difference between toxic positivity and perceiving everything as an advantage? Simple. You'll feel the difference. Toxic positivity is force. Perceiving everything as advantage is what a creator does. Okay, so you got to feel into everything. Remember, we're all empaths here. If you're a master creator, you're an empath. And empath means you can feel energetically into situations. Okay, so you can tell whether someone's being truthful or someone's deceiving you by feeling into their energy. You can tell if we're being truthful or we're deceiving ourselves by feeling into our own energy. So toxic positivity, you can feel it. It feels very inauthentic. And perceiving everything as advantage will become an automatic process for you as the master creator. I hope I answered that question. Ollie H says, Dear Pete, anytime a desire comes up that causes you to level up in education and career, accept it, right? Again, you feel into those things. Everything is your creation. Everything is your creation. So feel into everything. Again, we want to operate with higher intuitive function, and that happens by being present. Once we are present and we master being present, we are in communication with our higher mind and will always be guided properly. So we want to not think about these things. Thinking is what blocks the knowing. The way we know things is we master being present. When we're present, we are constantly in communication with the higher mind. And that's what we want. We want to master being present. Okay, so ultimately to become the master alchemist, we have to master being present, because when we're present, we're always being guided by the higher mind. So the number one priority, and although I didn't cover it, I'm assuming I made the assumption that a lot of you have been following me for a while, and you understand the importance of being present, of mastering being present. Not only is it the core frame of charisma, is presence. You're only as charismatic as you are present, right? A lot of times people make the very ignorant distinction between charisma and charm. Those are two completely different things. Okay, most people don't understand the distinction between charisma and charm, and they conflate those two things. They're like the differences like the size of the Grand Canyon. Charisma happens and is natural when you're present. Your natural charisma flows. What charm is something that's superficial. It's something a narcissist or a psychopath has, and that they use to like manipulate others. So that's a complete difference. And I've never talked about that before. This is the first time, but I'm going to be talking about it as I start talking about charisma more, because a lot of people are interested in personal magnetism, charisma, and being attractive, and all this other stuff to others, which is great. I'm going to be focusing a lot on that in the future. And I'm very qualified to talk about that stuff because I was a charisma coach for 12 years. So charisma is about being present, and then your power and warmth radiates. Charm is superficial, and it's what, it's what somebody who's not in touch with their true self will use as a poor substitute for charisma. If the narcissists are not one with you, they are one with you. Everything is one thing. And not made by or created by me, they are created by you. Everything is created by you. Okay, so it's really important to understand. I'm glad you asked that question. Narcissist is one with you because everything is one thing. Everything is one with you. There's no separation. We create the illusion of separation, but everything is one thing. The narcissist, the only difference between you and the narcissist is it's an expression of the one that's operating in a lower frequency. They're operating in a lower frequency, but they don't understand that everything is one thing, which is why they can behave the way they do. So that's it. Am I not creator with one? Yes, you are. You're the creator of everything, including the narcissist and the psychopath. Nothing has the power to create itself in your experience. Anthea, welcome, sweetheart. How to walk away from work and trust and know without fear that rent will be paid? Well, we have to stop perceiving lack. First of all, you've always been provided for. Has that not been the case to this point? You've always been provided for. Has there ever been a time where you were not provided for? Right, so we have to assume that we're always going to be provided for, and that if we don't have something, we don't need it. Okay, we always have what we need exactly when we need it, and the only thing that stops us getting what we need when we need it is the perception of lack. Okay, so we need to not perceive lack. We need to assume that we will always be provided for. God always provides. That means you always provide for yourself. So just assume, sweetheart, that you will always be provided for, because just look at your direct experience. Has that always been the case? You'll always have what you need exactly when you need it. If you don't have it, you don't need it. The only reason something doesn't exist in our experience is because it doesn't serve us to be there. Remember, the goal of it is here. We did not come here to live some, comfortable, freaking life of ease and comfort. We came here to expand our consciousness. This is, if you're watching this masterclass, the probability is extremely high that this is your last lifetime. So all you care about is expansion now, because after this point, you're gonna either ascend to the archangelic or ascended master realm, and the only difference between those two is that the ascended masters will reincarnate, and the archangels will not. They will be guides from the from the spiritual or the celestial. Left matrix job to pursue. I love it when you guys call it the matrix jobs. Right? We know the slave mentality, the slave jobs. Left matrix job to pursue my highest passion, giving Reiki. I opened a Reiki practice 4 months ago, but only one client so far. Bashar said your highest excitement will support you. Why only one client? That if you have one client, number one, be grateful for that client and put all your energy into that one client. Okay, when I started out coaching, I had one client for the first 6 months. And then I realized that one client is my ability to garner mastery. If you put all of your focus into that one client and you're extremely grateful for that one client, you will multiply that. Remember, gratitude is the great multiplier. So if you've got $1 in your account, be extremely grateful for that $1 and it will expand. Gratitude multiplies everything. It's an expansive energy that multiplies. So always be grateful. I had one coach client for the first 6 months. And then when I poured all of my focus and attention and gratitude into that one client, it expanded massively. Tammy says, when we talk about catalysts being here for a one-time incarnation, are we talking about the human character embodying a unique set of... Yes, that's right, sweetheart. That's right, because ultimately that aspect of consciousness, once it's done with its incarnation, it goes back into the whole and then it evolves, but not through incarnation. So narcissists and psychopaths do not evolve through the incarnation process. We all incarnate through the incarnation process. Narcissists and psychopaths, they just remerge with source, and then they continue the evolution of their consciousness. And then when they're ready to be humans, when they're ready to incarnate with a human level of consciousness, they'll be projected into a human vessel with, you would say, a standard level of consciousness. Pete Savage says, amazing content as usual. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you very much. And I'm almost ready to get our Master Creator Master Class on board. As you know, I was served the Catalyst experience, and that has expanded and served me extremely well. This was beyond superb, Pete. You always managed to one-up yourself. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that very much. That's Trenton Kane. Thank you, brother. I can't tell if that's a man or woman. I call everybody sweetheart, so don't be offended. How to help kids when X is a narcissist. Your kids don't need any help. Your children chose that parent. Children chose that mother because she had resources to give them. Nobody's a victim. We have to remember this. I understand. This is one of the most difficult things to do, is not interfere with our children's evolution. But your children chose that mother for a reason, because she's going to give them a valuable resource. Dude, I would not be able to do this if my mother was not highly narcissistic. There's no chance I'd be able to weather the storms that I had if I hadn't been beaten down from the time I was a young child by my mother, narcissist, who I love very much. I freaking love my mother. I adore my mother, and I can adore her now because I see how valuable she was to me. Because nobody interfered. My father was also a narcissist, so he did not interfere with my progression, and that served me very well. I assure you, whatever your children are experiencing is serving them very well. Those are also the next generation of leaders and teachers of New Earth. If they're born to volunteers like you, Lucas, if they're your kids, they're leaders and teachers of New Earth. They're the second generation of leaders and teachers. Then I promise you, they don't need any help. Unless their well-being is in danger, there's no need for us to interfere. They're highly evolved. Our children are highly evolved. Pete, my bro, you're the best creation to date. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Kamal, thank you, brother. Amazing masterclass. I love how you explained the difference between catalyst and reflection. Yeah, I'm the only one. I've never seen anybody talk about that, and that is a huge disservice that's being done in the spiritual community. You, as the leaders and teachers of New Earth, need to know all these distinctions, because, I mean, you guys are the masters. You guys are the masters. I fully expect everybody who's at this masterclass to be the best teachers on the planet, and I fully expect you to outdo me as a teacher. And remember, because there's no teachers and students. What you said is just gold for me. I appreciate that. Thank you, Anthea. Thank you for your answer. You're welcome. Do you use crystals for protection? Or I don't use anything. I don't use anything physical. I'm at the level where I don't use anything physical. Now, crystals can be great for generating a state of being and then holding a state of being. That's what my teacher uses crystals for. But that's typically the capacity he uses them for is typically for healing purposes, or to generate a high frequency state of being. It's one of the ways an ascended master keeps that bubble, that high frequency bubble around them, is that they'll use crystals for that capacity. I'd love to interview you, Pete. Can we arrange that? Yeah, just email me at bhighvalue@gmail.com. Just interview me, time and date that you want me to interview me, and then I'll do my best to accommodate. Okay, Be High Value. That's 3 words: BEHIGHVALUE@gmail.com. Anybody who wants to interview me, anybody who's starting a channel, because I expect you all to do some type of thing where you're spreading these teachings, right? No pressure or anything. You do that whenever you're ready. But anybody who wants to interview me to get their channel going, or to bring attention to their channel, I'm happy to do that. I'm here to serve you. It's the greatest joy of my life to serve you. That's what I'm here for, and any way I can serve you, let me know. And to the best of my ability, I will be able to. Become aware of you 3 weeks ago. Became aware of you. Would love to attend in-person seminar. Watching as many. Okay, so there's no in-person seminars now. There won't be until November. But you can go to magnetictomoney.net, and that's like an online university for now until Pete Savage, who's also here, helps me launch the Master Creator .org masterclass. Ultimately, what I want to do is get enough courses online that you guys can assimilate the knowledge and start teaching on your own. And I can retire. I can take a break. Although I love doing this, I've been doing it for quite a while now, and I need a break. I would love to interview you, Pete, for my community career. Yes, absolutely, Christina. Just message me at bhighvalue@gmail.com, honey. I'll be happy to do that. Hilda Miles says, "Thank you. I gotta leave. What? Bye, sweetheart. Thank you so much for being here." I don't understand toxic positivity, because I always look at the positive side of any situation, but sometimes people assume I'm being fake until, you just gotta feel into it. No, you're not being toxic. You just gotta feel into it. Hi, Moira. Welcome, darling. She says, Christmas is inside out and charm is mental top down. Yeah. Ultimately, the state of being we want to be in always And I promise you, you would be in the state of being, if you could see yourself clearly, you'd be in the state of being of a kid on Christmas Day. If you knew what your future was unfolding for you, especially now that you've come into contact with these teachings, and that you're really stepping into being the leader and teacher of New Earth, if you could see your timeline, your future timeline, you would be like a kid on Christmas, like waiting to unwrap their gifts. That's how you would feel all the time. Right? So if we can just keep that within the purview of our consciousness or the awareness, or if we just keep that within our awareness as a possibility, that state of being will expand, and we will just be pulled by past any circumstances. How do I overcome imposter syndrome in my path going forward? Imposter syndrome, if it's that imposter syndrome that I went through, like everybody goes through imposter syndrome. It's like one of the circumstances that we create. So if you want to become like infinitely confident, you have to be served terrifying circumstances that are going to shake your confidence. Once you transcend those circumstances that shake your confidence, then you'll overcome imposter syndrome. That's how it happens. So if you have imposter syndrome, which we all have, if you're a leader and teacher of New Earth, almost everyone's going to overcome this. And almost 90 to 95% of imposter syndrome has nothing to do with this lifetime. It's a karmic imprint from past lifetimes where we were persecuted. So if you understand what's causing it, and you understand it is like a gateway, a barrier to become a leader and teacher of New Earth, you'll flow right past it. And you're just gonna, like, I did a video where I asked the universe to be fearless and confident, and guess what the universe did? It doesn't just bestow fearlessness and confidence on you. It opens a bridge of incidents, which basically include a bunch of terrifying experiences, including going through the hell realms. And that's how you build confidence. You have to face what you fear. What you do not fear, you do not need to experience, is one of my famous quotes, okay? What you need not fear, you need not experience. Anything we fear, we're going to have to experience so that we can get over it. Because especially you, as leaders and teachers of New Earth, you have to be fearless. You have to be fearless to teach the Alchemy Masterclass, because I remind you that the whole intention of this masterclass is to overcome fear and vanquish fear. So the way we overcome imposter syndrome is that we overcome all the circumstances that terrify us, and then we overcome it. Eventually, you're going to become fearless, I promise you. Pete, please re-upload your previous videos. They're all coming up. Like in the next couple of weeks, they're going to be coming up because of a situation that a lot of you know about. I literally had to re-edit all the videos to take my own video out of the videos. That's while my attorney is trying to get the rights to my own work back, because a catalyst came into my life, and I have no doubt that they're expanding me and serving me very well. Emil Taltree says, can you speak on knowing when to use your feelings and to create a neutral state? So you don't create a neutral state, you just stay in a neutral state. You don't need to create a neutral state, just stay in a neutral state. That means there's no emotions, there's no leakage of energy going on. Okay, so the way you stay in a neutral state is just understand you're the creator. If you remember that you're the creator at all times, you'll be in a neutral state. And the neutral state is the closest thing to unconditional love. Unconditional love, there's no emotions when unconditional love. And unconditional love is pure allowing and pure neutrality. So when to feel your feelings and when to create it. Okay, so anytime an emotion gets triggered, okay, it's because we've forgotten we're the creator, and it's no problem. We just want to let it come up, and we want to attach no story to it. We want to be the awareness of it. If we just are the awareness of it, we don't attach a story. We don't say this means this, blah, 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 blah. If we don't get involved or identify with the emotion, it'll be gone in 60 to 90 seconds, and then we'd have cleared a space for infinite possible possibilities. A neutral state will always be the result if you remember at all times that you're the creator. So to the best of your ability, always remind yourself that you're the creator, so we don't fall into victimhood and then lose our access to energy. Amen to that. Always been fighting for it. Always. You've always been. How do we awaken to the experience that everything is one thing? Not just understanding from our ego. But okay, so the way we awaken to that is we have a desire to know our true nature. Okay? We have to have a genuine desire to know our true nature. If you have a genuine desire to know your true nature, it will happen. All of the people, all the resources, all the permission slips, all the experiences will begin to unfold themselves, including if 5-MeO-DMT lands in your experience. 5-MeO-DMT is a phenomenal expansion or catalyst, but just make sure it's being administered by somebody that you trust and know is legitimate. Right now, this is one of the best teachings of now. In my case, the person who was administering 5-MeO was not doing it with the best of intentions. However, my intention was that it expand my consciousness. This shows you your power as the creator. If you are in a situation and your conclusion about that situation is that it's going to expand me, regardless of what anyone else's intention is, if your intention and your desire is pure to know your true nature, then you will receive that expansion. And I received that expansion. So ultimately, the catalyst served me, whatever their intention was, is irrelevant, because my intention was to know my true nature. Because my desire was so strong and pure, that's exactly what happened. Your desire and your intention always overrides anyone else's desire, intention, in your experience. Nobody can override your desire and intention. So the way that we experience oneness as a tangible experience, which has to be a felt sense knowing, it's useless as a mental concept, forget about it. The ego mind can't create any sense of oneness and will never operate in oneness, because the ego mind, the whole purpose of the ego mind is to create the illusion of separation. So if your desire is strong enough and your intention is pure enough, all the things will happen. The whole bridge of incidences will unfold, and all the permission slips will land on the purview of your consciousness that will allow that to happen. Thank you for that question. It's a great question. Zoom user says, surrounded myself with catalysts, addicted to human body, complete dumpster fire, scary. Okay, so let's be careful with the way we're defining things, because if you say you're the creator, this is your universe, by the way. The version of me that exists in your universe is the one you're creating, but it's your universe and you're the authority in your universe. So if you define the situation as a complete dumpster fire, we can't actually access the resource. Remember, perception is creation. If we perceive it as a complete dumpster fire, that's the only benefit we can receive. So be careful with your definitions. There's no such thing as a dumpster fire. There's no such thing as a negative situation. There's just situations. What you do with those situations is what matters. Remember that when Bashar says to stay in a positive state, no matter what manifests, because it doesn't matter what manifests, only what you do with what manifests. That's something to live by. The formula from Bashar, if you guys don't have it, it's a huge benefit to somebody who's going to be a master alchemist, or who's in the process of becoming a master alchemist, experiencing themselves becoming the master alchemist that they've always been. Go to Google, type in the formula Bashar, download the PDF, and put it on your wall, and operate only from that. It doesn't matter what manifests, only what you do with manifests. Anthea says, thank you, and you are right. I've experienced homelessness a few times. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. That sounds like a scary experience. I'm sure it served you well. Now, however, I've been guided and protected at all times. That's correct. Even when we are homeless, that whole experience is happening within our consciousness. So we're always protected and guided at all times. This is incredibly important to understand. Even if you're homeless, it's an experience you're having because you wanted to have that experience. You're having that experience because it serves you, and you are always divinely protected. Remember, people always ask me, well, if I'm divinely protected, what about when I die? Transitions are all planned. They all essence points are planned before birth, and they correspond to the 7 chakras. Your spirit guides will make sure that you do not transition before you're supposed to transition. Talk about operating from 5D. I don't think anybody here needs me to understand. 5D is it's the realm of pure love. It's where you understand that everything is love, including the narcissist and psychopath and catalysts and whatever. I say you understand that everything is one thing, and that one thing is unconditional love, which is you, is what you are. That's what 5D is. There's no need to go into an elaborate discussion of it, because, I mean, people have, it's been spoken about, but I appreciate the question. Thank you. 5D is the realm of pure love, where we understand that we are all the same one being, expressing in different forms and different frequencies, that there is only love. Ultimately, if you see past the veil of the illusion, there is only love. Why are you so adorable? Thank you. It's freaking hilarious. Thank you for this work, Pete. You're welcome. Thank you for introducing me to RJ's work. Yeah, RJ's work is very valuable. Morris's great stuff have brought clarity and filled into structure and sequence for me. If we meet narcissists and psychopaths on our way out of this world, may not be an answer worth a try. I appreciate you too. I'm curious if we meet narcs on our way out. No, likely not, unless you've contracted with one of them to help you transition. Unless you've you've assigned a psychopath to assist you to transition. Otherwise, likely you're not going to, especially not you. By the time you're ready to transition, the way most of us have planned our lives, we'll have a pretty calm time towards our transition, because we would have created heaven on earth by then. So narcissists and psychopaths do not exist on the 5D timeline. Catalysts don't exist. Those types of catalysts don't exist on the 5D timeline. So where you're going, there's no narcissists and psychopaths. But we have to. These are the teachings we need to make that transition where we're on the 5D train tracks. There's no narcissists and psychopaths on 5D Earth, because it's the realm of pure love. So anybody operating in a low frequency won't be able to be on that timeline. And Thea says, "Thank you, you're welcome, sweetheart." Lucas says, "Thanks, Pete. Just let it give them a lot of my love." Oh, so I'm so sorry, guys. I missed you. Whoever was in the waiting room, I'm sorry. It's hard to trust my higher self at times, especially when the ways and means are hidden from me. They're not hidden from you. Available to you at all times. Who asked that question? Ollie says, okay. Dear Pete, it's hard for me to trust my higher self at times, especially when the ways and means they're not hidden from you. They're always available to you in the present moment, right? They're hidden to you if we're using our mind to come up with a solution to a problem. But the mind and thinking is what blocks the knowing. It's always available to you. You are your higher self. You are your higher self. It's incredibly important to make no distinction between you and your higher self, because that's the truth. And when I speak to you, I'm speaking to your higher self. Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that very much. My awakening out of buck, it's shown me that there's only one consciousness having all life. That's correct, and that's what you will experience when you take 5-MeO-DMT. And again, I repeat, majority of people that I've seen were not ready for that permission slip, but the ones who did had that experience, where they can feel tangibly that everything is one thing. 5-MeO-DMT eliminates the ego mind, which creates the illusion of separation. Therefore, you can feel tangibly that everything is one thing. To repeat, for me, it is hard to trust my higher self at times. Okay, we already did that one. Your higher self, nothing is hidden from you, I promise. Would you explain what one's highest excitement is all about? Okay, so it's the signal it's the way your higher self talks to you is through the signal of passion and excitement. So anytime you feel excited about something or passionate about something, it's your higher self saying, take action on this, move forward on this. This is the way forward. So passion and excitement is the signal from my higher self. It's how our higher self speaks to us. Through energy, the energy of passion and excitement is our higher self speaking to us. It means move forward on this. It's the green light that says go. Not to fear death or current circumstance. How do we be unattached to being a human being? Understanding that you're not a human being. Understanding that you're pure awareness in which all beings appear. So there's no such thing as a human being. The truth is there's no such thing as a human being. We've created the illusion of human beings and separate human beings, but it's all one being. It's all one field of consciousness. It's experiencing itself from different perspectives, right? So understand that a human being is a concept. Human is a concept. It doesn't actually exist. It's an illusion. The more you understand that you're not a human being, you are a pure consciousness that can take form, the more limitless you'll become. The more you believe you're a human being and believe in that concept like a real thing, the more you're limiting yourself into what one body can produce. Do you think cannabis use puts you in an addiction state? I don't really have anything to say about cannabis. Some people find it medicinal. I find it...
Phone overheated again. That's the second time it overheated. It over fucking heated again. It's funny. It's funny. Now we're just going to put this shit here.
Good for it. Do you feel unconditional love towards your mother? Yes, I love my mother. I love my mother. At the point where you can, and mind you, it's extremely difficult to love my mother because she'll never be able to love me back. But at this point, I understand that her version of love is control and manipulation, right? So that's a narcissist expression of love. It's the best that they can, that's the best that they can muster. But I love my mother. I mean, she confirmed me. There's no way I could do what I'm doing if I didn't have a mother like that. It's impossible. It's impossible to be as completely immune to, all of the attacks that I'm getting. It's impossible if you weren't beaten down from the time you were a kid. Where will this be posted to rewatch? It's gonna be turned into an online class and put into the. going to be put into the master. What is it? What's that called? Become Magnetic to Money. It's going to be put in there as a course, the alchemy class, and then it's going to be added on to. So this is the foundational teaching of my alchemy teachings. This is the foundation. And I expand it from here, and you are going to expand it from here. Ollie says, I need you, Pete. Please don't retire. Well, I'm going to take a rest. I'm not going to retire. You guys are going to take over for me. You are all going to take over from me. I'm handing the baton to you. By the way, you being here is you receiving the baton from me. When I identify with autism, ADHD, I feel my experience suffer probably because of these labels don't help anybody. There's nothing wrong with you, I promise. Remember, dude, they told me I had ADHD. Does it look like there's something wrong with me? Right? Leaders and teachers of New Earth, the false matrix will try to get you to pathologize yourself. Right? You have to buy into the authenticity of these labels as a real thing, and then you have to pathologize yourself. Right? Because nobody can do it to you. That this is just gaslighting. It's the false matrix gaslighting you into believing there's something wrong with you when you're God. I remind you, you're God. Let's do Pete Justice, family. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. I had one thing after another difficult, painful experiences. Okay. This is what you need to understand, and I know that this might be hard to conceive of from our human character's understanding. I don't seem to get any breaks. Like literally every year there's another crisis that creates itself. But I will tell you, every year my consciousness expands like a cannonball on fire because of these catalysts. Okay, so God never gives you more than you can handle, and by God, I mean you never give yourself more than you can handle. Just keep this in mind. And we are never given more than we can handle at any one time. You just don't know your power. This is the problem. We just don't know our power because our power is really limitless. If you could see yourself clearly, you would never have any doubts about your ability to handle any circumstances. All of these doubts come from a state of spiritual amnesia. I love you, Dipali. Thank you so much for being here, sweetheart. As much as I try to trust and have faith, my nervous system doesn't believe that I'm okay. Okay, sweetheart. We have to see properly that we're not a person in the world. As long as we believe we're a person in a world and that we can be harmed and that, people can harm us or hurt us or kill us or whatever, or anything happens that we didn't create, then our nervous system is going to be dysregulated. So we have to get to the understanding that we're the creator. We're creating the whole experience. It's all a dream happening within our consciousness. Okay, if we don't understand that it's all consciousness, it's all a dream made of our consciousness, we're going to believe we're a person. Our nervous system is going to be dysregulated. We're going to be in constant flight or fight survival mode. We're going to be terrified of our own dream. And the point of this Alchemy Masterclass is to get over being terrified of our own dream. If you need help, just reach out to me, sweetheart. I love you. Thank you so much for being here. I promise you're always okay. You're always divinely protected. Love these neurodivergent labels. Yeah, labels. I mean, every label's a prison. Every label's a limitation program. So the degree to which we agree with the authenticity, we are agreeing and cementing that as our reality. We're saying, yes, this is real. We're making it real. We're using our consciousness to make something real. And then we're imprisoning ourselves because we bought into the authenticity of this label. There's nothing wrong with you, I promise. Can you explain a little about perceptions creation? Yeah. So the way we perceive reality is the way we create it. Okay, so if you perceive something as a disaster, that's exactly how it's going to turn out. If you perceive everything as it's your advantage, that's exactly how it's going to turn out. Laughter is the best medicine. All right, that's it, guys. I got an appointment to go to. Thank you so much for being here. I love you so much. This is going to be rolled out. Everything you learned here is going to be rolled out in the future. It's going to be on the Master Your Money, Magnetic to Money Masterclass platform. If you're already in there, you'll be able to receive these teachings. Okay, so if you're already signed up for that course, you'll be able to receive these teachings, and I'm going to keep building on them. But remember, you are the leaders and teachers of New Earth. You've just been given the platform to propel yourself. Anyone who wants to interview me or needs my help, just reach out to me, behighvalue@gmail.com. I love you all. Thank you so much for being here. Infinite love and gratitude.
Okay, we're ready.
All right, ready to roll, right? Okay, I don't suspect anyone here is going to get triggered by this word. Right, as we squeezed every ounce of victimhood out of you by this point. Right, so this is where I would typically start with the majority of people after we talk about nervous system regulation, right? Because forget about money. Most people are in narcissistically abusive relationships or crappy situations or in a job they hate, doing things they don't want to do, working for some psychopathic boss who doesn't care about them. The nervous system is completely dysregulated. They're reacting to every stimulus in the environment, and they're wondering why they can't attract any wealth or abundance or anything positive. It starts with nervous system regulation and a feeling of safety in the body. Now, I want to take this an octave up. Safety is incredibly required. I start Creation is Finished with understanding of money can't come to you, abundance can't flow to you. It doesn't actually come to you, but it flows through you because it's energy. It can't actually flow through you if you're in a dysregulated state or if you do not feel safe. Okay, so I want you to imagine that you're a system of flow. Your I am presence or your higher mind operates like this. You are the awareness or this flow of energy. This flow of energy comes down from your higher mind, your higher self, which is the source of all abundance. It flows through you, and then this collapses into form, okay, based upon the desire intention, what you desire to experience. So you, every system ever created, ever invented, is based upon the flow of energy. And you are no different. You are no exception to that. And as a matter of fact, you're the perfect design when it comes to flow of energy. However, when there's a feeling of unsafety, this hose, where the energy flows from the higher mind down into physical reality, where it collapses into form, constricts. Okay, and so all of the lack of abundance we are experiencing is coming from constriction of this flow of energy. And this is anytime we have tension in our body, anytime we're reactive, anytime we feel unsafe, this flow of energy constricts. Anytime we perceive lack, this flow of energy constricts. Okay, so we have to understand that this is how it works. All abundance flows down through the higher mind with the higher self, which is the source of all abundance. No abundance is outside of us. We're going to nail that right away. We're going to get rid of the perception or misperception that it's outside of us. It outflows down, and then it collapses into form. If we are summoning our desire intention behind we want a relationship, it works exactly the same. The enlightened inner mechanics work exactly the same as we want to experience a flow of abundance or whatever. Okay, so let's define money. Who knows what money is?
Energy.
Energy, right? Okay, guess what else is energy?
Emotions. Us.
You. You. So money is energy. You are an energy being, which means money. Number one is not outside of you. It's a part of you. It's actually an extension of your consciousness. Okay? And money is literally nothing else than a symbol of one symbol of abundance, one possible symbol of abundance. There's a whole bunch of forms of abundance. Bashar teaches 5 forms of abundance: money, gifts, synchronicity, imagination, all kinds of stuff that you would deem as abundance, because all of those things can manifest into a form of abundance. And the issue with us is we've been completely taught to pedestalize worthless paper and have it control our state of being. And anything that we perceive as outside of us that controls our state of being is our master. Right? So number one, we want to divorce. The reason we did the Mastering Your Emotions Masterclass is we want to divorce, right? We're breaking up with any emotional connection. As long as we have any emotional connection, as long as money creates any reaction.
Good or bad? Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. As long as it can disturb your equilibrium in any way, shape, or form. Anything that gets you in an excited or heightened emotional anality state that is outside of you will have the same effect when the thing plummets. Because one of the 7 hermeneutic principles, which are the laws of the way the physical universe works, is the principle of rhythm. Everything ebbs and flows. Everything has an up and a down cycle. If you're not prepared for that, you win the lottery or something, you win a scratch off lottery ticket or whatever. Yeah, you're all excited. Okay, that money is temporary. you're going to be equally subjected to the low of that. Okay, so we don't want to make our state of being ever dependent on anything outside of ourselves, because we are automatically, just when we perceive separation, we're automatically creating a world that's going to compete with us. When we make our state of being, which is what creates our reality, dependent on anything outside of ourselves, we are automatically setting up a victimhood paradigm. We're not being creators, we're being a victim. Okay, so we just want awareness of that right away. And if that happens, if we're still working ourselves out of the habit of that, I promise you habits are the only things that are holding anybody back now from being a powerful creator. Once we have awareness of what our habitual process is, how we're habitually operating, we can interrupt that pattern, and we can, with awareness, begin to form habits that serve us. Okay, so the truth about money is really important, because if I say money and that has any type of reaction in your physical being, it's no problem, but we want to be aware of that. And we want to divorce any emotional connection from money or any other symbol in the so-called external reality, which is just a reflection of our internal state of being. We want to divorce that from money, okay? Because this is one of the most automatic reactions people have when they have money is a collapsing of this flow right here. As soon as I say the word, they have some negative connotation with money, because they don't understand it's just neutral energy and an extension of their consciousness. So the first thing to do is to not externalize money and understand that it all flows, all abundance in every form comes from the higher mind down. And then it collapses into physical reality based upon our desire and intention of what we are putting our focus on and adding feeling to. And we'll collapse that into physical reality. When we become really masterful, we can summon our intention, desire intention, to summon energy. So consciousness, the formula for creation is, and you will want to write this down, the formula for creation is consciousness or awareness or focus summons energy from the higher mind into physical reality. So consciousness summons energy into form. What you are conscious of, what you are awareness, what you are putting your focus on, that is what is being summoned. Okay, and the biggest problem we all have is, guess where our focus is on 24 hours a day? This thing. The one thing that doesn't actually exist is what our focus is on perpetually, 24/7. This is our starting point right here. This thing, lack. Okay, mainstream media constantly talking about shortages, right? Inflation, food shortages, there's not enough. They're trying to convince you always to perceive lack in your experience, so you'll create more of it. Because as long as your awareness and focus is on the one thing that doesn't exist in the entire abundant universe, you're so powerful that you can actually create and bring into existence one thing that doesn't exist in the universe. That's how powerful you are. So what we're going to do is we're going to reverse this perception. I'm going to start from the starting point always that I am whole and complete, and that if I do not have something in my experience at this moment, right now, I don't need it. If you don't have it, you don't need it. It's so incredibly fundamental to understand. Number one, because it takes worrying out of the equation. Worrying is the number one way we collapse the host. Where is it coming from? When? How? When? Am I going to be able to make the rent payment? Blah, 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 all this other stuff. Always bring yourself back when you catch yourself in that state of being, which is the state of being of struggle. The universe will mirror that constriction and struggle for you. The state of being will be perpetually emanated to the universe and reflected back. Whatever your state of being is will be mirrored out or projected out and mirrored back. So we never ever want to start with this. And if we catch ourselves at this, I guarantee you all of us are hardwired for this state of being right away. So awareness is going to give us the ability to see when our attention, which is our creative life force, swings in this direction, and we want to swing it back to what we desire, which is to experience the abundance that we are. So you are the abundance. It's not outside of you. It all comes from your higher mind. The most important thing to correct is the perception. The way we perceive is the way we create. If we perceive it to be outside of us, false, this is a misperception. If we perceive it as money as something we have to chase, acquire, or become, Gary Vaynerchuk and Grant Cardone hustle culture, this is a trap. This is a massive trap. We have to work to make money. These things are complete delusions, and they're the opposite of how it works. Okay? Now, let's get rid of misconceptions about money. The first misconception, that is anything other than energy, completely neutral, has no meaning whatsoever. And you're just going to add the meaning. And whatever meaning you add, it's either going to serve you or it's going to constrict the host. The economy needs to be good, right? We need to watch the trauma-based mind control news, and they're going to tell us whether the economy is going well or not. And based upon that, we'll get permission to be abundant, right? Again, making anything dependent. The economy has absolutely no control. This has to be wiped out of our consciousness. The economy has everyone's experiencing a different version of the economy, Everybody's universe is experiencing a different economy based upon their awareness of how much they are the source of abundance, or their awareness or their delusion of how much they're not the source of abundance, that it's outside of them. They have to work, hustle, grind, and be a slave, and trade time for dollars to make somebody else's dream come true, which is a broken paradigm, and we're shattering it. You, by your very example, will be freeing the slaves of the matrix. You, by the embodiment of your very example. Don't ever lose sight of that's what this is about. This is about freedom. It's about unshackling ourselves from the slave matrix and then freaking unshackling so-called others, which are other aspects of ourselves that are following your lead because you're the leaders and the teachers of New Work. Unshackling them from the slave matrix and the debt slavery system, which is designed to keep people perpetually in a state of lack, generating more lack in their experience, and forever indebted to a 30-year mortgage or whatever other trap they've set up for you. But again, from the highest perspective, there's no victimhood. All of these things were designed as evolutionary tension to get us to remember our true natural state of abundance. So that's the truth about money. Working to make money is a broken paradigm. It's the exact opposite. Working, let me define, is doing things you don't want to do, which keeps you in a low frequency, which misaligns you with abundance. As long as you're in a low frequency, this hose is going to be constricted because you're going to believe the money comes from something outside of you. When we are working for money, we're doing things we don't want to do and using that as a permission slip to access the abundance that is already within us. I want to be crystal clear about how insane it is to work to make money or to sell things to make money or whatever. The perception first has to be that the abundance is outside of you, which is a false perception. And secondly, that doing things you don't want to do is the way to get to abundance, which is the exact opposite of the truth. The inverted matrix has taught us and brainwashed us to believe the exact opposite of what is true. The way that we experience an endless flow of abundance is we monetize our gifts, talents, and abilities, which is exactly what the entire world is desperately waiting for. And there's not a single one of you that isn't an intricately unique piece of the puzzle of what New Earth needs, and only you can bring those talents and abilities that are required. Nobody else can do it. Not me, not anyone else. Not Ascended Master, not anybody can do what you can do because you were specifically designed. There's no vacuums in creation. There's no accidents in creation. You are the only puzzle piece that will fit. The economy has to be a certain way. I have to work to make money. Ass backwards. I have to make money. Right? Energy can't be created or destroyed, neither can money. You either flow with it or you don't flow with it. You're either flowing with the endless flow of abundance. We never make money, so let's remove this situation. Because what most of us have is an inner mantra of either I can't afford it or I have to make money. One of those two things, which are both false. I can't afford it, false. You can afford whatever the hell you put your awareness and attention on and add feeling to. And are grateful for in advance, you'll experience that flow of abundance. Wow. I have to make money, so we need to get those two inner mantras that are stitched into our consciousness by the matrix out. I have to make money, false. Don't ever do it again. And then remove the inner mantra, I can't afford it. Okay, because that is not an assessment. That's not like I'm objectively assessing some situation. It's a command to the subconscious mind. And so when the subconscious mind receives that command, especially constantly, endlessly, forever, it will make sure that is your reality. Okay, so we're unshackling ourselves, and the way we've all been brainwashed is these things have been drilled for eons into our subconscious mind. And all we're doing, the work is, those are all the kinks. Those are all the kinks. It's outside of me. I have to work. It's going to be hard. There's going to be a long time. I have to invest it. There's not enough. These are all the boulders that are blocking the flow of abundance. So what we're doing literally is we're not adding anything. We're literally just taking these constrictions out. And then then everything, the system, the perfect system of flow that you are, operates perfectly. Okay? So these things about the economy, I have to work to make all these things suggest that the flow of abundance is outside of you rather than inside of you. False. So the first thing we do is we divorce our emotions from money. The second thing is we remove the perception that it is outside of us in any way, shape, or form. You are the abundance, perpetually, forever. And nothing outside of you has any power over that. Unless, of course, you give it away with your, he's believing this nonsense. Now, we know the truth about money. Now, the most important thing, and nothing works without this, is the truth about you. I'll teach the way my teacher teaches it. There's no locks and bolts to anything. It's all one thing. This is incredibly important to understand. It's really, really important to understand that one thing is you. Everyone has their own universe, nested within the multiverse. The multiverse is like a honeycomb of all these separate universes, you and I, or Y-O-U, however you want to look at it, universes. And you are the center of that universe. Everything in your universe is an extension of you. Every single perspective here is experiencing a different version of the universe, and you're creating within that universe all the different versions of the so-called others that you're experiencing, including me. You're using me as a symbol to reconnect you with the knowledge that's already been within you. That's it. You're creating the version of me that exists in your universe to get what you need, and I'm creating the versions of you to get what I need. There's no teachers here. There's only people reabsorbing and remembering. That's it. And I'm doing that just as much as you're doing that, if not more. So the truth about you, you're an infinite, limitless, immortal creator being. You contain everything. If it exists within the multiverse, it exists within you. This is incredibly important to understand. There is nothing that you do not contain. That's why this is an illusion. It can't possibly happen. You can't be a fractal of God, which contains everything. A fractal is like it's like a sliver in a hologram. If you cut a sliver of a hologram and open up that sliver, it contains the entirety of the whole hologram. Everything is contained within the sliver. All of the wisdom of the ages is contained within every cell of your body. Okay, all of the wisdom of all the eternity is contained within every cell of your body. That's the way this works. You lack nothing, you're missing nothing, you are everything, you're a fractal pattern of divinity. Okay, so lack has to be stamped out of our consciousness forever, because the majority of us, when we're going to manifest a specific person, what does manifesting a specific person suggest? It's a massive limitation vibration of lack. Right? I need this specific person. So there's insistence right away, which collapses the hose. As soon as they're insistent that it has to be a certain way, the hose is collapsed, because now you've closed off all the infinite possible possibilities. And then you're suggesting that your ego, your fragmented, traumatized ego mind with all its wounds that needs a specific person because that person made you feel rejected or abandoned or whatever, that person needs to be the way it comes. The love, we're manifesting love in this case. It needs to come this way, which constricts the hose and cuts off all the infinite possible possibilities that the higher mind, once you've sent the blueprint of I desire love, the higher mind will choose one of the infinite possible possibilities that exist on a planet of 8 billion souls, will send you someone that blows your freaking specific person away, I assure you. So whatever we can conceive of with our ego mind is a limitation program guaranteed, because the lower mind, the lower consciousness is not designed to be able to imagine the infinite possible possibilities. It operates within a limitation program because it is a limitation program. The ego mind is a limitation program, and it runs by thinking. Right? So this is the biggest problem. Anything we can do to remove this and stay up in these two highest orders of creation, where you know that you are the true self, anything that you can put your focus and awareness on, that version of you already exists. The version of you that's wealthy, the version of you that has the dream relationship, the version of you that's running a multi-million-dollar business, the version of you that's running a great nonprofit organization that's transforming the world. All those versions of you exist right now within the quantum realm. All you have to do is activate them by being how you want to feel and feeling how you want to be. That's this. There's no thinking involved in being how you want to feel and feeling how you want to be. That's it. That's the formula for creation. That's how you summon energy into form, by being how you want to feel and feeling how you want to be. Okay, we're going to come back to that in a second, but I wanted to bring that up. We're going to repeat that, because that's the most important aspect of manifestation, is merging desire, intention with the I am, or the true self, in the resting state, the relaxed, calm state, no dysregulation, nothing clamping up the hose. So that's the truth about you. Number one, you have to remove all illusions that there's any separation between you and what you desire to experience. The moment you have a desire, the fulfillment of the desire is the other side of the coin. That's it. And your intention is your unbreakable will to bring that thing into fruition. It's effortless once you understand that it's already given. Whatever our desire is given. Mark 11:24. Now, let's come back to lack, the perception of lack, okay? Matthew 25:29 says, to those who have much more will be added, to those who have not, even what little they have will be taken. It sounds absolutely brutal, right? It's the best news in the world. Is that if you do not start with the perception or misperception of lack, then only more can be added onto you. If you understand yourself as the source of abundance, even more will be added onto you. If you perceive lack, or it's outside of me, or I have to do things I don't want to do, then even what little we have will be taken away, right? Because we will desperately cling to it, and we will stop the flow. When we're clinging to, oh my God, I got so much money, I'm going to cling to it for my dear life, that's going to collapse the hose. It's actually going to stop more abundance from flowing through. All right, so I'm going to go into this deeper, but it's the principle we learn in religion about tithing 10%. That's what keeps the flow going. What most of us do, we're so conditioned to lack, is that when we have a certain amount of money, we grip on it, or we put it in a savings account, or we stop the flow, which then creates stagnancy, and then no more abundance can flow through because we've stagnated the flow of abundance. What we want to do is we want to give from our hearts with a feeling of, I am so abundant, I can afford to give all this money away, and it will not only be, you will not only experience more, but it will be magnified, because the multiverse is a mirror and amplifier of whatever frequency we're emanating. So whatever notion we give birth to, I give birth to the notion of generosity, and I do it from a high frequency state of gratitude. That will be mirrored and amplified by it. So it'll come back. One of the mantras I teach is, every dollar I spend comes back tenfold. That's it. Whether it's you're being generous with it or you're being stingy with it, it doesn't matter, because you're operating from the frequency of abundance. We never want to operate from the misperception of lack. That's incredibly important. That's where almost everybody is starting from the manifestation. They want to manifest something because they perceive lack. It's not here, right? I want this thing because I'm missing this thing, and until I get this thing, I'm going to be miserable, right? So they're starting from a perception of lack, and they're starting from a low frequency to begin with. So we want to eliminate all this stuff. Again, we'll come back to the one more thing. Because it's all one thing, giving and receiving is one thing. You'll never experience this if you understand giving and receiving is one thing. You're only ever paying yourself and only ever giving to yourself. Unless, of course, you create the illusion of separation, in which case whatever money you spend is lost. That's so important. I can't say it enough. Did something happen with this? Did it prove out? Because this is really important.
No. I think it's still going. Hang on.
Okay.
I think that was the dishwasher.
Yep, it's still going. Yeah, that's Chef Daniel's fault.
Yeah.
Don't edit that out.
I'm going to keep that in there. So when we are going to create anything, unless we are starting from the authentic truth about everything is one thing, and that one thing is you nested within God's multiverse, and you contain everything, unless we're starting from the truth, we're going to be manifesting from an illusion, which is the ego mind, the separate self, and the only thing we can manifest is low frequency illusions that will never stay with us. Anything we manifest from the ego mind will not stay with us, and then we'll have all kinds of problems. The specific person will be married, or they'll have 5, a secret family you don't know about, or they're going to need space, or that crap happens when we come from the ego mind. We manifest broken creations because when we manifest illusions, those things will never satisfy us because we're manifesting from an illusion. Okay? So we want to start from the authentic truth that everything is one thing, giving and receiving is one. So anything I give, I receive. This is incredibly important in the manifestation process, because you cannot give anything, you cannot receive anything that you haven't given first. So if I desire to experience wealth, I have to give that to myself first. This is the act of giving. Be how you want to feel and feel how you want to be is the act of giving to yourself. You're giving yourself the state of being or the feeling first, and then you're going to receive it. You're going to receive that reflection from the universe once you have given. In the Bible, it says nothing can be given to you unless it is given to you by heaven. It means you have to give it to yourself first. Something like that. I'm sure I'm butchering the phrase, but that's what it says. Nothing can be bestowed upon you unless it is granted from heaven, from above. That's what it means. You have to give it first to yourself. You have to give yourself the state of being, which then creates the circumstances. Circumstances are irrelevant. They're only a reflection of the state of being. And the first thing anybody that you work with is going to talk about is their circumstances when it comes to money. I'm in debt, about this, my job laid me off. They're going to talk about all these circumstances that are actually just meant to be catalysts to get them to remember that they're a powerful creator and can manifest in limitless abundance. So number one, if we do not create any separation between ourselves and the money, ourselves and the love, ourselves and the whatever we want to experience, it won't exist. So the separation does not exist. It's created. Resistance, the kicking of the hose, does not exist. It's created by us, by our ego minds. Literally, the only block to anything, experience anything, is the ego mind, the illusion of separation. And the whole ego mind operates on the illusion of separation, that everything is outside of it. Okay, again, the formula for wealth is consciousness, awareness, or focus, whatever you want to say, all three are the same things. Focus is concentrated awareness. Focus is concentrated consciousness upon a certain outcome or a specific desired experience. I don't want to say outcome, a specific desired experience. We never want to be dependent on an outcome because the higher mind is the one that will send you the best so-called outcome, and we don't want to have any insistence behind it. But be how you want to feel and feel how you want to be summons energy into form. It's creating the state of being. So here's how it works. I desire to experience $1 million. Okay? I desire to experience $1 million. I have to give it to myself first. How would that version of me that has $1 million feel? Neville said, assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Neville Goddard's a great Christian mystic. Okay, but that's only the first part. This is why law of assumption doesn't work for the majority of people, because they don't understand the teaching. They don't understand what self-concept means, because nobody that's teaching Neville says everything is one thing or starts you at that point. So they're starting you off from a false concept. They're using law of assumption from their fragmented ego mind, the separate self. That's why the system doesn't work for 90% of people who try, or even more than that. So assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. I have to assume that I am that already. I have to assume I am that already. Then I have to feel that already. Okay, the assumption comes first that I am that already. There's no separation between me and what I desire to experience. I assume it is that I am it now. A lot of people say, okay, I assume I have it now. The truth is you assume that you are it now, but if it works better for you to say you assume to have it, to possess it, even though possession is an illusion, whatever you think your own is you. We assume it, we feel it, and then this becomes a tangible knowing. When this becomes a tangible knowing, whatever you know is I am, whatever you know are aware of knowing I am will be projected on the screen of consciousness. That's how it works. I assume it, I feel it, I know it. Be how you want to feel how you want to be. And you know, you let nothing, no shadows, fleeting shadows, which we call circumstances, take you out of that state of being. Because circumstances don't matter, only that matters. Which is your state of being? I am knowing that this is the way it's going to be. And so, with all the circumstances that showed us that we were going to have a miserable retreat coming up just because of the weather and other conditions and poor planning on my part and all kinds of other stuff, we had all indications that this was just going to be a disaster, right? And so at one point we just remind ourselves, oh, I know it's going to go effortlessly, right? Because our higher self is a magnificent creator. Assume it, feel it, know it, that's it. Once you know it is, that's the only experience that can manifest. Once you have a tangible knowledge. This is how RJ healed himself from permanent chest down paralysis. He created a tangible knowing that in 100 days he would walk after he said, 48 hours to live. You're never going to walk again. Forget about it. You're going to get your house retrofitted. You're going to be a paraplegic for life. He did not consume any of their opinions, did not consume any of their beliefs or their misperceptions or misidentifications or their ignorance of self. And he just assumed, felt, and then know. So be how you want to feel and feel how you want to be creates this. This is what we want. Once we know it is I am, once we know I am whatever we desire to experience ourselves as, because you are infinite possible possibilities, that's it. That gets projected on the screen of consciousness. The reason we did the Mastering Emotions Masterclass first is because you never react to the circumstances. The circumstances are the residue of the past, that's it. And the mirror, because we're in the third dimension, there's a lag time between when you assume a state of being, feel it, know it, and then it gets projected on the screen of consciousness. When it gets projected on the screen of consciousness, it needs to be irrelevant to you. This is the other pitfall. I'm going to wait for it to reflect. Waiting is a state of being. And waiting will generate more waiting. The universe will say, you're waiting. Let me extend the time, the so-called time that it's going to take, even though the thing is here now, waiting for you to receive it. Right? So what we want is this. Okay, so let's remove any illusions that we want with money. Money is a middleman, and too many of us are making it the middleman. Money is one form of abundance. We want to be aware when we're making money the middleman, because what we desire is an experience. We desire the experience only. We don't desire the actual money. But we've been so brainwashed to believe that money has to be generated first before we can have the experience. This is false. This is false. There's a million ways that the experience can unfold itself in miraculous ways if you don't make the assumption or the insistence that money has to be the middleman. Okay, so I assume it, I feel it, and I know it. Once this is achieved in the body, because you've sustained that state of being long enough, you're going to have the experience whether you want to or not at that point. And the people who really understand Neville's teachings will teach it from that perspective. The majority of don't understand what self-concept means. They think it means, tell yourself you're a confident person. Well, your self-concept, if you believe you're a person, that's starting from an illusionary construct that is false. and therefore can only manifest illusions. So until you understand that you're not a physical being, you're pure awareness, and that awareness contains all possibilities within it, you are everything and everything is within you, then you have the power because nothing is outside of your reach. Let me repeat that. No experience is outside of your reach. It's all within you now. It exists within you. When Jesus said there are many rooms in my Father's house, many mansions in my Father's house, he's talking about the infinite possible possibilities that exist within your higher mind, which is the mansion that Jesus was talking about. All possibilities exist there, and that's what you really are. You're out of your higher mind, and we are collectively the higher mind of the 144. We're still and beyond that to the higher mind of the absolute, which is all the collective consciousness higher mind, including all our alien incarnations and our plant and mineral incarnations and our animal incarnations. It's one higher mind that's collective. That's why I said the illusion of separate agendas is false. This thing it's the same one agenda. Our collective higher mind has the same one agenda that I secretly have experience ultimately. Okay, so assume it, feel it. Are there any questions so far about assume it, feel it, know? This is be how you want to feel and feel how you want to be is how you go from assume, feel to know. You have to stay that way. Be how you want to feel how you want to be. Notice that there's no thinking, there's no working, there's no doing things you don't want to do. There's no selling shit on eBay. There's none of that stuff in being how you want to feel how to be. It takes no effort. Yes, sir.
So when you assume it, you feel it, and you know who it is that you are truly. Should you speak it to people who question and ask questions about who you are? What do you do?
This dissipates energy. Number one, it's a contract between yourself and your higher mind, which is God. And number two, that dissipates energy. If you look deeply, investigate deeply what I just said, you'll realize that we're dissipating energy, valuable energy, when we're explaining anything to anyone or trying to convince anyone of anything. I'll leave it up to you as to whether convincing or explaining things to people who are never going to get it because they're not at that level of consciousness is a good expenditure of energy. And this is really about managing your energy, which is why we started with the Master Your Emotions Masterclass. Be how you want to feel and feel how you want to be, regardless of circumstances. And one of those circumstances is going to be all these doubters in your vicinity. And those are things that you actually create to get you to discipline your focus on be how you want to feel how you want to be, and letting nobody take you out of the state of being. Because state of being is what the only thing that creates matter. It's the only thing that collapses energy into matter. State of being, be how you want to feel how you want to be, collapses. Consciousness collapses energy into form, physical form. And whatever you're conscious and aware of or feeling and having a tangible knowing about coming into reality, you're going to experience whether you want to or not. So that's it. I'll give you an example about the retreat, okay? So I said, I know we're going to have an amazing retreat, and everybody's going to be empowered beyond their imagination. Now, if I would have thrown the insistence that it has to be sunny in there, I would have immediately constricted the host. I have insistence which constricts the host, right? And that was my first thing. I also want it to be sunny. That, and I want it to be sunny too. Then I felt immediately. I'm so sensitive now to energy that I can feel the fluctuations and the constriction of the hose immediately when it happens. And then I relax my insistence and just say, higher mind, just make sure everybody's empowered. Now, because my intention is for the benefit of all of humanity, starting with the 144, my soul family, which I do all this for, that guarantees that the outcome is going to happen. Now, this is something that nobody teaches. Not even my teacher, nobody teaches this. This is how to summon the energy and guarantee the manifestation. Intention. Once this intention is purified, okay? So the majority of us, we want to manifest money because we want to look good. We want to teach, show our parents and our schoolmates that, tease us or bullied us that they were wrong about us. We want to get one over on somebody. We want some kind of... We desire some experience because it's going to get us one over on other people, which immediately creates a world that's going to fight with us because we're creating from separation, right? So now, when we harness our intention and we purify that by expanding it, right? So we have an intention that benefits us, and maybe it benefits our family, okay? The more we can widen this intention to include more and more of a benefit to the entire collective of humanity. Okay, so if I can't even conceive of how it's going to benefit the collective right now, I'll start with my soul family, the 144, which is huge. It's way more than 144,000 people. But we still use the biblical texts reference to the 144 that bring heaven to earth. Okay, so I want to start with the expansion of it benefits not only the members that are here, but our entire soul family. Then I want to widen this This is what's called purification of intention. Dean Zealand talks. I think he's the only one who talks about it, but doesn't clarify it well. He teaches it in Russian, so it doesn't translate very well. But you want to purify your intention by understanding that what's good for your true self is good for everyone. I mean the entire collective, because again, we have one mansion at the top. If you climb all the way to the upper ladder, it's one mansion at the top that contains everybody's best good. So what's good, in your best good is the more conscious awareness that you have what's good for you, because it's all one thing, is what's good for everyone, your true self, not your ego. The more awareness you have that, the more energy you're summoning behind. Because the expansion or the wideness, the width of your vision, of intention, of benefit, of benefiting all the souls that are aspects of you, the wider that intention, the more energy is being summoned behind the desire. It's being focused. You're harnessing more and more of all of creation's energy behind your intention. So you're transcending the finite character. You're even transcending your energy, the energy that you're given to. So we are sentience, as RJ teaches it, divine intelligence or consciousness given energy to create with. That's what EIM is. It's divine intelligence given energy to create with. It's given an allotment of energy. You can transcend using your allotment of energy and start summoning the energy of all these other aspects, all these other aspects of consciousness or sentience, divine intelligence, by expanding your intention to include more and more of the collective. And I mean, if you can imagine how it will benefit freaking people who live on Mars, do it. The wider you can expand this will benefit the moss growing on freaking planet Venus. The more you can widen that, this is going to benefit literally every aspect of creation, which is every aspect of yourself, because it's all one thing. The wider you can expand that, the more energy you're summoning behind your desire and intention. Okay, now we're going to deal with thoughts. Okay, because the biggest enemy in this whole process, besides the brainwashing of the trauma-based mind control matrix control system, which is really just our ego mind projected outward, is this. All right, think positive thoughts, that Abraham Hicks. Think a better thought, and that'll get your manifestation. It takes you right out of be how you want to feel and feel how you want to be. This is where all doubt comes from, the thought realm. The mental body is where thoughts. This only happens when I don't know who I am. Doubt. That's why true self-concept, knowing who you are, is the only manifestation technique that works. Because until that happens, you are constantly in this. And doubt is death. The moment you summon desire and intention behind a goal, the moment you've got energy moved in this direction, the moment doubt comes in, it breaks it, it severs it. Then it starts saying, well, what if this happens? Then it's like a train that switches tracks and it starts going in the opposite direction. And that's how you create a parallel reality that you don't want. A parallel experience that you don't desire to experience. It all comes from the thought realm. In order to counter this, you have to stay present all the time. Because when you stay present, the thinking mind never gets active. There's no thought generated at all. And then if you can discipline yourself to stay present and disregard all thoughts, even if they do come in, then that's fine. Now, when you understand the power of desire and intention as the two highest frequencies, the only thing you will ever think about is your desire and intention. It's the only thing you'll emotionalize about. It's the only thing you'll take action or behave upon. Okay, which is behavior is just consistent action. It's habitual ritual action. These two are the weakest things in the world, especially when it comes to the Aquarian age. We're in the age of Aquarius. The former age we were in was in Piscean age, and it was all about masculinity. It was all about the masculine energy and taking action. Okay, a lot of us are still really conditioned. The two weakest things we can do is take action. Action and then behavior, which is mindless action. These are the two weakest things we can do. The most powerful things we can do is desire and intention, merge it with the self by being how you want to feel and feel how you want to be. That's it. That's how a state of being is generated. Once that state of being becomes a tangible knowing, you're going to experience it. That's it. Any questions so far? We covered a lot. It's incredibly important to not react to circumstances and to be aware of when this thing gets active. RJ says doubt is death. I agree with that 100%. Because it literally breaks the free train of energy that you have going in this direction. There's not going to be any doubt once you solidify your understanding of the fact that you're God. God does not have any doubt about what it desires to manifest. Once you know who you are, all this doubt crap is thrown in the garbage. Emotionalizing, taking action and behavior, this only becomes inspired action. Okay. Now I want to talk about what RJ teaches us too, but this is really the crux of Bashar's work. It's a brilliant teaching, and honestly, once you know that everything is one thing, it's the only teaching you need. Once you know who you are, and once you know that everything is one thing, it's the only teaching you need. The formula is act. This is how we ground. The only acting that should be happening is from the signal of passion, excitement. That's communication from the higher mind. Is passion, excitement. Anytime you hear words, I'll repeat what I said in the Emotions Masterclass, you hear words or language in your head, that's not you, it's the matrix. Your higher mind does not speak in words. So as the moment you hear words, and I guarantee you they're going to be negative words, unless of course you're playing inner cheerleader, which is going to be not necessary once you know who you are. The moment you hear words, it's the matrix, it's your ego mind. It's your brainwashing and not the higher mind. The higher mind only speaks through these two languages, excitement or what you call passion. And it's a frequency resonance. It's the excited state of, when this is real, you won't be able to stop yourself. When this is real, you won't be able to stop yourself. Now, if you're able to master being present, these are the energies that you will feel. When you feel them, you won't be able to stop yourself from acting. That's the only acting we want to take action on. And we want to build behaviors or habits around. Okay, is excitement and passion. So act on your passion or excitement. Now, I want to make a clarification here that everyone misses. This word comes from the word. Does anyone know what the root of this word means? Does anyone know what that means? Where that word comes from? I'm sorry? Ascension? Well, it's definitely the doorway to that. So that's great. It's definitely the doorway. It means to suffer. That's what it means. So your passion is about what you're willing to suffer for, because if you suffer well, it's not suffering at all. Right? You see people doing jobs, and you're like, how the hell are they doing that? I freaking love it. They can't get enough of it, right? MMA fighters, everyone likes to watch MMA or pro wrestling, the people taking the bumps. How on earth, they got 12, 15 surgeries, throughout their careers. Like, how in the hell does anybody do that? It's completely insane. They love it. They absolutely love it. They're willing to suffer for it. What it is that generates that feeling in them. So there's a distinction to be made between excitement. Excitement is a high frequency energy, and passion is similar, but there's a distinction, there's a nuance. There's going to be something that looks like work to other people involved, but it won't be work or suffering to you. Okay, so this is a critical distinction that nobody makes. Once you become so in tune with the energy that is flowing through you, you'll be able to make this discernment. Is it necessary? Not really, but you're the leaders and teachers in the world, so you're the best teachers on the planet. So eventually you'll be so sensitive, you'll be able to sense every single subtle nuance. You'll be able to discern passion from excitement, and you'll be able to know ahead of time whether there's going to be suffering involved in it. Perceived suffering from other people's perspective, but it won't be suffering from you. You'll say, get me in there right away. Right? MMA fighters know they're going to suffer. Pro wrestlers know they're going to have 15, 16 surgeries throughout their career. They don't care at all. They don't give a damn at all. It doesn't stop them at all. So it's a subtle distinction, but these are all the things when you master being present, these are the signals that the higher mind will send you. And again, we went over the nuance of how do we distinguish intuition. Our higher intuitive function is the doorway to our higher mind. That doorway opens through remaining present and mastering being present. Anytime we are the biggest two energy leakages, okay, besides thought, if we want to really expand that out, depression comes from this rumination. Past. You have to be in the past and ruminating. This is bleeding out all kinds of energy and recreating things we don't want. Anything we ruminate on, we're feeding energy to, which skyrockets the probability that we're going to experience it again. So not only are we bleeding energy, we're actually using our creative life force to create things we don't want. And if nothing else, if we're not creating it in physical reality, we're creating it in our mind. And our mind can't tell the difference between what we're experiencing and what we're imagining. So depression is number one. That's projecting energy into the past. So that's one energy leakage, massive energy leakage, and using our energy to create what we don't want. And then anxiety, which is projecting into the future. This is the two ways we leak energy the most. Besides that, which is death, it just breaks the freight train of energy. These are the two ways that we bleed energy. Depression, past, anxiety, future. And anxiety, which is worry, is using your imagination to create what you don't want. It's using the higher mind of God, which is limitless and powerful beyond measure. It's immeasurable in its power. Using that to create what we don't want. By creating mental images that you were talking about, that's when we create mental images of outcomes we don't desire to experience, and we're lucky that the universe is merciful, and in fact that most of that doesn't manifest because the universe is merciful. But you're so powerful, you can bring about anything you desire to, especially if you're projecting images, holographic images onto the screen of consciousness. Okay, so any questions so far on this? Yes, ma'am.
I was just wondering, excitement and elation are very similar energies, and I have a bit of a problem discerning between those two. I was wondering if you had any sort of markers for that, or how you would tell if you just experiencing elation for something, or if it's a genuine high of excitement.
Excitement and passion is what you're asking about?
Elation.
Elation.
Being a similar energy to excitement, I struggle with those being quite similar.
Okay, so your awareness of nuance will actually develop the discernment to tell those two. I can't describe that actually in words.
Okay.
But your awareness that there is a nuance to be discerned there is what my teacher Sarah calls it deliverance. Your ability to develop that nuance is developing the mastery. You'll be able to feel it for yourself, but your awareness of the fact that there's a distinction to be made will actually start building that within you. Because it's already within you. But so all you need is awareness that it's a possibility, and then place your awareness on that possibility and that it already exists within you. The only reason this would be a struggle is if we believe that we didn't have the mastery already, because you already know your masters, that you didn't believe that you had the mastery within you already. But we don't have that delusion in this group. You already know you're a master. And so you'll be able to build that set. Nobody taught me how to do these discern these things. Nobody, because nobody can teach you. They have to develop them themselves. But the one thing my teacher, Sarah Alcalde, did was she made it conscious that there is a nuance to be discerned here. And once we have that conscious awareness that there is nuance, it'll fill in itself. It'll literally do it itself. We don't actually have to do anything. I promise you, just coming here and me telling you you're a master, you're the teacher, blah, 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 that's it. You have the experience of 5-MeO, you leave, and everything automatically unfolds. It's the domino that knocks down all the other dominoes. This is not necessary. This is for bringing conscious awareness to what you already know, but it's not really necessary. It's just you coming here, remembering you're the master creator, you have no limitations, you're the teacher. You're the freaking chosen ones that chose yourselves to bring heaven to earth. That's it. All the dominoes fall after that. All you had to do was get your ass over here. That's it. And you already overcame the number one obstacle that stops everybody. I can't afford it. Once you found a way to get here, and you did not let that stop you, that's the first domino that needs to fall. And you already did that. You already knocked it over. You got yourself here. You did not let I can't afford it stop you. Or the fear of what's going to happen with 5-MeO. You know, our alien's going to take over my mind. You got over those two humps. Then everything else this is just icing on the cake. Conscious awareness of what you already know. Okay, enhancing flow. Okay, so it's really important when we give, because we don't understand giving and receiving is one thing. I do have to beat this to death, because this is the one thing we fall into amnesia about mostly. From now on, I would like you, I compel you to, every time you pay a bill, remember this. Giving and receiving is one thing, it's all one thing. Okay, so this is called enhancing flow. The energy with which we give and the perception with which we give, we create that energy transaction, energy exchange. It's not a transaction. Because energy transaction, typically the way we word it, one person's gaining over another, or it's all transactional. So transaction is the way it works in the third dimension of separation. In the fifth dimension of the fourth frequency of unity, consciousness, giving and receiving is one thing. You always know that you're only giving to yourself. Okay, so just try to keep this in your mind. Eventually, this will become automatic. The more you keep this in your mind. The energy with which you give. This is paramount. In the spiritual community, there is such a rampant lack, scarcity mindset. Why isn't this for free? Why didn't you do this for free? This should be for free. It's literally that's stopping the flow. is them perceiving lack right off the bat, that they can't afford it. That's what's being talked about when they say, why isn't this for free? It's because they're perceiving with lack, and the mantra is, I can't afford it. That's why it needs to be given for free. If you knew your nature, your true nature was limitless abundance, would you even, with this idea that you should be doing it for free, you should be exchanging energy, you should be giving me your energy for absolutely free. They have to know, they'd be completely ignorant of their true nature, and they have to put no value into the only thing that has value, which is their energy and your energy. So I strongly suggest that you now have conscious awareness of what powerful creators you are. And this is stuff that is not taught anywhere. I mean, I've never seen any teacher hit all of these things, hit literally everything. Everything that was missing in all the courses I've taken, I've covered in this course, including all the nuances that everybody else has missed. So once you integrate this information, you have gold in your hand, and your ability to teach it. And I'm not going to make you sign a waiver so don't teach this to anybody and gatekeep it like everybody else that I took their class did. I'm telling you, go teach it. Free the slaves, man. Starting with ourselves, we're going to free the slaves. This is the thing that the number one way that we're enslaved. This symbol of money and our belief of that it's outside of us and we put it on a pedestal and it has control over us and it determines our state of being. When I have money, I feel on top of the world. The one thing I will tell you about elation is be careful that it's not being generated by an outside circumstance. Make sure it's coming from within you. Yeah. That's the one thing I'll tell you about elation. I didn't actually need to tell her that because she knew that, and so did all of you. But I just wanted to bring awareness to that. We want to keep it within what we are, the I am, because it contains everything. There's nothing actually outside of ourselves. There's an illusion that there's things outside of us because of subject-object, that the world is outside of me when it's really just a projection of my consciousness. Once we get over that illusion and we hardwire our neurology to understand that the world is being projected from within us, this becomes easy, and we treasure this with everything. It's the only thing we own that's valuable. It's what collapses everything that we desire to experience: love, money, relationships, health, everything. Experiences we desire to have, it's what collapses everything into form. It's what everything is made of. Your love, your relationships, your dream house, your dream car, blah, blah, blah. It's all made of energy. It's all just patterned energy that collapses into form via your awareness, your consciousness, your focus, and your feeling. Being how you want to feel, feeling how you want to be. This needs to be of paramount importance. If you are ever in an energetic exchange, in R.J. Spanner's book, Change Your Mind, the entire third part of the book is dedicated to the energy, the high frequency checklist or the low frequency checklist. And there's a simple checklist. It's such a beautiful, elegant little checklist. It's like 5 things. Is this exchange adding to my energetic bank account or robbing from my energetic bank account? That's it. And if once you value this thing, you'll become hyper aware of what's taking and what's adding to your energetic bank account. Because your energetic bank account is how you collapse energy into form and manifest things. If there's no energy, because we're manifesting from the ego mind, the separate self, or we have a weak desire because we don't understand that whatever we desire is given, or we have an impure intention, the amount of energy we're summoning is extremely limited. And the high probability is we're not even manifesting a true desire. We're manifesting an ego desire, which is not going to manifest at this point. Ego desires are not going to manifest at this point for you. It'll manifest for someone else, but it doesn't matter because it's going to get taken away eventually because it's not authentic to them. The soul will reject it. It won't keep it around. The universe only rewards authenticity. You only reward authenticity. So that's it. Enhancing flow, the rule of tithing 10%. If you can always remember that giving and receiving is one thing, and then you can give always with the energetic exchange of high frequency joy, gratitude. I'm so abundant. I'm so happy I get to pay this. I so appreciate what I'm being able to purchase with this or what I got to experience with this. The most important thing is never to perceive this word. This word is so low frequency and starts from that perception. I spent all this money, now I'm buried in debt, right? Now, if a simple shift in perception of I spent money, it was money, well, it was an energetic exchange that benefited me, we'll get rid of this word and the whole energy will change. I don't care if it's $40,000 that you spent on an education or whatever, you see it as money well spent. Even if you pissed it away in that freaking Vegas casino, you remember how excited you were when you were pissing that money away, right? The perception has to be, because this is a vacuum that collects more of it. It's a lack vacuum that collects more of it. It's a freaking, the whole word is a trap. It's based on a perception of complete loss, all negativity, no gain whatsoever, and that can be the only thing we experience. We can only experience this, siphoning more lack, more of what the only thing that doesn't exist in the universe, into this hole called debt, and there's no benefit to it whatsoever. The whole system is a trap, and that's what the debt slavery system is built based on this word. If they can get you to believe in this word, believe it's real, and make it real with your consciousness and your agreement, you agree and cement that there was no benefit to the money I spent, that becomes a vacuum. It becomes a vacuum. Now let's talk about the opposite. This is incredibly important. I don't want to spend too much time on it because it's you guys already know this, and it's low frequency. I can feel my energy dropping just talking about it. So anytime we exchange energy, we always do it with high frequency, knowing that we are only giving to ourselves and we are only receiving from ourselves. Gifts are a form of abundance. A lot of you guys have given me beautiful gifts. That's always you giving it to you. You use the symbol of another to give it to you, it's always you giving a gift to you. It's always you. You're the one who created the gift, you're the one who landed the gift in your hand, and the gift is always substantial. It's not an accident. So if your ego mind says, oh, what am I going to do with this thing? What am I going to do with this? Somebody gave me this stupid book, that I have no interest in. Read the freaking book. It's you giving the book to yourself. It's got something in there for you. Nothing's an accident, especially at the stage of your evolution. There's no accidents whatsoever. So if something lands in your experience, you can be sure you put it there, and don't let your ego mind dismiss it. This is the same thing when we hear phrases that repeat over some herb that we heard about multiple times. It's you giving you the message to yourself.
I'm just cleaning up right now.
So, ridding ourselves of the illusion of others cures so many problems. The opposite of the debt trap is monetizing your gifts, acting on your highest excitement. So monetizing your talents and abilities. Who's got a talent and ability that's their highest passion? Okay. Now, this is the debt back. Monetize our music, okay, through which nation can flow. Each one of is. So let's say we can modify Spotify. Let's say Spotify. Let's say YouTube will money from YouTube. We open that container and that starts pulling energy into it. It's not important how much energy is going into it or how much we're making. It's important that we open the container because the container only expands over time as long as it's been created. This is the exact opposite. And this is what people talk about when they're talking about installing multiple streams of income. As long as you can open an energy container, it will expand over time as long as you understand the value of what you're providing through your talent and ability that you've monetized, and you are passionate and excited about it. It doesn't matter if 3 people listen to the song, it matters how much of you was running through you while you were doing it, how much passion and excitement was running through you. Because if you sustain that and do not make it about how many people watched your video or how many people heard your song or how many people downloaded or how many people paid for it, if you make it about the passion and excitement being how you want to feel, feeling how you want to be, which is the real thing you want, it's not the symbol you want to manifest. If you make it about feeling your true self flowing through you, which is passion and excitement, this is actually you. This is actually what you are. This is when unconditional love, which is your true self, is funneled through a certain creative outlet. It gets experienced as excitement and passion. So this is actually you. It's the truest expression of you. Besides unconditional love, which is the purest vibration, the highest vibration. These are the closest expressions of vibrational signature or frequential signature to unconditional love. This is unconditional love funneled through a creative outlet. That's what passion and excitement is. It's unconditional love in action. Okay, so we want to open as many streams of income as we can. We want to open containers through which energy can flow. And these containers will expand. And then what we want to do is when these containers expand to where they're substantial, we want to use these things to open another container. We want to reinvest this back into investing in yourself. Every single one of you did the right thing when it comes to getting over the hump of I can't afford it and investing in yourself. And the universe, I guarantee you, will mirror the investment. Mirror and amplify the investment. Whatever you invested to come in here, I guarantee you it will pay for itself at least 10 to 100 fold, because that's what this whole thing's about. It's about remembering who you are. And then remembering that you already know how to do this. I'm bringing it back to the conscious awareness, to your conscious awareness that you already know how to do this. You already know how all the system of flow operates because you are the system of flow. So what we want to do to reverse the debt trap is open containers which flow energy or income, passive income streams, passive or active income streams, it doesn't matter. But we want to open containers and then use those containers once they inflate to a certain degree that we find substantial to reinvest into it, opening another container. And we want to open as many containers as possible as we possibly can, and this will be a natural progression over time. Now that I brought it to your conscious awareness, that's all you need. Everything else will flow from there, all the downloads will fall. You're already a master, you don't need to take a course from Warren Buffett or anything like that, because Warren Buffett is not outside of you or separate from you. Now, a lot of us create separation because we have somebody like Hillary Clinton that we can't stand, right? Somebody accused me of being just like Hillary Clinton like a few weeks ago, which I loved. I knew that was my higher self talking to me. It was
So random.
As long as we have someone that we believe is okay, think of someone you can't stand. Just think of something. Maybe it's Taylor Swift or Hillary Clinton, like me, or whoever. Think of somebody you can't stand. Okay. Now imagine this. This is the truth. That none of those people that you can't stand are any different than the people you love or admire or whatever. None of them are separate from you, and none of them are outside of you. Now, if you can bring awareness to the fact that you contract your energy field by excluding certain aspects of yourself because they don't meet your brainwashing's pleasantries, they don't meet your social conditions pleasantries. If you could understand that everyone that's manifested in our reality is an aspect or reflection of ourself in some incarnation, the reason that what they're doing is triggering, or the way they're being is triggering us, is because we did that in some incarnation. We've got judgment about it. We haven't forgiven whatever it is in ourselves. This is why we don't remember our past lives, especially the 144 do not remember their past lives early in their evolution, because there's so much freaking judgment we would not be able to handle it. You would not be able to handle what you did in the Orion Wars or in ancient Egypt or in Marduk or in Atlantis or the way you contributed to the fall of Lemuria or whatever. You won't be able to stomach it, how you conspired in that situation. But you wouldn't be able to be a volunteer unless you had experienced that, because then you can't ascend. You can't ascend with any pieces of yourself still here. So just be aware of that trap. The Matrix wants to create enemies for you so that you're externalizing your power. Because anything you exclude from your awareness or your sense of self, you're cutting off that possibility for yourself. And the more you afford possibility for yourself and others, the more you're not constricting your energy field, the more you're including all aspects of you, and you are everything. Source is everything, the dark, the light, and everything in between. It's everything. Yes, sir?
What are healthy boundaries doing that?
This is completely intuitive. Okay, so Master Emotions Masterclass. Okay, just review the notes you have from that, and I guarantee the notes will be completely synchronistic with what your question is. Your feelings are the indicator. Okay, so when your emotional guidance system is saying that you're being trampled on, pay attention to it. Do not disregard that. A lot of us were raised by people who taught us to disregard our own feelings. And the emotional guidance system is never wrong. It's never wrong. That's the indication that a boundary is being breached. Now here's the caveat to that. Once you empower yourself to have healthy boundaries, you won't need them anymore. Because you won't attract bullies that want to trample on them anymore. You won't be a vibrational match. Until you empower yourself to create boundaries, healthy boundaries for yourself, you're going to be a vibrational match with bullies, narcissists, psychopaths. That are just like, you're like a magnet for them. Please, come violate me. Until we can assert ourselves properly, and it's not difficult. I'll probably teach a whole course on how to be assertive, because a lot of people struggle with that, because we're so brainwashed into being passive, which is toxic femininity, being completely laying down and being a doormat. Nobody talks about toxic femininity. It's about toxic masculinity. That's more Matrix stuff, right? They want to villainize masculinity because the more you are denying your masculine power, the more that you are being passive and compliant. So the Matrix has 1,000,001 traps that you can fall into. If your awareness of them is your awareness that you install the trap to develop mastery, to incentivize you to develop mastery. Great question. Fantastic question. But yeah, operate completely. Your feelings are never wrong. Your emotional guidance system is the highest form of wisdom that we have access to, besides your intuition. It's never wrong. Negative emotion says you're being trampled on. Just assert yourself. So yeah, you guys got over the biggest hurdle, which was I can't afford it. That's the first thing that comes in everybody's mind when they hear the retreat. There's an investment involved in the retreat. Okay, it's more than they probably anticipated. I can't afford that. That's the first hurdle. You guys got over that? Once you get over that, this first domino, everyone other domino falls from there. Spending time and money worrying about where the money is going to come from. The other way we collapse the hose is how, when, why, and where. Okay, the higher mind is God. The higher mind is God. Okay, once we get all the beliefs, concepts, and ideologies about money and what money is, and all the programming and brainwashing out of our hose, let's say we've got that. The next number one way we collapse it is when, how, and where is the money going to come. We close off the higher mind, we collapse our consciousness and constrict our energy, and we start using the human finite mind to imagine on a logical, linear basis how it's going to come and who's going to give it to me, and how is it going to, at what time am I going to get it, and is it going to come by the time the rent's due. Now we're operating from the fragmented, traumatized mind instead of the freaking higher mind, which is the mansion of infinite possible possibilities. It does not operate in space-time. It doesn't have a logic and linear time frame. Where the higher mind exists is where synchronicity is the rule. Everything's happening at once. So please keep this in mind. Anytime you catch yourself worrying about the how, when, why, or where, you're collapsing your consciousness, constricting your energy, or you're leaving the house, the mansion, and you're going into the closet and closing the door. Anytime you start thinking in terms of time frames or how, when, why, and where, who's going to give it to me? How am I going to make the money? Then you're leaving the mansion. Be how you want to feel how you want to. Always, when you see yourself going into the closet, come back up to the mansion and do this again. Stitch this into your consciousness. This is all that needs to be done, is be. Perpetually forever. That's another huge way that we drain energy. How, when, why, and where. That doesn't need to be even considered. You only need to be how you want to feel and feel how you want to be, and this thing takes care of everything else. And I want to repeat, one of the biggest ways you can this is one of the hardest things to do. Okay, if you can do this, then you're the master. If you can do this, you're the master. If you can celebrate the success of so-called others. If you can get past the freaking jealousy that comes up in all of us, okay? If you can get past that, you're a master.
I actually get excited, or like I would read stories about like really good things or people winning the lottery. It actually raises my energy, and that helps me get into that energy.
That's phenomenal. That's exactly how it's supposed to. It's an invitation for us to join them in their vibration.
Yeah.
And the so-called other, which is another aspect of you, because it's all one thing. It's an invitation by your higher mind to join them in that vibration. That's it. Now, if you see it for what it is, it's always your higher self doing everything. I kid you not. There's nothing that your higher self is not creating. It creates everything. And we're getting to the point now where we're downloading enough of our higher self's consciousness that we can consciously take control of the situation that's been on autopilot, that the higher self has been doing. So we're creating all these different levels. Okay, so there's the ego mind. This is the lowest level that has no energy because it's inauthentic, fragmented, and an illusion. Then we go to the higher self, which is a magnificent creator because it's ancient, eternal, and infinite. It's created thousands of lifetimes, tens of thousands of lifetimes for you. And then there's the oversoul, which is really the highest level we'll go up right now in awareness. But this oversoul networks all of our higher self as well as organizes the consciousness of all of our past lives. And so when you can go from the ego to the higher self, which is operating in oneness, then to the oversoul where we can see where all of our life paths interlink, then you're operating and you can take the perspective of this. This perspective cares nothing for dark nights of the soul and all the things that your ego is trying to avoid. It cares nothing for that. Once you have the perspective of the oversoul, nothing is ever interpreted as negative again. Everything is, you glide through everything. No matter what your ego says is a disaster, you glide through everything. And then you're masterful. Nothing can stop you. You're unfuckable with when you're operating from the oversoul. Yes.
Is that where we're going with the Bufo?
So the first interaction with Bufo is to get us to open the doorway to this, which is your true self, your higher self, your whole self. And then from there, the way we'll set an intention for our night ceremony to do the oversoul connection. We'll eventually get that level of consciousness. Covered that. Oh, one more thing that will collapse this hose more than anything. The number one block to manifestation is importance. Anything you make important, you're saying it's got more power than me. It's outside of me. I'm gonna have to work really hard to get it. It's gonna take a long time. Anything you make important will constrict the hose. So make nothing important. Understand that if you don't have it, you don't need it, which eliminates importance right away. If you don't have it, you don't need it. Your life is always, your higher self, your higher mind is always giving you what you need when you need it. And it always shows up exactly when you need it, not a minute before, not a minute less. You're always getting what you need. This will crush importance. This is the number one thing with people who are just learning about manifestation. Everything is important. The twin flame has to manifest. Otherwise, you're gonna die. That'll make sure that the twin flame never shows up. Or it'll be a karmic partner that you think is your twin flame, and that's going to be a real painful lesson. So importance is one of the biggest ways we collapse it. And the most powerful starting point for manifestation is nothing can make me happier than I am right now. If you're watching this on video, replay that over and over again. That's the starting point for being a masterful manifestor. Nothing can make me happier than I am right now. If you can start there, there's no perception of lack. There's no vibration of scarcity. There's no, I need this to be happy. That's the most powerful starting point. And remember that circumstances, I'll use Neville Goddard's words. He said circumstances are but fleeting shadows. Ignore them. Ignore them. Be how you want to feel how you want to be. Assume it, feel it, know what. That's it. That's it. And ignore the circumstances. The mirror doesn't have a mind of its own. It will have to reflect your state of being. These are the traps. I've covered thoroughly the traps that most of us fall into. But like I said, the only domino that needs to fall is you got over the I can't afford it to get here. That's all you needed, really. This is all icing on the cake. And it'll maybe help you to monetize this if you're teachings or whatever. Because I'm not teaching anybody so they can learn this and then keep it for themselves. I'm expecting you to embody this, which you already embody over them. Share it with everybody that you feel needs to, or is ready at that level of consciousness where they're ready to free themselves. They've gotten everything they can out of the experience of being a slave. And they're done with that. Any questions? Anything else?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk maybe a little bit more about people that aren't ready, that are in your lives? You mentioned before how sometimes they're to propel you more so out of that. Like I'm surrounded with family, friends, and I'd be in a good state and I fall down trying to help people that aren't ready for it, and it was up and down for so long because I'm working with, or trying with people that weren't ready.
Okay, so
but I realize now that it does help me because I'm finally at a point where I'm at peace with if that's, but I struggle with some, and
yeah, so no experience you've ever had has not had valuable data that your oversoul wanted to extract. There's no actual mistakes being made, ever. So you wanted to have the experience of fixing, helping, and rescuing, right? Who's an empath? Right? My first channel was Empath Uprising. That's all fixing, helping, and rescuing. Everybody needs my help. I've got to play Captain Save a Joe or Save a Ho or whatever it is. I've got to rescue them. I've got to put on my Captain America shit and save everybody because they're weak, they're fragile, and they need me. They need me, right? Which is all about building my own self-esteem and elevating myself over the person who's so weak and fragile that they need me, my intervention, right? So fixing and helping and rescuing is suggesting that life is weak, inaccurate. It's suggesting that not everyone is not God, inaccurate. So it's based on misperceptions. But I guarantee you that if you went through an experience like I did, it benefited you. And if you can't see why it did, are you having an issue knowing how it benefited you?
No, I think I have an issue with people that are close to me that are suffering but not opened, and I'm finally at a point where I could not try because I know that they can't hear me, which took me a long time to get there, but that would just knock me down, and I'm not helping them anyway. But I still have people close to me. It still bothers me.
That's such a good question. That's such a good question. I didn't understand it the first time. That's such a good question. The issue with that is we feel the worst thing that we can possibly feel, the most uncomfortable emotion, which is helplessness. Mm-hmm. Now, if you can just sit with that emotion and not touch and not do anything about it, if you could just sit with that emotion, a massive door will open for you. It's the most uncomfortable thing that I've ever experienced, and from my experience with everybody I've worked with, it's the most uncomfortable thing they've ever had to experience. Is that feeling of helplessness. Now, if you can sit in the awareness of that feeling of helplessness and not act on it, you'll have a massive insight open for you. It's a phenomenal question.
I didn't feel that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we are so compelled and impelled to fix, help, and rescue, and operate from the delusion that life is broken or that they're not God, they're not powerful creators in their own right. It's because we're so uncomfortable with feeling helpless, and our feeling of helplessness is coming from the misperception that they're helpless. Okay, so it's all based on a misperception, and so if we can see that, if we have the clarity to see that, then we'll have massive doorways open up for us. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
I didn't really have a question. I was just going to share the last thing you were talking about, the importance. I remember reading that in RJ's book and saying that you feel a constriction inside, and I've become aware of it. So anytime I start feeling like a little tightness, I'm just like, wait, I'm putting importance on this, and then I just chill, and then it goes away. So I just wanted to share my experience with what you're talking about, if that resonates with anyone.
First, yeah, that's great. The first indication that there's importance is we'll feel physically constriction in the body. You will feel that. And once you guys get really, really energetically sensitive, and I know a lot of you are already, you'll be able to feel the contraction happening. But as long as you understand that that is what you are, system of flow that comes from your higher mind, the source of all abundance, you'll be able to be completely sensitive to any fluctuations of constriction there. And you'll know that you're collapsing your own hose. And then you could just return to your breath and relax and open that thing up. When you give and receive without fear, when you know giving and receiving is one thing, what you give and receive, the more you do that with no fear, the wider this thing becomes. And it's RJ's chapter in his book, Access Superconsciousness. It's called, I forgot what it's called, but it's the one where give and receive without fear, and all limitations shall cease to exist. You'll become a wider and wider channel for love, joy, and abundance to flow through you. Yes, sir.
Earlier when you said mentioned importance constricts, you also gave us the opposite, like a positive.
I'm just still cleaning.
What was it that you said?
Say that one more time.
You said importance constricts earlier, and then you gave us the example of the positive, like the opposite of that.
The opposite of importance?
Yeah.
Is understanding that whatever you desire is given. Mark 11:24.
Okay.
That's it. I mean, I can literally just teach you that and you'll be a master of manifesting, because then you'll not add any importance. You won't constrict the hose. You won't worry about how, when, why, where. You won't do any of that. You'll just know understand. Whatever you have desire, it's given. Whatever you desire to receive, know that you've received it and it shall be given. That's it. That's Mark 11:24.
Okay. And one more thing, are we going to have access to the video?
Yes, you'll have access to it. We'll put it up. There's something I'm missing. I know there's something I'm missing. I did teach this before. But I'll go over it. I did teach it on one of my channel. One video on my channel. But it was me and what's the streaming? Chris. So RJ calls this the Holy Trinity of manifestation. It's desire, intention, and attention. Okay, so we've covered desire and intention, but attention is the number one thing. This is what channels the energy. So anything you put your attention on and can maintain attention on is going to manifest, whether it's positive or negative. So this is the law of attention. Whatever you put your attention on, this is RJ's next book. It's called Law of Attention. It's literally all this. The whole damn thing's about this. Anything you put your attention on, it's how you create reality. So you focus attention on something. You sustain focus on it. You then become a container of it. You contain whatever it is. Whatever you put your focus on vibrates. You then become a container of that vibration. You then emanate that out to the universe. It projects out to the universe, and the universe reflects it back as your experience. So sustained attention, you become a container of it. You emanate it out, it gets reflected back. It's incredibly important. If you can discipline this, you're a master. If you could not let it be puppeteered, this is why I started with the Master Your Emotions Master class. If you can master your attention, you're mastering your creative life force. I don't need to go into like a long thing about that. Yes, sir.
What's the difference between attention and thoughts? Like mind. How do you like separate it?
Attention and thoughts?
Yeah, like the mind, like, because like if attention, I've heard like attention is like not good because you create tension.
So, yeah, attention is a flow of energy. It's a concentrated flow of energy. So whatever you're putting your awareness or your attention or your focus on, these three are the same thing. You're channeling all of your energy into whatever you put that energy on vibrates, because everything is vibration. So whatever you put it on, an outcome, a specific person, a twin flame, whatever, that vibrates and comes into your experience.
So like focus could be the same thing, kind of.
Correct, but the thing with thoughts is they're typically directing our attention. The thoughts are typically directing. We have a thought about, oh my God, what if I don't make this payment on time? Then our attention goes where to lack it, and then our attention starts bringing this thing that doesn't exist into existence because you're that powerful. So it's the thoughts that hijack, right? Doubt. Oh no, it's not going to get here on time. Then my attention goes on to lack. My attention goes on to worrying, which is creating my imagination when I don't. This is why thoughts need to be divorced. They need to be seen for what they are, just electromagnetic interference. Thinking is what's blocking the knowing. This is where all the doubt comes from. So just ignore the thoughts. They're not yours. None of them belong to you. And don't go into the trap where you're beating yourself up or you're trying to control the mind. Just let it play. Just let it do its nonsense. See, once you have detachment from the thoughts, then you know that they're not yours. You don't really care. I have all kinds of ludicrous, stupid, ignorant, moronic, idiotic thoughts all day. I just ignore them. They used to completely ragdoll my ass, and now I have no identification with them. Luckily, I manifested the right teacher, and he's just all about thoughts should be just. There should be no identification with thoughts. Let me put it kindly. Yeah. So there's no other teacher I know. A modern teacher that gives you that much clarity on how useless thinking is, maybe besides Eckhart Tolle, but even Eckhart Tolle doesn't take it far enough. Thought is catastrophic, is what RJ says, catastrophic. Catastrophic. It literally rips apart the fabric of what is eternally whole and complete. Everything is one thing, it's thought that comes and rips apart that one thing and creates all lack, separation, and scarcity, and suffering. Thought. It all starts with an idea in the thought realm.
That's all where it comes from.
Are you guys all clear on this, or did I do a shoddy job with desire, intention, and attention? This is how we create our reality. We have a desire which God put there. It's not an accident. And whatever your desires, give it. Your intention, we talked about purifying and summoning energy behind the intention. And attention is how you focus your energy and bring it into existence. The law of attention. It's pretty. I've beat it to death on my channel, so I don't think we need to go into it in depth. Are there any other questions? Anything that I left out? I'm counting on you guys to.
I got a question.
Yeah.
So I noticed that a lot of the stuff is that you're sharing with us. I can tell that you're a fan of reality transurfing, right? Like the names in it, right?
My first understanding of reality creation. Yeah.
So what is your take on like his idea of pendulums and how that relates to?
That's why I talked about attention right away. That's why I talked about the mainstream media right away. The pendulums I covered in the emotional. So he calls it pendulum, the energetic egregore. He calls that pendulums. Yeah. I just used different terminology. Everything the mainstream media does is a pendulum. The beliefs about I have to work to make money, pendulum. The beliefs that the economy has to be a certain way, pendulum. And the more we can create these agreements to these lies that the mainstream media creates and the sick society, the pathological society creates, the more we make them real. The more we all believe we have to work to make money, the more that becomes cemented and agreed to as a reality. We have to work to make money, and you're the boss. So if you say that's going to be, you're the law, you're the master of your universe, and you're going to say, yeah, I have to work to make money. All other options of abundance coming to you or money flowing to you are closed now, because you said you had to work to make money. So awareness of those pendulums is key. I just used different terminology. But the pendulums are created to steal your creative life force attention, which is why we did the Master Your Emotional Master class. It's a great question. That's a great question. Yeah. Any belief system is a pendulum. It's created, it's a lie. Number one, it's a lie. It's not based in reality. It's not what it is. And it's made to get your agreement to it. We all agree to there's a real virus out there, and it's dangerous and it can kill you. But this vaccine we came up with in 3 months, this is totally good. Number one, you'll create the vaccine, you'll create the virus for them that they already have the vaccine ready for. You'll create the virus for them, even though it had no actual existence in it. And you'll make yourself sick even if you don't have the virus. Out of fear and worry and panic. You'll create disease in your own body. But nothing can create itself in your experience. Once you know this, you're incredibly powerful. Once you stop externalizing your power to anything. And a lot of us have, we've gone through different stages of externalizing power. So it's not to beat yourself up about it. Once you understand you're the upward power in the words of Neville Goddard, you can take all your power back, and pendulums don't steal your life force anymore. But that's it. Anytime we make an energetic contract with any pendulum, it's stealing our life force. We're giving it our life force for some sense of security and safety, and that's always a shitty deal. Just don't capitulate to fear, and remember, fear comes from the idea that you're separate. That's it. Anything else? You guys did an amazing job. Yes, sir.
I'm just wondering, right, since thoughts are catastrophic, is there any type of benefits since it's part of the order of creation?
It was a massive aspect of the third dimensional experience. Thoughts. That's how we got stuff done. We used our logical minds, but they're not the logical mind. Logic and linear mind is not. You can't function in the fifth dimension because the fifth dimension is everything's happening at once, and there's no independent thinker there. It's the collective higher mind that's doing all the creating. So thoughts are irrelevant, and they actually become a hindrance after you transcend the third dimension of separation and the fourth dimension of transformation. I gotta work. I'm gonna hustle. I'm gonna heal myself. Okay, you could recognize that you're completely whole and complete right now. Then you can put an end to the healing journey before it has this. You go on to 5,000 different energy healers. You could just realize you're whole and complete now. You can stop creating all these fictional problems with yourself and perceive yourself as whole and complete. And it relates completely to manifestation. We can manifest things we don't want, and most of us are doing that because we don't have any self-control and self-discipline, and we keep externalizing our power. So this thought and emotion were powerful creators in the third and fourth dimension. But in the fifth dimension, they're a complete hindrance. They're anti-creative in the fifth dimension. Yes, sir.
When did the Aquarian age start?
When did the Aquarian age start?
Were we in the other one before, and we're now in it, or like?
I don't know. I don't have a date on it, but you can feel that we're in a feminine cycle. That's the only thing I go by.
Okay.
I don't go by schedule and time is an illusion. So I can feel into we're in a feminine cycle, and it's about receiving.
So like this lifetime, our parents and us, we were in the other one, and now we're in this one. So what would you say?
Yeah. Well, most of us grew up in I was born in the 70s, so I grew up in a very Piscean age, and that sustained itself. And I only became energetic sensitive 3 years ago. I could only feel that we were in a feminine cycle, and I could realize that I had a serious problem with my feminine energy, receiving hyper-masculine, like we've all been conditioned to, a hyper-masculine culture, because that's what women want, right? Hyper-masculinity. And so then receiving becomes an issue when we're dominantly masculine. And the majority of women I know are dominantly masculine because they've been conditioned that that's the way to get it done. I don't need no man. I'm a boss bitch, right? That's the freaking the Matrix's trap right there. Be a boss bitch. That'll be attractive to man, which actually repels men.
But we are, the divine feminine is rising now.
Right, it is.
Finally, we've been in toxic femininity for so long, and she leads the way, and then it's starting to wake up.
Right, and that's true whether you're in a male or a female avatar. Mm-hmm. The receiving energy needs the feminine energy needs to be honored because we're in a feminine cycle and we have to let the feminine lead the way. And the feminine is the creative energy and the receptive energy. Mm-hmm. So how many problems do we have receiving? Really, the problem isn't summoning energy. We can all do that well, but how willing are we to receive, or how much do we have the idea that we're not good enough, we're not worthy, and we're still in the ego mind, right? So I'm assuming the majority of us have gotten over I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy, and still in the matrix, but you're God, so we can get past that whole thing. And giving and receiving is one thing, also removes the whole receiving issue out of the way. That's why I have that thing. It takes, the way I teach takes all the third dimensional shit off the table. It gets rid of all that stuff off the bat. I don't deserve it, I'm not worthy, I'm not good enough. All that shit is gone when we start with who you are. And it's all one thing. If you're not good enough, that means that all of creation is garbage. Or you're the only one that's not good enough, and you're that narcissistic that you're the one exception to the rule. You know what I'm saying? So it just takes it off. Once you understand what self-concept really means, understand that you are God. That's what self-concept means. You're a limitless, infinite creator being. And all limitations are self-imposed. And so when you understand that, you get rid of all the third and fourth dimensional garbage that people struggle with manifestation, and you just bring what you were destined to be into reality. The other word this is an incredibly powerful word, and if you can add this to assume it, feel it, know it, that formula. So whatever you desire to experience, when you can get to the tangible knowing of this word, it's done. Whatever desire is given, if you can take that one up notch to this word has a frequency all of its own, that closes all, this shuts down the entire thought process. Yeah. The word is inevitable. If you can stitch that into your consciousness, that whatever I desire is given, and not only is it given, it's inevitable. That's why I keep repeating it's your destiny to do this. Not it's a possibility, not maybe it'll happen, not I expect it, it's inevitable. That's incredibly powerful. And that's one of the words my teacher used to heal herself. Walking is inevitable. The GPS, yeah. This is it. Walking is inevitable. That word has a powerful frequency that I don't know is matched by really any other word. And when you're in that consciousness, then you're acting against God. Because God knows whatever desires to experience is inevitable. Because it makes an uncompromising choice. When you make an uncompromising choice because you know who you are, you have no doubt that you're the creator, everything that you decide to put your awareness and attention on becomes an inevitable outcome, an inevitable experience. That's it. Then you're infinitely powerful. And if I forgot anything, I will make sure that I'll put it into the master class that we talked about and make it available.
Truly surrender to it. Like it's not a part-time.
We're gonna play in a moment.
It doesn't with that.
You all took in a lot of information there.
Finally, like it's not. Sometimes it's all the time. Like some people you talk to, and they think it's different with money or whatever. Like, do you know what I mean?
Please rephrase that. I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
I guess I was making more of a statement. Just in general, with what you're talking about, what helped me a lot is just like complete surrendering, where it's not part-time. It's not like it doesn't work with money or works with this or something. Like, you know, I have to completely surrender. Like there is nothing else.
Yeah, right. And that goes back to everything's one thing. There's really no separation, and there's no this then that, and it's everything is one thing. So when you just understand that this is how you work, and you remember that this is how you work, then that's easy to surrender to, because all you're surrendering to is yourself. Yeah. That's the only thing we ever surrender to. Letting go of control is letting go of control that's already built into your GPS system, which is your higher mind. That thing has been leading your incarnation from the beginning. Not the ego mind, which had the illusion of control. At some point, we're going to reach a point where we realize this has always been in control. It's created everything. And that our ego mind has had the delusion that it's been in control. It's never controlled anything. Now, when I want to finish on, I did a lousy job. I want to close this loop. When we act on our highest excitement, okay, this is how it works. This is how money manifestation actually works. The money is manifested from within in order to support the endeavor of whatever the creative endeavor is. That's how it works. The money is manifested from within, although it will look like it's coming from a so-called external other. That money is coming from within you because this entire experience is happening within you. There's no outside world. It's all happening within your consciousness. So the money is manifested from within to support the creative endeavor as it's needed. Okay, that's before we open the containers. That's not the energy. This is just how the money is manifested from within to support the creative endeavor. And then we go beyond that, the money that's manifested to support the creative endeavor, to now creating wealth by opening these containers that suck in the energy that then we use to reinvest energy into another creative endeavor. And that just keeps going on until you're as rich as Elon Musk, if you don't have any judgments about him or haven't placed him outside of you. Yeah. I assure you that the amount of money that flows to that individual would not flow to that individual if at some level he wasn't helping humanity or that wasn't his intention. His vision is so massive, that's why so much energy comes to him. He's summoning, he understands how to summon energy. His vision is so massive, it transcends the entire freaking planet Earth. right? That he knows how to summon energy. On some level, he knows how to summon energy. And when you can do what Elon Musk is doing, summon your intention, summon the energy of all of creation behind your intention, massive amounts of money will flow to you. The only question is, how creative are you in purifying your intention, making it benefit all of creation? At that point, you're the master sorcerer. That's what he's doing. He's summoning energy behind all his creative endeavors. And because his vision is so massive, in the Bible it says, without a vision the people perish. Take that literally when it comes to manifesting or creating conscious creation. You need a vision that's, the wider you can make your vision, the bigger you can make your vision, the more pure you can make your vision, the more it benefits everybody, the more energy you're summoning behind it, period, of the story. That's it. And you guys already know how to do this effortlessly. And one of the biggest things that's made it easy for you is all the shitty experiences we've had, all the so-called contrast experiences we've had. We've been victimized, we've been used, we've been abused, we've been churned up and spit out. So we know how it feels. So when we get to a position where we understand we're the creator and we have massive power, we're going to use it responsibly. We're not going to use it to overpower another, which is just perpetuating the cycle of suffering. It's just putting karma in our energetic bank account. So that's it. I think I've covered everything. Any other questions? These questions were great. Did you guys eat lunch yet? Did they eat lunch?
Should be ready soon.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Well then. Well fucking then. That was a lot of information, y'all. Not only did you hear it from Nero, you heard it from Pete. Now you know why, when I say what I'm saying, if you think I'm delusional, or you think I'm crazy, and clearly, those gentlemen are crazy too. But we're not crazy because we've been through our hell. These chairs are already dry. Wow. They're straight up already dry. Damn. That's badass. So I did laundry. I finished packing it, folding and packing. Now, I'm gonna bring back all this and put on the laptop already. We're going inside. We about to play Dead by Daylight. But I already feel called to put the chairs back because they're already done. They're already cleaned. A little gap here. Like I already cleaned and they're already dry. That's great. I'm gonna just kind of move you all, mosey on over a little. Mosey on over. Clean this chair. It's really awesome that I got the chairs cleaned. Did it for my brother. Something I could energetically do for him. besides, you know, his gift on something else I could do. He's already got a lot going on. My way of saying, you know, helping him out for his birthday, you know. Cool. So table required a little bit of cleaning, but whatever. It's all good. Shadow, oh shadow, 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 oh shadow. That's interesting. There we go. I was like, huh. And then this chair, this is the chair that I use to do stuff. So this one is already done. And this chair Dad uses when he's out here. T-Bray, if you're there, bro, get your butt on Dead by Daylight. Cool. My soccer ball. All right, y'all, let's go inside. The water better be okay. My water's all right. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Oy. Shit. Let's just come inside. All right, one sec, y'all. A bunch of cables. Bunch of fucking cables. Bunch of freaking cables that I gotta fix. Yes, let's play a little game indeed. Come one, come all. Let's play a little game indeed. I don't know if I'm gonna... I might take just a weekend off from streaming Stellar Blade. We'll see though. Come on, shaders, what you doing? Hurry up. Let's go, chop, chop. Okay. Those chairs should be okay. All right, let's go.
Everybody.
This is
Come on, game. What you doing? Fuck, man. Stop with the shit. We'll probably get like 1 or 2 games in. Let's go, Kate. I am the man who walks alone. Walking the like a road, and now it's showing to the dark. When the light begins to change.
All of a sudden, you speaking English now, huh? A little. A little, my ass. You lied to me. I didn't say I didn't. You assume I didn't.
Oh.
Assume I took you up, baby.
Oh my god.
Now, man, I'm scared of you. I know you know that little tricky shit. Come on. I'm not responsible.
Jeez, man. Silliness.
Oh, for your assumption. You full of shit. You understand that? You full of shit. Not being able to speak is not the same as not speaking. You see, as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are. What the hell did you just say? I like people to talk. This is easy. I'm the one full of shit. We both full of shit. You full of shit. I'm gonna kick your ass. All of
you fuck. Let's go. Of course, I'm the one that has the, I knew it! Of course it's me. Yo, what the fuck, dude? That's stupid. Okay. Shit. Fuck. Damn it all. Haven't been doing so hot with this outfit. Damn it, girl, what you doing? Shit, here she comes. Can we finally get a fucking gen done? Son of a bitch, we gotta move. I'll take it. Shit, man. Damn, son. Fuck. Again with this shit. Oh. Let's go. Doing great. If this is the carnival, then there should be a gen over here. Okay, all right. Live streams at 682 minutes. Shit. Here we go again. How the fuck did she get me like that? That's so stupid. Shit. Oh my god, I'm going in the basement. Bye. I'm going in the fucking basement. Well, I'm not, actually. She must have had a challenge or something to do. God damn. Man, oh man. This is crazy. I'm dead. Gotta get back to that gen. Oh, this is the one that was been done. Shit, okay. First hook for that dude, no problem. Shit. Gotta wait it out. This is crazy. Shit, dude. Holy shit. Damn, dude. Is that the last gen? Okay, all right. I'm gonna die. Shit, I really hope they get that gen done. Shit, no, they didn't get it done. Oh my god. There's a gen all the way at the back here. Fuck. She chased them out of that room. Fuck. That sucks. Live stream's at 690. Ah, shit. Come on, Quentin, you gotta finish that gen, boy. Shit. Oh, damn. Fuck. Waiting for him to come and... Get out, dude. Good job. We got out of that one. We got out of that one. Fuck yeah. Save awards, huh? Well, we might be able to get one more in, depending on, I mean, it's 693 minutes on the live stream. So depending on how long this one is, either I get absolutely slapped, or I get absolutely, yeah. Taking a little bit of a break from Stellar Blade. Ooh, there's some rainbow showing up in my room. It's very nice. Very nice. They're on the ground over there. See that? Coming from that crystal thing on the window I have. Very nice, very nice, very nice. I said it's very nice, very nice. Alexa, play notification.
One new notification from Amazon. On Monday, there's a chance of rain and doing less on the Thursday, starting around 6 p.m. and stopping around 7 p.m.
Oh! Damn, I couldn't do anything there. Shit. The Matthew Lillard. Springtrap is It's interesting. You unhook me, but you don't heal me, girl? Fuck. Son of a bitch. What's the point of unhooking me if you're not gonna heal me? Such silliness. Honestly. Gotta do what I gotta do, right? Gotta do what I gotta do. I swear to God, is he coming back this way? I swear to me. Peekaboo. It's funny how I said peekaboo earlier. In a game of peekaboo can change your life. Go, 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 move, move, move. Oh my god, why are you not healing? Shit, dude. Yo, what the fuck? Yo, what? Damn, boy. Oh my god, if he gets the other girl, we're dead. We're fucked. Oh my god, he found her. Fucking found her. That's crazy. He's got to save. We gotta make this shit happen. Fuck, we gotta move. Fuck. That sucks. That was the probably. Did you have to screw that up? Fuck, Laura. Our asses are dead. Damn, both sables died already? That fucking sucks. This ass is coming this way. Oh. Shit. Oh my god, this sucks. Start healing. Get up, get up, get up. Sucker. Get the fuck out. Oh my god. Just end this shit. Holy shit, man. I'm not even bothering. I'm not even bothering. Not even gonna fucking bother. Fuck that. Well, we got 2 games in. We got 1. We won 1. We lost 1. All is good. Absolutely beat up. Steamrolled. Smackdown. Laid all the smacking down on all your candy asses. All right. 7:05. It's 7:11. It's 7:11. We won't be able to get another one in. I'll tell you that much. Someone's always there. All outfits are on sale. That's not actually. I like how they put it at 1200 and then it's actually 1080. 1080, yeah. I would buy them. It's just they're ugly. Like, I mean, I'm gonna have to get them sooner or later. I'll have all her costumes. It's just weird, man. For Fang Ming, I would buy quite a few for her. I mean, she already has quite a few now. I would buy this one, two, this one, maybe this one, 3. Yeah. There's quite a few I'd buy, but you know. I mean, who would have thought in 2025 I'd be playing as any other characters besides Kate? Kate is my girl. She been my girl the entire time. Kate Denson. Damn, that story's fucking wide and big. I like the mask, I really do. I really like the mask and the hair. I'm gonna go use the bathroom quickly. I know I didn't really say much today after I talked about conditioning, but you know, Pete and Nero basically encapsulate everything I had to say. All right, y'all. All right. 7:10. Well, it's actually 7:11 now on the live stream timer. Total. Oh, silly me. Total steps 15,648 steps. And counting. Pretty dope. Pretty dope. Pretty dope. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Getting in them steps. Every day getting in them steps. Gonna go outside. Because I am done playing, actually. I am actually done playing. I'm gonna put away my laptop, actually. Come on, game. When you desire to quit the game and doesn't want to quit the game, go. Stop that. Come on. Oh shit, cancel. No. Son of a bitch, stop. Stop. Yes. I accidentally hit play by... This person takes a lot of screenshots. Okay. Putting away my laptop. Going outside. Table's clean. 713 minutes, y'all. Tomorrow is upper body play out because it is Monday again. So get ready for that. Tomorrow's live stream either will be talking about extreme or it will be domestication. I think I'm going to have a plan for it because it'll be domestication and then it'll be programmed. And then we have choice, decision, because we already had decide, decision, and then perspective. Well, actually, no, just those three. Choice, condition, domestication, or domesticated, and yeah. All right, y'all. Well, we got a minute left. Remember that you are the ultimate revealer of your reality. If you haven't heard what Nero or Pete was saying today, then I don't know what you're doing. Because, yeah, you came here for divine expansion. You didn't come here to mess around. So why you're on my stream, I have no idea. And your soul desires for you to up level. So you're not here to waste time. And I'm not here to waste time either. So I'm going to tell you right now, no more time wasting on this live stream. No more. Now we're getting focus. And if it doesn't seem like in alignment to any of you, then please don't show up. That's it. I will rather speak to no one than speak to someone who who doesn't feel who feels the reason why this is important. Anyways, you are the master creator, the ultimate revealer. Everything you desire is truly here in the now, and creation is finished. That's it. May your heart be your guiding key. I love you all with every fiber of my soul, and have a great night. I love you. Bye.